Right, there we are. Good morning, everyone, and a happy whatever today is. I hope you guys are having a good day so far. Let's get all this set up. It's a very small font. I can't read that. There we go. Right. Okay, let's go back to the top. Good morning, Caleb. Hello, Enrico. Hello, Octo. Hello, me. Hello, Leo. How you doing? Hello, bunch of zeros and eights. Hoodwinked and bamboozled, right? All good. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it, right? Just all cameling. That seems pretty nice. It's one of those days when I kind of feel like I want to swap my task with someone else. And I want to replace the keys in this keyboard as well. But I want to do that. I want to make a new keyboard. But we know how that goes, right? Hello, Sherlock's. How you doing? Yeah, so there's a bug. I came across a bug this morning that exists in all the anathema as well. Right. So in here, if we do 4A in A, if I run this will stack overflow now. Morning, Oscar. Have you planned to buy your own robe at some point? Is that you, wife? Look, I only wear it when you're at work, okay? Yeah, I want to get my own one. There's a marine blue one I saw that looked quite nice. Obviously, I should get one with hamburgers on it. Can we get hoodie with burgers on it? Rave hoodie. We want an hoodie. We want something like this, but with burgers on it. There's toast. That one's not too bad either. And then there's cats on it. Yeah, these are brilliant. They are absolutely fantastic. They are, it's basically like wearing a blanket. They're very comfortable. But no hamburgers though. With donuts. Hey, cat peasant, how you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you. 41 months. Oh my god. We've been doing this for a while, haven't we? Thank you so much for that, cat peasant. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, the hoodie is really good. I think the hoodie is a goodie, and one should get one, because it is. I think we've exhausted that joke as far as we can now. How you doing, cat peasant? Yeah, we're gonna work on a bug, and I'm not super excited about it. Maybe you guys wanna. Do you guys wanna do that? Can I just sit here and you guys fix the bug? Is that how this works? Is that how this works? I think we're gonna. Oops, sorry. I think we're gonna de-Udi. I'm good, mate. I just have to fix a bug that I don't look forward to fixing, right? Hello, Johnny. How you doing? Man, Johnny's worst nightmare was when the bunnies turned up. How you doing, Johnny? Hello, Previn. All day, every day. Well, not really. Don't remind me. Bunny PTSDs, right? Sugar. Lily, do you want to come and be on camera? The bunny's doing the equivalent of giving me the middle finger. Hello, Jay. Well, think nothing of it, right? Oh, that light's too far away. Anyway, it's fine. It's not fine. It annoys me. Damn lie. All right, there we go. All right, enough of that. We're often on the VPN, which disallows Twitch but allows YouTube. So, all right. Well, good thing I have YouTube going then, right? Good thing. 1 hour of work and then I do some old camel. Sounds good. You're not winterproof? No. I'm bad at Rust. Is it me or is it harder than C++? I think that depends on what you find is hard, right? Hello. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? That's cool. Yeah. Hope you're having a good day so far. You caught my stream when I'm literally stuck on something, right? This is gonna be the most boring of all streams we've ever done. Harder to start, easier to not mess up. Yeah. So arguably I'm really bad at C++, right? And when I say I'm really bad, it means I know some keywords of C++, right? I've written exactly 20 lines of C++ in my entire life, and that was to try out something that Hardliner mentioned on stream once. He said that C++ had multiple inheritance, and I thought, no language other than Python is that bananas, right? And it did. It did have multiple inheritance, right? Yeah, right. So I just wrote some C++ code to check it out, right? That was all. But arguably, I know about concepts of C++ that are really hard to, or rather that you can mess up, that you can't mess up in Rust, and that you intentionally do so, right? Amazon Twitch, they got 500 employees, about 35% of staff. That's sad. That is not good. Bad code in C++ is at best unsafe, whereas bad code in Rust is at best slow. I'd argue that bad code in Rust is possibly also unsafe, right? You can write... It's really easy to write unsafe bad code that might look safe, right? With Rust, it's actually harder to write unsafe code than it is in things like C and C++, right? Because you have to uphold variants that don't exist in these other languages, right? So for instance, if you have a mutable reference to something, you're not allowed to have multiple mutable references to the same memory location, right? But in Rust, it's really easy to make that mistake with the unsafe Rust. Whereas if you do that in C or C++, at best you're gonna have a data race or something. But in Rust, that will be undefined behavior, and undefined behavior is the worst, right? So I think there is that is bad, right? Hello, Kaylee. Yeah, that's sad. That's sad, Privan, right? It is unfortunate, right? If you use unsafe keyword, even a noob knows you're not wrong, though, right? You're not wrong. So there are the obvious things you can do in Rust with unsafe. You can for better or for worse, you can have quite a lot of fun with unsafe, right? You can grab yourself a raw pointer to some memory. You can do pointer arithmetic if you find these things fun, right? And you can mess around with that. You can build your own I don't know, like your own vector or whatever, and you can. These are like fun things to do, right? But it's a lot harder to do a soundness check on these things. Usually, so there's a tool called Reddit, and if you post your code on Reddit claiming that it's 100% sound, then someone will find something unsound with it and point it out for you. So you get like a free code review if you do that, right? So don't bother using anything like Amiri or whatever. You just post it online somewhere claiming that it's perfectly safe and preferably 10 times faster than the existing standard library version. That's why you're gonna get a free code review by Reddit. A mini kernel? Yeah, there is that. There is, for those of you who are interested in OS development, I would recommend Phil Opperman blog. He has done some really cool stuff. All right, that one I recommend. I took this as far as about here, I think, before I lost interest, like most of today's. I was gonna say most of today's youth, but I don't think I qualify in that category anymore. But Philo is what you thought. One nice one. Nice one. I don't use Stack Overflow. I use Reddit instead. I post my account on Reddit and then I sign in on another account and write an answer on Reddit post. I write an answer on the Reddit post that I know is wrong. Use the answer. Very good. Very good. Let me know what the success rate of that is. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna bump that with. Okay, so let me show you the heinous bug that we have. So when it looks like this, it's because I'm also logged in on my laptop upstairs and I have a different layout, but we just have to resize the terminal and the problem fixes itself, right? So yesterday, you're writing a C compiler. That's cool. Yesterday we were we looked at a bug which effectively is part of this bug as well, right? So it's a bug with scoping variables. So what happens here is that we scope A to A, which is scoping A to A. You can sort of see how the problem occurs, right? So this in itself is just going to give us a straight up stack overflow if we run this thing, right? Main has overflowed the stack. And unlike the Stack Overflow online, this one does not come with any answers, right? It just tells you that you overflow the stack, but we can very easily find out where it's overflowing the stack by just doing a debug session, right? So let's pop open main, let's go to nodes, and this is the code we're going to be working with today as well, right? All right, so here is where we're going to end up with our stack overflow, right? Well, actually, we didn't even get that far. I was looking at the wrong one, right? This is supposed to be the for loop, right? So we could go to the eval function here, not the evil function. That's a different function. There we go, right? So if I continue here, we could just go in loops, basically. It's just going to go around and around. Where's the... There we go, right? Round and around it goes, right? We just keep evaluating the same expression. So what are we doing? We get a path. The path is A. Then we're going to resolve it. And what do we resolve it to? The path is A. And then we're going to resolve. What are we resolving to? The path is A, right? Round and around it goes, right? I'm bugging my code. Well, Crove, I think that's just called programming. Some would agree eval is evil. It depends on the language, right? Evaluating expression in general is not evil. Using eval as a means to a template in JavaScript is probably a little bit evil, right? Or at least lead down the garden path of troubles. But it's like with everything, right? People claim that goto is bad, but you know, goto is only bad if you use it poorly. Same thing with I think that one of the best things I've heard is Python is evil. Python loves you, buddy. Python called me last night and it was like, hey, do you know what? I love Cat Peasant. And Cat Peasant is never going to be free of me. It's going to be me and Cat Peasant for life. And it's like, Python, I don't know you. What do you want? And then I hung up. Anyway, so true story. That didn't happen. Yeah. So I think that like my favorite thing I've heard in world of programming nonsense is that else, like you should not use else, right? And like these tremendously amazing ideas that people just spring on you. No, and no one raises the question like, but why is else a keyword in the language if it's so bad, right? You can't, Cat Peasant. You can't. Oh, I need it for my anti-Python. For my anti-Python inoculations. Undefined behavior into a feature. How? Given that undefined behavior is not defined, right? What does it say to do instead? Well, okay. Let's go down this ridiculous thing, right? So if you have a function, right? That does something, and let's say that we have some input. That's a U42 because that exists now, right? So the argument is like, so if input is equal to 0, then print out it's 0, else we're gonna print out it's not 0, right? But the arguments for not using else, right? This would be interesting if we do this. This should always be seen, right? Because most of the time when you see people argue that you shouldn't use else statements, it kind of comes from something like, you can short circuit, right? So you can do something like return and then that. But of course, that doesn't hold up with the first function we wrote, right? But people generally spout nonsense like you should not use else statements, and you can, like, you could short circuit it. Like, if we write a more serious function, right? More serious, spelling, bool, okay. And so now I have to break my brain a little bit because I'm obviously used to doing things in a certain way, right? So people would say things like if spelling, then print out spelling enabled everything here, right? And that arguably you should take something like this and then do that, right? So you can short circuit things. You can sort of reduce the I've been playing super hard, right? Obey the pyramid. I've been playing super hard, so pyramid becomes pyramid in my head now. Damn you, video games. 100% use early return, but there's a big difference between using early return and making claims like you should not use else statements, right? Like how do you express something like this without using else statements, right? It's just I mean, okay, the control flow is rubbish, of course, right? Returning early is a common thing to do, right? So you might have things like let's put in some flags in here, right? Flag A, everyone loves flags, right? Flag, glab. B, flap. Hey man, if it was Monday, this would make more sense, right? And then people do things like if flag A, I don't know what I should change flag to F, okay? If FA, oh hello. If FB, if FC, okay, and then you have all your program are belong to here, right? Now, obviously, this doesn't make sense to write. As a matter of fact, I think if I try to compile this Clippy, it's gonna throw a fit, right? Because this could just be collapsed into one line, right? But in the interest of conversation, one way of reducing this is to do early returns, right? So if not FA, then return. If not FB, return. If not FC, return. And then you slap this thing here, right? And then we reformat the code, right? So this would probably be a more sensible way of using it. Pattern matching instead of if else. Yeah, in Rust you can totally do that, right? You can absolutely use pattern matching, and one should, right? As a matter of fact, I myself prefer to use pattern matching with booleans if I am gonna do instead of an if else, right? I would have written this as match input equals 0, true, do one thing, false, do another thing, and then life is beautiful because we have Rust. But the use of else kind of stretches into the wider programming community. As a matter of fact, I think the last person I heard have this was a while ago, right? But one of the people that I speak to in chat and on Discord as well mentioned this in his work of using C#. Right? Oh yeah, the compiler is really, really good, right? Compiler optimizations are really fantastic, and I know a terribly little amount of it, right? But you can always check the assembly output if you want to know. There are things that you don't have to know assembly to understand, right? Let's take a function like this, right? And return a U32 here. And then here we're gonna do the worst function ever, right? We're gonna return 0 here, and we're gonna return 0 here, and here, and here, and then here we're gonna return 1, and then in our main function we are gonna call this where x is more serious, false, true, false. Doesn't really matter what we do, right? And if we do a cargo show asm, do I not have that installed? Let's see, what do we get from here? We don't even have that in there, do we? It probably gets optimized away in such a way that we're not gonna see it, right? But some of this stuff you don't actually. Let's do this thing, right? Let's do. Let's make this into a library instead, and let's modify this code to be public, and let's say that this is mutable. I don't know if this is gonna be optimized or not, right? So this one should return here, right? We can get rid of main now. So despite all the nonsense here, because of this should always return 1, 2, 3. So what happens if we do cargo asm now? Okay, let's do more serious. Can't find items. I thought there was okay, apparently not. It is public. Interesting. But this could be compiled down to just returning 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure why we're not seeing this though. Cargo asm should be able to do this. This target is cargo as show asm can't find them. You can pass everything. Let's rename the function, right? Let's rename the function to just run and see if that works. Nothing. Maybe it just gets optimized out then, but it shouldn't be. If you got a boolean, really want the enum, totally. Yeah, Rust enums are absolutely fantastic. Combined with match statements, they are brilliant, right? One minus one with my boss. So 0 with your boss? Is that the wife? What? The boss? That would be awkward. Don't marry a boss. Okay, so now I'm a little bit curious as to why this is definitely just me dodging the thing that I'm supposed to be working on, right? Why we can't do this. Alright, it's just gone. Got nothing. She who must be obeyed. A function returning a constant probably gets optimized to a constant. Actually, that's a good question though, right? because there are two ways you can do this, right? You can have a const, and then you can have a function that returns the constant, right? You can also have a const function that returns a constant. So these are two different functions, right? One is const, the other one isn't. So I wonder if that would have... We're not going to see anything though, because this thing hates me. I don't know why this doesn't work. I guess we could take it to Compiler Explorer, right? And see what comes out of these things. Where is the ASM, right? Yeah, so, okay, so they do not get compiled into a constant, right? They are, in fact, just functions that is just going to return 1 to 3, right? But if we continue this and we say that this is a bool, we're going to make this mutable. Oh, man, I don't love programming here. And if x is true, then return x plus 1. And I'm trying to vim in there. Else, I just realized that 60% keyboards probably makes no sense for people who don't use vim, who use the arrow keys. I kind of get that now, right? All right, so all of a sudden we have a lot more going on here. Let's ditch this stuff, right? I think the optimization level is set too high, but I might be mistaken. Where do we set the optimization level? I thought it was up here somewhere. Where is... There we go, right? 03. No? How do we set them? It's probably in the drop down, right? No assembly to display. Okay. This is very cool. You can actually see this stuff, right? But if we did this though, right? No, it doesn't. I thought that would actually optimize everything to just be the same as before, right? As if we took this away. But it doesn't. Now, just all, but then we don't seem to be getting anything. We don't seem to. Okay, let's see. Gold bolt, op levels, rust. Let's see if anything pops up here. Oh, you can show LVM optimizations. That's the op level. If we put any op level in there, it just removes everything. You need to set it to a library. Crate type is the... Oh, really? Do we do that? Let me see if there's a... I was going to write dilib for some reason. Is this not where you set it? I don't know. Huh? What? All right. Yeah, that didn't seem to work. Okay, so well, we can look at the intermediate representation at least, right? So this one's showing the constant. Interesting. Okay, what else can we look at? No LVM IR generated. I don't know, right? Anyway, yes, compile optimization, fantastic things. Don't know anything about them. It's all good. Let's figure this out. Okay, so we're gonna do this thing, right? Hello, Temporis. How you doing, buddy? Oh, nice one, Johnny. Don't break your brain over it, though, right? But if you do find out, it would be cool to see. So what we're talking about, right? There's a bug with the for loop, right? Which can cause a stack overflow. And the thing that scares me a little bit about this is that the fix for this thing feels like it could possibly be quite invasive, right? It could be quite an invasive fix to do this. But subsequently, it might fix a few other things, right? So this thing has to do with that thing. So we can actually put this in there because they're related. Okay. So what we're doing, right? So we have this template, and we're gonna get rid of all of this stuff, and we can start by trying to solve from this point, right? So it's about how we scope our values, right? Clearly. Now this thing should point to a deferred value that doesn't exist, right? Well, for that to be true, we kind of have to have an A in the... We can call it IDX, right? This is fine. This should work. Although that stopped... that also stopped working, right? It just disappears when you press A. So that's also wrong. Assuming this is not broken. This works. Oh, but to be fair, the for loop, I've actually broken the for loop. So that's not really... it's not really a problem that that doesn't work. But if we were to say that this is IDX... Right, and we get... Wait, why aren't you stack overflowing? What? Hello? What? Okay, so it's not scoping that value correctly then. Okay, there we go, right? All right, inline never. Really? I see. I see. Yeah. It's very rarely that you actually have to specify inlining. As a matter of fact, inline always and inline never aren't guaranteed to be always and never, right? They are merely suggestions, right? Wait, what? Do you have an incredibly high latency, Temporis? we're like 500 hours in, I feel like. Oh, I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so there's a lot of things wrong with the scoping, and I think that they are all related. So this thing works up until we modify it, but I think that's all right because modification is an update, right? What UI markup languages formats do I have experience with? SAML, HTML, AML. I don't remember if there's anything else in there, right? I'd say those are the ones that I've dealt with the most. Well, it's been a very long time since I've dealt with SAML. Is it still SAML in .NET? Is that still a thing? So I think maybe we're just gonna get stuck in and start working on this thing, right? But I gotta figure out where I'm gonna start from. So I think if we go to main function and pop into nodes, there is something about the loop node that is pretty bad. Yeah, so we just create a new scope here. Hello, JD. That's the idea, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I've run out of tea, you see, JD. So it's a bit of a predicament here that we find ourselves in. A painful one at that. Much sadness would ensue. So scope value, grab the next value. I don't think we do any scoping in here. This function might not be pretty, but it's okay. And then we insert this thing into the scope. And then we're creating a new one for the context that we use based on existing data. Windows presentation still doesn't use the latest version, only UWP. I see, okay. Yeah, I have not dealt with .NET in many years now. I think I would be very lost in that world. So, okay. Where do we even start without rethinking scoping completely? Okay, when you face a problem, and it's too ingrained in what you're currently working with, then it's time to make a small self-contained example, right? So let's start by having a scope. And in our case, we can just wrap a hash map around this, right? And if we're going to do this, then we might as well just make a type alias, right? To a hash map of a, well, let's use static string slices because they're easy to deal with in here, right? And then we're gonna have our struct of scopes, and we can have our levels of scopes, right? Like so. And then we can do an impl of scopes, have a get function, where we take a reference to self, we have a key, and we're going to return an option of a string slice. We don't have to worry about the lifetime there, we don't really care. And then we simply do self.inner dot or for scope in scope.get key if let sum care about the value, then we break with the value, otherwise we return none. We have to return here. All right. Okay. Meetings are boring. They are. They're not called funnings, right? So anyway, okay, so if we have a scope, then we should be able to very easily set this up, right? So let's create scopes and let's scope a value. And inside our scopes, we're going to have two scopes, right? So we'll have scope from iter. And what we're going to do, we're going to pass in a key. And a value. We call this value root. All right, that's a root value. And then we're going to put that at the bottom, right? So we call this the top value. So when let's do a root and let's do another value here, right? Let's grab this and say other, hello. Why not? Why don't we, right? So scopes.get key, that should now return top, right? Just print out the top and we're good, right? Yes, perfect. It works, right? Don't question it. Right, there's our top. And if we were to get the other value, which is called other, then that will be other, which should be hello, because we're getting it from the bottom, right? This is all very simple, right? Go for it, Johnny. Oh, you have to use the main function. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, this is it. This is the const function. So I don't think it's gonna differ if you, well, this function was const or not. Okay, I put the const keyword in the wrong place. Is there a difference? I don't think there's a difference. No music tag? Oh yeah, is it too low? It's always going to be a constant output. The compiler doesn't care about anything. The compiler knows where the compiler is. Okay. Because the compiler knows where the compiler is not. Okay. So, right. So this is kind of simple when it comes to scoping. Except we can't write our scopes like this, though. So let's make this a little bit more complicated, right? Let's have the scope value. And we can have a deferred value that just points to another scope value. And we can have the actual value. Why is there always like a hint of Christmas music in this playlist, right? It makes me a little bit crazy. There's always some kind of yesterday it was like jingle bells and what have you. Okay, so we're gonna scope different kinds of values. So we're gonna start with a root value. Let's scope another value, but now we're no longer storing statics, and we're storing scope value instead. So we have to, let's make this short. It's an impulse scope value, and it's going to have two functions. We're going to have a function called d, which is going to take a value. And we're going to, hey, Grim, welcome, Raiders. How you doing, Grim? Why am I asking this thing? I know how you're doing. I was watching a stream this morning. I was like, how you doing? Has anything changed since in the last 5 minutes? How you doing? I'm good, mate. I'm good. Yeah, I was watching Grim stream this morning. It's always nice to like have the it's like my breakfast streams is either Grim or Adam Eunice or Soulburn has been doing, but he's been doing a lot of boring stuff lately. I say boring, but I meant to say goal, but you know. Yeah. let's just pour some petrol on that fire for a second. Broke a bunch of stuff, got it compiling again. Unit tests are failing, but that's the problem for a different day. I like it, man. It's all good. Same difference, right? Yeah, no, it's all ticket to boot, right? It's all good. So we're gonna make these ridiculous functions. So for those of you who are just joining, I am togglebit here on Twitch. That is not what my parents named me because that would make them crazy than what they already are. I do predominantly Rust programming here. And right now, we're putting together this complete mishmash of code to explore a problem in a larger code base. Phone, watch, thing. I don't need to move. What is that? Bunny hair? Anyway, so there's a large problem inside the widget core when it comes to scoping values. I'm trying to solve this problem, and by doing so, we're making a self-contained solution that should eventually have the fix in it. And we're gonna see if we can do this thing, and then we can transfer the fix back into the main program, right? Go is bored. Go just has a few instructions, man. Where's the challenge in Go, right? Where's the unsafe in Go? For those of you who don't know, Grim streams predominantly work on Pigeon. Let's do a little bit of a shout out here. I always fail this because I write shout. But there you go, right? Go and give Grim a follow. Do not talk about Rust with Grim, but accuse him for being a Rust chill outside of stream. That's perfectly fine. Don't do that either. But yes, here we go, right? Unsaving Go is called Seagull. Yeah, I never understand how you manage memory in Seagull, right? Is it, or is the answer you don't, or? Anyway, we do have such fun here, right? So it's all fun and games until someone uses C++, right? Okay, so I just broke everything. We're gonna fix that. So this value is now gonna be a scope value instead. Scope value. There we go. I'm being accused of being a Python shell, but you know what? You're not wrong. I actually think Python is a good language, right? It's very simplistic, right? If you need to write like a 3-line script or whatever, right? And you happen to have a severe allergy to Bash, then I think Python is a good choice, right? A Rust developer in denial. But there's one thing I share with Grim, right? Although I'm a little bit more of a pussycat when it comes to expressing my feelings around this, and it's the AI fanboys, right? I get that people are really interested in AI. I get that people are interested in a lot of things, right? But people sometimes fail to sort of read the stream and they'll be like, hey, super cool, and no one's jumping on that, and so they try again, be like, yeah, check what this thing can do, and no one's interested, and they're like, okay, what about, and like, stop it, man, no one wants to, no one cares, man. Look, the moment they figure out that I can be replaced by an AI, unless I've already been so, then what am I gonna do with my life, right? Job displacement. Rust fanboys don't know how memory works. Probably there is probably a disconnect between something like malloc and free. Now you absolutely have that in Rust. We totally can use malloc and free. Although in Rust that would be alloc and drop, but still, right? But I would say that the majority of Rust developers do not use that, right? For obvious reasons, right? Are you a developer and want to spice up your sex life? Let me introduce strip bugs. For every bug you introduce under coding session, you remove a garment. So for every bug you fix, do you put on a garment then, right? So I don't know how this works, Privan, but I don't think that's the way to gain followers. What's it, followers, and what is the thing they always try to push on you? Buy followers and some other bullshit, right? Anyway, they were telling me I was wrong because I was trying to give ownership of a pointer to C that was created by Rust, calling a C function. You can totally do that, Grim. There's literally a function in the standard library called forget for that, right? So you get a pointer, right? So we're gonna have a value, which is gonna be 123U32, and then we're gonna get a pointer to this value. Okay. And actually, you know what? To be a little bit more specific, let's make this thing into a string, right? There we go, right? And then here, this is going to be a string, right? So you can totally do this, okay? Listen, language up here, calm down, right? So now I have a pointer to this thing, and I can give this value to someone else, right? And all I have to do is forget the value, right? That's all I have. That's it. You're done. Now C can free the memory whenever C wants to. C can call free on this thing, right? Banter, right? Yeah. I think saying that you can't give ownership to something, but even this though, you can do this, right? You can now copy the point. Yeah, totally, right? So we can have as many strings as one, but no, okay, look at this, right? Now we're gonna dive into the world of unsafe Rust, and this is where you start sweating, like, oh my god. All right, so we're gonna have our first string here, right? So we're just gonna dereference the value, and that should be our string. That's our string. What? Oh no. That was the wrong thing. We can't do that. But we want to reference the string. All right, and now I can print out S1 here, and we can do the same thing with S2 and print out S2 here, right? Look at that. We got our memory, right? But if we put this through Valgrind, target, debug, scoping, you can see it's going to complain that we're leaking some memory here, right? But that's okay. If we pass this, that's definitely not something I argue against, Temporis. I'm arguing against people saying that you can't move ownership, right? That's what I'm saying, okay? So going back to Grimm's comment, which was, they're telling me I was wrong because I was trying to give ownership of a pointer to C that was created by Rust. Okay? And you totally can do this. You have a pointer that's created in Rust, and now we forgot it, right? So our program leaks memory, which it's supposed to do until the C side frees the memory, right? So then over in the land of C, you'd have to do something like pointer read. And now if we run the, well, I have to rebuild this thing, right? If we run this now, there's no memory leaks, right? Because we would have given that to C to free, right? But yeah, no, but the thing is, I feel your pain. I don't know why you seem to run into so much bullshit, Gary, right? Sorry, Grim. Because it's really like some people kind of miss the point of streaming sometimes, right? For instance, people get like a bee in the bonnet that they have to be right about everything and they can't let it go. And basically they would rather take down the entire stream just to be right and be like, look, okay, we've alienated everyone is pissed off and really bored, no fun has happened, no content's been made, it's been half an hour, but at least I was right. That's the important thing, right? And I'll tell you what, if you live your life with relationships like this, right? So I'll give you a common example, right? When I was younger, I was an asshole, okay? All right, now I'm gonna give you an example, right? I would just leave the comment there then, right? No, but you've probably been in situations where you're sitting down with someone you haven't seen for a while or whatever, you're there with your spouse or some random stranger, what do I know, right? And you start telling a story. And the story goes something like, yeah, so we went to this cabin on the 3rd of February, right? So it's a bit cold outside. And then the person next to you goes, no. We started packing on the 3rd of February. Fuck your story. Okay, we started packing on the 3rd of February. We left. And we ended up at the cabin on the 4th of February. Fuck your story. I don't care about the flow of your story at all. The important thing is that I interrupt you, completely tank the whole thing, so the person who listens, who has no interest in what flipping date you went to a cabin, okay, so they can know that it wasn't the 4th instead of the 3rd, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. And this happens to streamers, right? This happens to everyone, right? But when it happens to you on stream, it kind of just tanks the whole flow, and that just drives me crazy. That some entitled asshole thinks it's more important that they are right about some detail that no one cares about, to the degree that they rather see the whole flow of the stream just die so they can be right, and no one cares, right? Arguing about semantics is sometimes I'll invite that conversation, right? Sometimes I'll say, look, let's just have a massive bike shedding conversation about syntax, right? Let's do that. Let's make something happen out of that, right? Let's talk about some stupid notion in software development that no one cares. The main thing is that most of us are good developers, right? Doing programming, or if we're not that good, we are somewhat aware of our limitations, kind of thing, right? It's not necessary to kind of try to have a pissing competition about that, right? Would you ever consider stream from somewhere in the countryside, training, etc.? What, like an IRL stream thing when I go off into the woods and die because a bear mauled me because I have no business being out in nature, something like that? Type 1 in chat if you want to see togglebit get mauled by a bear, okay? Actually, thank you, JD. That's it. But don't get me wrong, okay? There has been incidents where this happens, but this seemed to be a lot more. You might not have seen my blog post on the topic, and the person that completely missed the point in the comment. Okay, I think you showed this on stream on screen, but I didn't read it. I think you just showed that someone missed the point. But I did forget about it. But yes, I am aware of its existence. But you can link to it in the chat if you want, right? Are you the dev of I want to be the guy? At least your profile pic, right? No, I know what you speak of, Grasher, but that is not me, right? I did not make I want to be the guy or I want to be the Boschi or anything. Isn't that Solgren? He's a Danish dude though, and I got mad respects for the Danes, right? No, I care about anything about Denmark except the Swedes though, right? Let's have a read, okay? Because this will just distract from my current predicament, right? Scary code base. All right. Story time. Often I refer to the Pigeon code base as scary. This is because it's very old, has implementations for things that there are libraries for now, is full of tech debt. Most of it was really written by teenagers and people in the early 20s. In other words, not professional developers. See, when I was in my... Okay, but that's okay. As you all know, I was one of those people in the early 20s writing some of that scary code, and now I'm pushing to make that code more friendly. It's way more approachable from all points of view today, but of course there's still work to do. However, that's not what I want to talk about today. What's it like to hear someone read your words to you in a completely different tone than you read it to yourself, right? Today, we're going to talk about my philosophy when it comes to the attitude or approach I like to take with the code and how it can affect both our peers and ourselves. I've explained this quite a few times on stream, but found myself explaining again in person and decided that I should really just write this down so others can see it and hopefully add to it. So without further ado, we've all been there before, getting frustrated, troubleshooting some code and finally go, who the hell wrote this code? And immediately reach, all right, hang on, let me do this. We've all been there before, getting frustrated, troubleshooting some code and finally go, who the hell wrote this code? And immediately reach for our blame tool. Oh man, I like the blame tool though. We're frustrated and annoyed and we want to be angry at someone for it. Damn it! We all know the meme about this, that 9 times out of 10 it ends up being yourself or something of that nature. But the real question here is, why are we so angry about some code? Sure, this code is weird, hard to read, follow and probably buggy. But why are we so mad at it? Do we feel like that person that wrote the code was really trying to make things inconvenient for us? Do they have it in or do they have it out for us? Are they lazy? The answer to all this question is who cares? In my experience, most developers are trying to do the best they can every day, every line of code. Maybe they didn't know of a technique that you're aware of and would be excited for you to teach it to them. Maybe they were or are going through some personal things and aren't able to do the best. Maybe they're having an off day and don't want to put up with your shit, or maybe they don't work or contribute to that project anymore, right? So this is very, very true, right? This is something I talk about over the course of the stream as well, right? Nobody writes perfect code, right? Everyone's gonna have an off day. You're gonna have, maybe you wake up, your wife left you for an edgelord, your child is now identifying as a mailbox, and your car has spontaneously combusted, right? And the house has fallen down over you, and you drag yourself through the bear-infested woods to sit down at your laptop, which for some reason you left in the woods. It's raining outside, and you now have to write some code, and you're not feeling particularly good about it. So you're not gonna be at your best. You're not gonna produce your best. You're worried about things are occupying your mind. You're gonna write shit code. It happens. Everyone does it, right? Getting angry about this is just nonsensical. It doesn't fix the problem, and in most cases, it's going to slow you down and as you have to calm down. If people choose to calm down. Sure, it sucks, but programming is hard and no one writes bug-free code that's completely optimal. Oh my god, this is so true, right? This is so true. Yeah, we can come back to this. If someone makes a claim, if someone makes that claim, they're full of shit. And sure, watching an experienced programmer work can look like magic as they dance their way around writing bugs and memory leaks. And let's put emphasis on this. When you've done something many times, you will do it and it will look really easy, right? There are certain programs that I can write in my sleep. I think I did a blindfolded TCP server on stream, right? Because I've written one 100 times just to show things, to do things with networking, right? All the while avoiding documentation as they have most of it memorized. But this all comes down to practice, so much practice, right? So what do I suggest instead? It's easy, just fix the code. Most of the time, it doesn't matter who wrote the code. The real issue is the bug and the effect it's having on the people that use the software. They don't care who broke it, they care that it's broken. I will back this up with some, or I'll sort of add something to this thing, and I think that it has to do with insecurity as well, right? When people who are a little bit insecure about their abilities get a chance to jump on someone else's code, they will do so, right? You've seen this in countless GitHub comments. Some rando who doesn't use a project has found a bug and is making a stink of it or something like that, right? Because of their own insecurities about their own abilities, right? And the thing is, it doesn't really matter. No one cares how good you are as a programmer except a potential employer, right? And the same thing goes for me. You guys don't really care if there's a person in the chat who's better than me or not. I can guarantee you that Temporis is 1,000 times better than me at graphics programming, right? I don't think you care. Right? I don't think you care that I'm worse than you or that I'm better than you, right? If you're insecure, you might feel the need to show that you're really good, right? Or, okay, this is not just down to insecurity. Sometimes because I know some of my viewers are incredibly skilled and they like to share tidbits of Rust, and I jokingly call them flexing, but I do not think they're flexing, okay? I do think that some of my viewers are genuinely really good and just like to talk about it and share about it, right? Those who do that don't do it in the means of trying to show off, right? Or trying to one up me in any way, right? Or a viewer's first chat message is, you type on food. I can't make it. My dad is stronger than you. Oh, that might not be wrong, Bula, right? I don't know how long your dad's been practicing the sword, the art of the sword. He's talking about me again twice in one paragraph. No, I do not. Right? As a matter of fact, I actually have very few viewers who are doing that, right? I think this is probably more prominent in other people's streams than mine, right? This is very prominent. Rust programmers have fucking ruined Rust on Twitch, okay? we have as a community managed to piss off every single non-Rust developer on Twitch. That there are no Rust developers left on Twitch except me, Kuverman, sometimes Prime when it's lucid, right? I'm kidding, right? This is hyperbole, right? All right, anyway, let's get back to it. But in the case that it does matter, it's more important when they wrote the code. If someone has been working on this code for a long time and they're making mistakes, you should be helping them do better, right? Constructively by mentoring them, not humiliating them, right? Man, you're a staff of writing this. This is like, ideas like this fosters a much better community. Don't approach them like, hey, this code is shit. Okay, right. You are allowed to say that about this code, okay? You can say that about this code and I won't care. But in general, yeah, don't do it. But like people that do that, I think if someone literally used those words, man, I wouldn't care, right? It's because people have a far more nefarious way of approaching this thing, right? But yeah, it's gonna immediately put them on the defensive and make the situation worse because now they're rightfully going to think you're an asshole. Instead, try something like, hey, I was reviewing some code in this section and noticed there are better, simpler, easier ways to do this. If you're interested, just let me know and I can walk you through it when you have some time, right? I have never said this, okay? And I will never say this. But when you do code reviews, sometimes you forget to add the honey to the vinegar, right? And I am most likely guilty of doing that. I know a lot of you are probably cringing at this, but if no, you should not be cringing at this. This is why would you cringe at this, right? If you do that, you are a banana, okay? There's nothing cringe about this. This is if you do, then you don't understand open source software. You don't understand the community because there are two places in the world that contains the most entitled people ever: open source software and parents to children in school. Okay, these are the most entitled group of people out there, right? Alright, you've been working on this thing in your spare time for over a year. Okay, I demand that you support this feature that I want now. Otherwise, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Please do. Please leave. I know a lot of you are cringing at this, but even if someone is 100% completely objectively doing something wrong, they're way more open to discussion about it if you're conscious of their effort and their time. Also, if you can't be polite to each other, you're probably not going to be working together much longer anyway. This all applies to code review too, of course. Many people get anxiety about code review because they identify with the code. This gets reinforced by the blame wars and messes with the motivators to write good code. I think this is also very important, right? Like, you don't have to point out who did something wrong, right? Don't get caught up on that, right? Don't get caught up on that. Instead of writing good code to write good code, which is rewarding. My brain is tripping up on the sentence, right? It's just how my brain works. Instead of writing good code to write good code, which is rewarding, they start writing good code to avoid getting blamed, flamed, put on blast, whatever, which is negative reinforcement and just creates contention between peers. And this also fosters that behavior in other people, right? So if you're being ill-treated, right, you're more likely to pass that on to someone else, right? So maybe someone bumps into you in the supermarket and instead of apologizing, they just whack the pack of pasta out of your hands and go, back up, nerd. And because you decided today you were not gonna show them your sword practice, right? You decide to not engage in mortal combat with a stranger in the supermarket. So, but you're angry now. You're angry and you feel humiliated. So you go and sit in your car and then you drive too fast and you cut someone off and you give them the finger out the window or whatever, right? We're propagating this behavior, right? When we do that. But I also want to remind people that we are human, right? We are human. We get pissed off by nonsense. We do nonsense things, right? It happens, right? Someone watched the stream yesterday. Anyway, what I'm really saying here is be nice to each other, including your past self. We're all constantly getting better and we're not our old, new or future code. We should definitely not identify as your code, right? Or as your favorite programming language or editor, right? I'm gonna go read chat soon. I'm really trying to say here is be nice to each other, including your past self. We're all constantly getting better and we're not our old, new or future code. In a very rare case, you need to find out who wrote some code, and when use annotate in most version control system, blame is an alias of annotate. and it has none of the negative connotations, which helps. Check those microbiases. So. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying this post. Remember, they go live for patrons at 9 a.m. CST on Monday and go public on 12 CST on Thursday. If there's something specific you'd like to see me cover, please comment below. Can I comment without signing in? I don't think I can comment. Okay, I have to subscribe. All right, this was a nice post, right? I guess the thing for me is that it's wasting time that could be better spent on learning or working on something together. One thing that frustrates me the most is carelessness. The idea that we think people simply don't care. They throw anything together and make it work at 5 p.m. on a Friday afternoon rather than doing the job properly. I'm one of those people who would rather spend a week doing a job properly than throw some garbage together in an hour and walk away. So they're assuming a lot here, right? I guess people like me see others who rush things as bodgers who can't be bothered to measure twice and cut once. Maybe it's disingenuous to consider people are careless, but I think that's the root of the frustration. Which leads back to your piece. Doesn't really matter. Just fix it and move on with your life. I understand where you come from. I'm the same way, but even when I do current gold standard in a year, that could completely change. Even an example of that. This is funny. Most of it was originally written by teenage people in the early 20s, in other words, not professional. I take issue with this prejudicial remark and a lot of the really judgmental sentiment contained in this article. I've been a professional software engineer for 25 years, started when I was 16. You make several good points, there you go, regarding code review and refactoring, but the judgmental remarks really take away from what otherwise would have been a very constructive article about the challenges of old code presence. What remarks? What judgmental remarks? What's the judgmental remark there, right? The code that was written by inexperienced developers speaks for itself. It's not prejudice. I'm not talking about the code. I'm talking about your words, okay? What specifically is wrong with the words? I did highlight that in my initial comment. Your initial paragraph carries with it an awful lot of problematic implications, and then you went on to say you didn't want to talk about it. But that's okay. What am I missing something? Is this the comment? Is this the comment? Okay, hang on, I gotta scroll up a little. My dad can beat up your dad. I don't know if that's true though. Your dad goes to the gym, but my dad has programmed Delphi for a living, so he's used this frustration to bulk up. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't considered myself as part of the Rust community for a long time. The only Rust developer I interact with are on this stream. This has happened in my job so many times. Has Temporis been to your job? Hey, I was reviewing some code in this section and noticed there's a better, simpler, easier way to do this. It's oh shit. I have said that, but only for my code. I have worked at both places with children and open source software. Oh, right. Oh, man. Sorry. I'm so far behind in the comments. Let me catch up, right? User entitlement is a blog post I've been avoiding because I don't think the holidays was the right time to write it. I think, you know what, Graham? User entitlement makes for gratuitous content, right? Like user entitlement, if you're bored one day, you can go and read entitled user issues on GitHub. I think there's a whole, like, I think someone has aggregated entitled users on GitHub. Holidays are over, bring on the drama. Yeah, I like to see a post like that. I think I had someone not demand, but someone asked me if I wanted to. So I wrote an open source library many years ago. No one knows about it anymore. No one cares about it. But it had a few people using it, and one of the people wanted me to get on a Skype call with them to help them with something. And I'm like, so this is not about entitlement. This is more about, I would be comfortable doing that today. As a streamer, I wouldn't necessarily mind. I'm happy to jump onto a call with most of you guys if you want to do a one-on-one with something, right? But back then, I didn't want to look a stranger in the eye in the supermarket, let alone get on a Skype call with some rando from the internet and help them because they couldn't read the documentation, right? Good morning, Mars. How you doing? Thank you. I'm planning on it, just haven't gotten to it yet. I'm a small orange crab. I have seen you. I've seen you around the house. To be fair, Git has annotate too. So read the first comment. That was this one, right? That was this one, but that's not the comment. Okay, is this the comment then, right? I guess the first paragraph. So I take issue with the pressure is a lot of really. Okay, let me catch up with the stream first. Right? Why does it take issue with it? I've been coding since I was 8, working professionally since I was 19. I wouldn't consider myself professional really for a long time. Yeah, and like I don't understand. I don't understand what the prejudice is. This is the guy that completely missed the point of the post. Okay, right. So we're off to a good start here. If it's someone looking to get offended because he was a professional at 16 and Grim said early 20s aren't professional. You're not a professional when you're 16, okay? I'm sorry, but a professional is someone who's been working for money, right? And if you're working for money when you're 16 as a professional programmer, then you're probably being exploited, right? I don't know. I wouldn't drag a 16-year-old into program with me and be like, you're a professional, right? Even if they know how to program, they are not developed for the work life at the age of 16, man. All right? Then they're not. I don't even think you should stream if you're under 20 because of all the bullshit you have to put up with. All right? My kid wants to do YouTube videos and streaming, she says, and like streaming, no, but YouTube videos, yes, as long as I get to look at it and review it. But no comments, no showing your face, no talking about personal stuff, anything, right? It's just you gaming and talking. That's fine, right? Anything else, absolutely not, because a child is not equipped to deal with the bullshit, right? This is the guy that completely missed the point of the post. It's something. Someone looking to get offended. Yeah, so in 2007, I think we coined the term FSUS, Free Software User Entitlement Syndrome. FSUS. Hello, Crispy. Can confirm. Should I say the VOD? There's a new kind of entitled people that I've seen recently. A person who comes and says ChatGPT says this is way better. I don't think that's entitlement, Voltbit. I think that's called delusion. If someone asked me for a Skype call on GitHub issue, I would say computer says no. Computer says no. I don't remember. What's the thing? It actually sits there and goes, computer says no. I can't do the voice, right? I can't do it. First paragraph of the article. Yeah, so how is this entitled? Right? Let's look at this thing, right? Let's make Gary uncomfortable by analyzing his word in front of all our viewers, right? But first we're gonna catch up, right? Please catch up with us. I'm trying. Nobody should be relying on a 60-year-old to maintain software. No, you should not. You should not be a professional software developer at the age of 16, right? Maybe you worked for a bit of pocket change, right? But I don't think that you've established your career at the age of 16, okay? I remember a place that I worked with. I kid you not, this is a true story, right? They fired practically everyone. They refused to pay my consulting fees. To which I had to send a threaten with CCJ, kind of court judgment, and basically pay or we go to small claims, right? And they got rid of all the developers. This was a .NET shop, right? Everyone's writing .NET there, .NET with a SQL 2000 database, and people have been working on this thing for years. They get rid of everyone, brought in one 16-year-old boy to rewrite the entire product in PHP. Okay? So, not only did they bring in someone who's not mature enough, right? But they also put a child in the position. Now, I'm sorry if you're 16 and you feel offended by the fact that I use the term child. Compared to me, age-wise, you are a child. But all right, out of respect, let's call you a young person then, right? A young person. So you're a young person at the age of 16. You're not equipped to deal with the intricacies of running a product, of being responsible for a financial institution even, right? This was related to betting, okay? You're not equipped to deal with that responsibility at the age of 16, right? And you shouldn't do that to someone who is of that age, right? Anyway, is this not more than 10,000 hour thing? I mean, you probably never worked in 5-person company or a 1,000-person company. You have literally no experience. The 10,000 hour thing is I don't remember who coined that phrase, but it's kind of like it's a yardstick for being good. But professional doesn't necessarily mean that you're good. Professional also means that you are doing something for money, right? Which is why when I told my friend that I was a professional, he asked, I was gonna make a prostitute joke. I lost interest. Anyway, so a professional means that a young working professional, a young professional is what you see. If you're looking to get into like a flat share or something, right? The ad might say looking for either a guy or a girl, professional, blah blah blah, right? They're basically saying we want you who is not a complete lunatic and have an income to come and live here, but we don't want you to be on the dole, right? The dole is basically we don't want you to be on benefit, right? We want you to have a job, okay? We're back to arguing about semantic problem again. There's more than skill also. Professionalism requires certain soft skills as well, right? Yeah, we are arguing about semantics, right? But anyway, I think this is fun, right? So someone took offense to this. Let's read this again. I refer to Pigeon Codebase as scary. This is because it was very old, has implementations for things that are libraries for now, is full of tech debt. Most of it was really written by teenagers and people in their early 20s. In other words, not professional developers, right? That's okay. As you all know, I was one of those people in the early 20s. So I think this comment here completely softens this. Any controversy or anything that you can look to extrapolate from here should be pretty much nullified by this, right? 10-hour term in terms of experience, not that you're actually good, but not seniors that aren't good. Yeah, I mean, like, there's no shortage of seniors that aren't good, but yeah. So okay, so this guy takes offense to this, right? Let's hop down to the comment again, right? I take issue with this prejudicial remark and a lot of the really judgmental sentiment contained within this article. I've been a professional software engineer for 25 years, starting when I was 16. You make several good points here. So I don't get it, right? I don't get it. This to me, this would confuse me. I would be very confused. You make several points in there, good points in there regarding code review and refactoring, but the judgmental remarks really take away from what otherwise could have been a very constructive article about the challenges old code presents. So the thing is, when you read a post by someone, when you know who wrote it, you're looking at it through a certain set of eyes, right? Which is why when I use libraries on stream and you guys comment on these things, I don't care. But when I use libraries written by people I consider my friends and someone goes, oh, I don't like this, is weird, this is strange, why is it like this? I suddenly internally I feel a bit defensive on behalf of my friends. I don't let this out a lot on stream, and I don't want you guys to necessarily change your behavior. But my point here is more about is the difference, right? But I am very confident that if I read this article having no idea who Grimm was, I would still be very confused by this, and I would still not see anything to agree with here, right? I think this is entirely incorrect. The code was written by inexperienced developers, speaks for itself. It's not prejudice. No, it's not prejudice to say that badly written code is bad. It's not prejudice to say that that you are young and inexperienced, you might write bad code or anything like that, right? I mean, we don't have to say that we're talking about general terms, right? We don't have to find a young person who's programming and say you're probably bad because you're young, right? That would be prejudicial, right? I'm not talking about the code, I'm talking about your words. What specifically is wrong with the words? I did highlight that in my initial comment. Your initial paragraph carries with it an awful lot of problematic implications, and then you went on to say you didn't want to talk about it. But this is untrue. This is not. There's no one says they don't want to talk about it. I don't think that those remarks are fair or inclusive of younger developers, less experienced developers, or people who do open source work but have no programming day job, right? I think getting stuck on these kind of details as well is probably quite unnecessary. No implication, clearly stated, not professional developers, and then it's immediately followed by, but that's okay. I go on later on to expand this topic. In my experience, most developers are trying the best they can every day, every line of code. Maybe they didn't know of a technique that you were aware of and would be excited for you to teach it to them. Maybe they are going through some personal things, and yeah, I remember this article, right? Because I think it's very good, this paragraph. And I added more details later. What I'm trying to say here is be nice to each other, including your past self. We're all constantly getting better, and we're not our old, new, or future code, right? I'm sorry I couldn't answer address everything in the opening paragraph. I disagree with your opinion that it had a problematic implications and didn't imply anything and was inclusive in the rest of the post. What's most interesting to me is that the underlying meaning I was trying to get across is that every developer, from the imaginary 10x's or the 1%ers to the non-professional ones, are doing the best, and people shouldn't be cutting them down regardless. Yeah. Yeah, well, I like this post, right? So it was a bit of a juicy drama in there, right? But I like this post. Right? I think if you're just joining, I think you should read through this thing, right? It's written by RW Grimm here on Twitch. I think it's a good post, right? And it's probably something that I don't know about you guys, but I can probably be reminded to be a little bit more humble as well in my takes on things. What is really frustrating me is that on the internet we kind of reward the non-humble, the elitist perspective sometimes, which is not good, right? Writing good code, boomer stuff, totally boomer stuff, right? Anathema is really weird. Does it belong to some friends? That it belongs to the world, Crispy. That's what we call ageism. And there are even contributors to OSS projects that are not even developers. Kudos to them. I think we can find a lot of things to get offended by if we want to, right? We're almost like sort of tippy-toeing around things, and I'm very much in the middle of the road with my stream, right? I'm very I don't talk about politics, I don't talk about religion. I make fun of Boris Johnson, but Boris Johnson makes fun of himself by existing. That's a different story, right? But the jokes aside, right? I try not to, because I know they can be like hot topics. Sometimes you can't avoid it though, right? We had like a whole thing on stream where we talked about cultural appropriation, right? I do hate people look for ways to get offended at your words rather than giving the benefit of the doubt. It makes it hard to feel comfortable writing online because it may jump down the... Exactly, Temporis. And as a streamer of yourself, you probably know this as well, right? There's an expression, right? Boris Johnson isn't politics, it's a haircut, right? So there's an example where I had a viewer. So there's an expression, right? Stick a fork in me, I'm done, okay? Stick a fork in me, I'm done, right? It's a common idiom, right? And I put that either in my go live thing or not. This person chose to be offended by that, made this known in the chat and left, right? And the way they got offended by this was, the comment to me was something in the lines of promoting self-harm ? I'm out of here. And I looked at it in disbelief. And it was one of those, because you guys are lovely, right? There's no way around it. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I love this community. I keep coming back here for the same abuse every day. And it's great, right? But every now and then, you remember that? Yeah. Every now and then, people are just looking for things to be offended. Even failing to understand language, right? And I don't think the burden is on me to explain every idiom to everyone, right? Okay? I don't think we're referring to the rich and entitled by saying hablando en plata, right? I don't think we're doing that, right? There shit yourself little parrot. That's another idiom. That's a Spanish idiom, right? Shit yourself little parrot. I don't think we should look at that or take that as you're the animal abuse, okay? Incontinent parrots all around the world are offended by this. And as someone who once saw a picture of a parrot, I'm subsequently offended. I hate you and everything you stand for because you use that idiom, which I have never heard of before. I didn't even know, but the burden is on you to explain it, right? Oh yeah, something like that, right? Something like that. And that just blew my mind. And I think I even banned the person because it pissed me off so much, right? It is so ridiculous that as a content creator, which feels really stupid to say out loud, I'm a content creator. What do you do? I'm a YouTuber. Do you have a real job as well? Anyway, so there's these things that just blows my mind, right? It just blows my mind. So now we all have to be so careful, right? We have to be careful with what we say and how we behave. And there's no end to the amount of shit sandwiches you have to eat when you are not just streaming, but when you're interacting with chat. As a chatter, you guys have the same wonderful sandwiches that I do sometimes, right? You're now an influencer. What should I influence you guys to buy though? I don't know how I'm gonna influence you guys to buy hoodies, right? These are super cool. He influenced my keyboard purchase, so that tracks, and then I gave mine away because I hated it. I didn't hate it. Content creator sounds bad. Let's just say influencer. You're already doing it for Mac keyboards. Well, yeah, there you go, right? These guys don't know I exist though, right? They have no idea who I am or what I'm doing, right? No, so that was a little bit on beta, right? We kind of just went off the rails with that one, but I understand that. So this is seemingly happening a little bit more as well in Grim's stream than it does in mine, right? Because you guys are reasonably level-headed, most of you, right? But doesn't mean there's not going to be friction, right? I influenced you to be a pleb. I don't know if that's true. That seems like someone doesn't want to take responsibility. I have a question if I should do database management or DSA for game dev. Well, as a prolific and budding game developer, right? So what do you think that you need though, Mecha, right? Let's just address this like that. What do you think that you need to work with game dev, right? So do you want to do game dev for yourself or do you want to go work for a large company, right? What do you want to do? He influenced me and my wife. Keyboard buying. It's a keyboard cult. I never wanted to do a keyboard cult. I just happen to like keyboard. Scott, how's your wife liking the glove and has she allowed you to play with it yet? You introduced me to the feeling of not being better than everyone else by removing my VIP. What keyboard do I use? I use the Bakenka 60, right? Because I can't have a keyboard that doesn't have this layout, okay? I am allergic to other keyboards. But I do have a bag of switches here that I actually considered trying out before I started the stream. These switches are clickies with a Z, but they're pretty good. They're a bit heavy though, so that's why I wonder if I was going to try something, right? I would like to work for a company initially. In that case, then what you should do, Mecha, you should go and find someone who's an actual professional game developer, right? This sounds like a good question for Pirate Software, right? But you don't have to limit yourself to one person, Mecha. Go and find game developers on Twitch. Ask them, are you a professional game developer? If so, what path would you think that one should take to become a game developer today? And then, Mecha, then I want to do something even more important. Okay, I want you to contact 3 game development companies and say, hi, I'm interested in becoming a game developer. Could you kind of point me in the direction I should take to get there, right? There's a big chance that they're going to ignore you. But if you get an answer, that's pretty good, right? You wanna hear this from game developers, right? You might as well be asking me what kind of foot salve you should put on for your barnacles or whatever, right? You have in your feet. I don't know anything about that. My feet are pure and fine, right? She's sticking with it, but it's a little frustrated, but realizes it'll take some time. Oh, definitely. She has let me touch it, but not play with it. If that would have been a comment alone, I would have put that right in the code file. Does it sound bad? No, it sounds like content to me. I gotten to like split keyboards a lot. Got an Ergodox and the Voyager. I had the Moonlander. I didn't like it. I liked the build code. Didn't like the Moonlander. I built a Ferris sweep. Very cool. Used that for a while. Kind of want to get back to it a little bit, but not on stream. Built the Skeletal that I got from Charlie. Very cool. Have not configured that yet though, so I need to get involved in that one a little bit as well, right? Write a database, then you learn both and never get anywhere. Yeah, I think that, so this is like the key thing. When people want to get jobs, one of the things they seem to do first is everything but look for jobs, right? If you want to get a job doing something, then you have to go and look for jobs doing something. You have to ask people in the industry what you need to know, right? When people want to be like, I want to get a job, so I'm going to go and build a portfolio website instead. Are you going to work as a portfolio website creator? No, I want to work, you know, at this recruitment company on their website. Well, why don't you apply for a job there instead then, right? If they tell you, all right, make something that shows what you can do, that's one thing. But like, you're kind of jumping the gun a little bit. I think people have this inherent need to pretend to have experience that they don't have, right? Because if I'm going to hire someone and I'm in an interview with them, right? And I'm hiring for a junior, right? I'm going to be more interested in their enthusiasm and their ability to take initiative, right? And be, you know, young budding go-getters, right? I'm not going to be interested in the portfolio website, right? The portfolio website, unless it does something remarkable, I'm not going to be interested in it. We're looking for people and ask for a portfolio. Most didn't provide one at all, and that was a requirement, front end role. But then you need to write, then you have to have something, right? But then how is a junior developer supposed to have a portfolio, right? How are you supposed to have, you can make a toy website, but a portfolio is showing off previous work. That's what a portfolio is. It's a record of your work, right? As a photographer, you would bring your portfolio to the client and show off your earlier work, right? Or your previous work. Keyboards are a dark hole you can easily get sucked into. Oh my God, it's a financial black hole, no doubt. We're gonna get into a bit of programming, right? I was teaching game dev a while ago. We're first teaching development, then game dev specifics. But yeah, mostly targeting large studios because back then there were very few indies, yeah. I just wanna do it to get familiar with it. Then just grab something like Godot or Unity or Unreal Engine and start programming, Mecha. Build games. That's probably the best way to do it then. Want to see the design skills and what they can do? That's fair enough. I don't think it's fair to ask a junior for a portfolio. That's a little bit weird. So you're applying for this junior role. Okay, can you show me the last 10 years of work that you've done? No, I'm applying for a junior role. Are you trying to hire for a senior role with junior salaries? Is that what you're doing, right? And want to see the design skills and what they can do. If you're hiring a designer, they are most likely going to have oodles of drawings and designs laying around, okay? That will be the case. Otherwise, they're not a designer, right? You can't just wake up one day and go like, I'm a designer now, and then go and apply for a job, and they'll be like, show me what you can design. I don't have to prove anything to you. Right? It doesn't quite work like that. You gotta have something to show. But when you're hiring a junior, are you hiring a junior or are you trying to hire a senior at a junior salary, right? Because a portfolio would imply that, right? I'm an architect. I'm trying to switch to game dev. I know C++ and a little bit of Unreal. Still working on it. Yeah, make a game in Unreal Engine and use that as your showcase, right? And say, I made this game. I want to be a game developer. And then talk about what the challenges were and all that. Right. Thank you for the follows. Draw a couple of stickmen. There you go, right? I designed this CV. Sadly, that is more the case than not. And the longer I spend in the industry, the more I see them doing something sneaky. Yeah, I don't think you can hire a junior expecting a vast portfolio, right? Instead, it would be better to, if you're hiring a junior, right? You start the interview with, hi, junior person. Probably should call them by the name, right? How you doing? All right. Hope you're having a good day. Okay. So we're hiring for a junior role. So I want to see a little bit what you can do, right? So would you mind sort of sketching some kind of design and we can talk about it, right? Okay. And if you're not comfortable doing this live, then you can go off and do it, and you can call me back when you're done, right? And then we look at it and go, okay, why did you do this here? Why did you put that there, right? What's your thoughts behind this, right? And then see if they're gonna align with the rest of the team, right? Because that's very, very important, right? Should I start with an internship? Do you want an internship? Right? I think as humans, we're amazingly good at finding solutions to get to where we want to go without taking the straightest path. If you want to be a game developer, apply for jobs as a game developer. Ask them, what do I need to work for you guys? What do I need to know to work for you, okay? All right? Get that horrible ex-CEO of Unity on the phone and said, hey, you're an immoral bastard. What would I need to know to work as a game developer for you guys? And your lack of moral scruples and unethical loot boxes, right? And just ask them, right? Just say, what do I need to do, right? It's very easy. They might say you need a degree in game design, right? Or they might say, oh, you need to know this, that, and the other, right? Or maybe they have some room for it. Like basically what you're looking for is a junior role, right? There's no way around that. You're not gonna go from no experience to senior, right? That is only part of another group of entitled people that think that they're gonna walk out of one institution into another as the CEO, okay? But that's another group of entitled people. All you gotta do is pick up the phone or write an email to a bunch of games companies, ask them what they're looking for in a game developer, and then you get the answer to what do I need to know to become a game developer, right? On top of that, it might be worth to have a little bit of maybe make a game, right? Make a game that you can showcase. This is not the same as a portfolio, right? You're making a game, you can showcase this game, right? A portfolio speaks to the past work that you've done, right? You don't have any past work because you're new, and there's nothing wrong with being new. And a company took a punt on me, right? I was some complete random off the street, right? I had £5 in my pocket when they offered me a job, right? I have £5 and no real commercial experience in that field. And the guy named Steve said, I'm gonna take a chance on you, right? Because you seem very enthusiastic, right? You're very excited about software. You're very enthusiastic, even though you have no commercial experience in software development, right? I was tending a bar before that, right? I was flinging pints in Old Windsor, right? With a guy with a limp and a drunk woman who later on it was apparent that she was an alcoholic, but I didn't know that at the time, and the shit she would stir up, right? But anyway, that aside, so I hopped the train into London, right? Stayed on a friend's couch for a while, applying for jobs. I was rejected for a job working at Clarinet as a support person, right? Working in their support. And that is literally just going, hi, welcome to Clarinet. How can I help you? Have you tried turning it on and off again? Okay, let me refer you to an engineer. Have a nice day. Boop. Right? I could not do that. I was rejected for a role doing data entry, which is literally ABC, ABC, DE. What? DE. All right, that's data entry. Read, type, okay? Couldn't get a job doing that either. But I was hired as a programmer because this one guy took a punt on me, right? And I applied for lots of jobs, okay? I applied to work in Tesco's on the other side of town. And the other side of town is an hour away if you're lucky, okay? To go and work in a supermarket at a terrible rate, right? And then back again. That would have been a nightmare. How did you get rejected? I didn't even get an interview, right? I was rejected. So I think when it comes to being introduced into a place, you just have to be tenacious, right? You have to apply for jobs all the time. If you want a job, there's only one thing you have to do: apply for jobs. Continuously apply for jobs. Start off by applying for at least 5 jobs a week. And with internet, we're now able to work across country borders. If you're fluent in other languages, right? If you're living in South America, some countries in South America, you can work for companies in Europe, right? In Spain, for instance, right? Or Mexico, right? But not Brazil. It's only Bom Dia there. Okay. It's 3-course meals at Macca's back in the day. No, it wasn't. But the bus, the number 82 bus that took me into Central from Finchley, that was about 80p. When I remember, from what I remember, it's before I had an Oyster card. After that, you lose track, right? I was rejected for a dishwasher position on the same day I got my first offer for a programming job. Exactly, it happens, right? But this is the thing: you have to keep looking. You have to keep applying, right? If you're looking at jobs and be like, that doesn't interest me, that's not interesting, that's not for me, you're being picky. Okay, and you're expecting too much. Apply for all the jobs. If you want to get into game development, you might have to apply for a web dev job for a game dev company, right? With the goal of moving up inside. If there is nothing else available, right? You just have to get in there. You are interesting, ModProg. You're not wrong. Now, so it really is down to that, right? It really is down to that. Your tenacity in applying, okay? Everything else is second. Fire off those 5 applications, at least 5 per week, all right? And while you're waiting, then you can work on your tech demos and all the other stuff, right? Difficulty to use right now, as last year remote programmers have been depreciated over 15 years. In the US, it's 5 years, which is still the same for software dev. My uni classmates applied to game dev jobs and they had to create some small games as a test. I can see that, but then you're already getting interviews. If you're getting interviews, you moved from, I don't have a job, I want to work in game devs, to I have interviews that I'm not getting and I want to work in game devs. So now you can start defining the interview process, right? If you think that someone can read your mind, you go in for an interview, right? And you sit there and you think someone can read your mind, and that they are some kind of robot, then you're vastly mistaken. Your job is to be likable, okay? Because your skills is just the first part, right? Can you do the job? And when it comes to juniors, the skill is not as important as the enthusiasm and the motivation, right? Enthusiasm and motivation is most important for juniors, right? The second step is that these people have to like you. If you go in there and be like, I see you're an Arsenal fan, I think football is stupid and you're shit for believing that Arsenal should have any money whatsoever, right? Overpaid nonsense and everyone's a hooligan or whatever, right? If you do that, you're not gonna get the job, right? You're not gonna get the job, whether you like the Arsenal or not, okay? Manchester, right? Anyway, so yeah, but that's it. Like, you gotta be likable, right? You gotta walk in there, you're gonna be as charismatic as you can be, you're gonna be as enthusiastic as you can be, and be like, I would love to work with you guys. I have no idea what you guys do. What is that? A nuclear reactor? Can I play with it? Looks super cool, right? I know Fortran. No, I don't. I just made that up. But you guys seem really fun, right? I really want to work here, right? And if you get someone like, I need a job. So what do you want to work here? I have no money. And yeah, I need the job. Okay, so what do you feel like you can contribute to the company? I don't know. Do you pay a good salary? For me, when do I start? Be that guy. Man, I had an interview with someone who they didn't even seem to know where they were, right? It was like, all right, welcome. We're gonna do an interview. How you doing, right? They're like, what's going on? Who are you people? I said, there's no people, just me here. No, I don't think so. Are you real? All right. If somebody asks you about football, just say, did you see that ludicrous display? And what's that shit? It says life is a series of side quests. I don't know if you can see that, right? Life is a series of side quests, right? Because that's how we do as programmers, right? We create side projects, which I come to call side quests. When I interviewed for my architecture 50-year internship, I got 13 on 13 acceptance. Very good. Well, then you interview well. So you just focus on getting in, right? Focus on getting the interviews, Becca. Life is a series of compiler errors. Right now, my life is a Stack Overflow, right? But not in here. That's elsewhere, right? Anyway, super cool. Everything's cool. Everything's good. Let's move on to do the thing we're gonna do. We're gonna get this code compiling. That's gonna be a scope value, right? And if we say that this key is a deferred key pointing to other, right? And then this thing is going to be a scope value. Val. I think I call it val. I hope I called it val since that's what... Yeah, I can see it up there, right? We're good. All right, now we're just going to throw a little bit of the old debuggeroo on this thing. And on this thing. Oh, wow, that was almost not right. Keep on keeping on. All right, let's watch it. My kid loves this show. Oh, yeah. Fixing the light. What do you think I'm doing? Hal, you're supposed to fix the light. What does it look like I'm doing? So good, Mecha. So good. Did you ever publish any game on Play Store? Did I publish any game on the Play Store? No, only on the Apple Store. Yeah, we're missing the point where he ends up in the garage and Lois comes in and has a go at him for it, right? Okay, so we're gonna panic with a none. What? Oh yeah, I took this code out, didn't I? Well, then we can make this thing a copy and a clone as well, so you don't have to worry about it, right? There we go, right? On the Pear Store. You know what? My wife's got this ice cream maker, right? It's called... I'm gonna share some stuff, right? Ninja Creamy? Is that what it's called? She's got one of these, all right? Ninja Cream E, all right? Cream Eye. I don't know why I did that. We had the picture, right? So basically, this is the dumbest thing ever, right? But this is all my wife ever wanted for Christmas. That and... oh, I can't be bothered with the jokes anymore. So she wanted one of these for Christmas, and I thought it was incredibly stupid. And I kind of stand by the point that this is incredibly stupid. But the ice cream that comes out of this is really good. All this does is spin a blade down and up. That's all it does. It doesn't cool anything down. It doesn't add any... There's no like flavoring, adding pockets. There's no... All it does is move a rotating blade down and up. That's all. That's all that happens, okay? And this thing's like $250 or whatever, right? 250 euros or something. A fancy blender. It even says in the instructions, this is not a blender. And I think that's because people get confused, right? So what you do is you take one of these containers and then you fill it with whatever you want to make ice cream with, right? And she had bought this can of preserved pears, right? So I just threw some preserved pears and a little bit of chocolate in there with the syrup that the pear comes in, threw it in the fridge. The next day, chuck it in here, push the sorbet button, and damn, that was good. It really, really was good. Is it worth it? Not even a little bit. Do not buy one of these, okay? I am the anti-influencer now. I'm influencing you to not buy this thing because it's ridiculously expensive. And I think a Makita drill press can achieve the same thing. But then that was good. Hello, Welsh dude. Lunch. Oh, I want lunch. It is just for texture, yeah. We have a bowl for the KitchenAid that you chill and put a paddle in that lets you make ice cream with it. Yeah, so I had something like that, right? We bought something like that and it was like so-so, but this thing produces a lot better texture, right? So you can take something that is, I think she made one with just banana, right? You just mash banana into the bottom of one of these containers, throw it in the freezer, and you get the ice cream texture out of it, right? I think that's the whole point, right? You're supposed to give us a discount, give you a disconnect code. I don't know what that would be. I was trying to remember the modem codes, but I don't remember them. HTMO. Welcome to Discord. Okay, so if we get a value that is a deferred value, we're gonna match on this thing. Right? So match on the scope get, and if the scope value is deferred, then we can call self.get key, right? And this is what we're doing today, which is why we have this problem, right? So arguably, we don't need to return an optional scope value, but rather a value, okay? Let's make a value type. Let's gather these up here, right? The discount is not buying it. Save 100%. There you go. Which bug on the list are we currently working on? So we're currently working on a Stack Overflow issue, right? and then now when I want to show you my Stack Overflow is not working, right? So we don't have to do much. We just have to do this to have a Stack Overflow, right? There we go, right? So I'm working on a and that has to do, so that bug leads to another bug, right? This is the same as local A is 10, local A is A plus 10, right? You'd expect that this should print out 20 here, right? But instead it does nothing. It just ends up in an infinite loop of nonsense. Although technically that should have been a Stack Overflow. Why isn't it? I don't know. We're getting nothing now. Why? Alright, who cares? It's not relevant anyway. The problem is still there. There's a universal 100% off coupon code, but you might get arrested. Gift one to a random subscriber, but only if we reach 2... what is that? Like 2 billion, trillion, something like that? I can't read. Something that starts on JavaScript and ends on exit 0, and we have to copy that into our address bar. Okay, so we're gonna get this value, and we're gonna get it good too, right? All right, and we're going to return a scope value, not a scope value. We're going to return a value instead, right? So then we can actually get rid of this and change the key to val and that to val. And then we're going to return some val. And of course, we have to return some val. Okay. Right, it says that the code doesn't compile, but it's wrong, so we don't care about it, right? Oh, right, because that would... No, that's correct. What? This is fine. Well, this one we can dereference, but that's not the issue. Scope.get gives us a reference, right? Oh, no, it's an option, isn't it? How embarrassing. Or break. Not break. Continue. There we go, right? Okay, so hello and hello. So we're gonna grab I don't know, JD. I think that's somewhat Temporus. Have you ever played Rust the game? Isn't that a difficult game where you lose all your shit when you die and you get angry? That seems kind of right. Top cupboards in the kitchen, but you're too lazy. Well, install, like, wait, do you have to install cupboards? As in the cupboard, not just the doors, but you have to install actual cupboards. That seems like a job you should have at least 2 people, unless you have a Jack. Or know a guy named Jack who can hold it for you. Sort of, it's a PvP survivor game. Alright, there you go. We have a Rust then. It's the most toxic game ever. Some people would say the same thing about the Rust community, so there you go. I wouldn't be one of those people, obviously. Alright, what was I doing? Yeah, if it's the actual cupboards, then yeah, have someone to help. Okay, so I sit here grabbing this glass for some reason. I need to go and top it up with water. So what are we gonna do, right? So we're gonna scope a key to another key, and if we do this, we're gonna stack overflow again, right? Which is the whole point of this, which is kind of what we've done, right? So this whole thing could be resolved by storing only one scope and not having a hash map. I also need to drill a bunch of holes, and the drill is well acting up. Does it smell of like hot metal when you use it? So if you have like an old drill with a brushed motor, you can start to smell like the metal grinding in there, and basically it's pretty much done for at that point. It's weird how both programming names and video game got named after the same obscure fungus. Yeah, a name I think is terrible. How you doing, Runtime? I don't like the name Rust, and people are like, oh, but Rust refers to like the fungus, and it's cool because everyone thinks fungus is cool, right? Check out my fungi, because I'm a fungi, right? You can try to change the brushes. Most likely, a brush drill is probably, yeah. I'm gonna assume that it's an old cheapish drill. Yeah, it's probably gonna cost you more to change that, and also you need to know how to get to the motor to change the brushes, right? So you're standing at a crossroads now, Modprog. Do you spend some amount of money and buying a brushed motor drill, right? Or do you buy another cheap drill that you're gonna throw away? You can buy something with a cable, which is gonna be a lot cheaper if you're only gonna use it once or twice. But if this is something you want to have for a long time, then you have to decide to invest in a brand, right? Because of the stupid battery thing, right? If you buy something Bosch, well, and they're just as bad as everything else, right? Unless you buy the Pro brand, right? But yeah, but there's like, so I have a drill. I have one of those concrete drills, which well, I don't. My sister-in-law has one, but that one gets used once every 5 years, right? There's no point in investing in that. But if you're actually gonna end up drilling more than one thing, then I would definitely recommend investing in power tools that's gonna last. Oh man, I need to top things up, right? But brush motor and like decent brands are like DeWalt. For where you live, you have DeWalt, Makita. What else do you have there? You have the Bosch Pro brand as well. They are blue rather than green. What else do you have? You probably have Milwaukee as well. But now we're kind of venturing into very expensive territory with that stuff, right? But yeah. Okay, so this whole problem can be solved by scoping values correctly. So let's implement scopes, right? A concrete drill is for when you have a lot of holes to drill in some of those materials. Or we like in our case, we had to take something down, but also I mounted my sister-in-law's TV for her. We can't have mutable access to scopes, so we can only have a singular scope. Okay, so herein lies the problem. We can fix this easily, and then we have to fix it not so easily again, right? Oh my god. Not as good is an understatement. I tried to use an installation drill here to drill through this much concrete. And oh my god. Alright. It is a massive pain to do, right? It's a massive pain. Why do we always end up talking about non-programming related stuff on this stream, right? I'm gonna go and make some tea. Then we're gonna do some scoping. Then I'm gonna tell you why this scoping version doesn't work. And then we're gonna make it work, okay? Tea and water. I'll be right back. All right, teaser brewing. Let's see how we're doing. And we want to, I can set this to 2 minutes now because I've been dawdling a bit up there. That would probably do the trick. Yeah, just so you rent it for 4 hours, right? You can rent it for a weekend for 30 euros, and then you can destroy everything, right? Rust, lack of titties. Are you satisfied now? Is this just chatting? Should I draw your names on my face as well? and then someone named head turns up, and then we're in trouble. I have that dream. All right, Modpro, just go to Bulov King and borrow his. Right, he lives around the corner in Denmark. All right, so let's see how this doesn't work, right? So if we're gonna do this and make it work, right? I think we won't do that, Caleb. My wife would have a lot of questions as well. Why does it say cringe on your forehead? Never you mind that, wife. I got a sub for that. Yeah, but we're going to my mother's. Okay, so to scope a value, we can introduce a new scope for this thing, right? And we can also introduce T. I have banned modprog. I have banned modprog because cupboards are bad. I don't have cupboards either, cat peasant. No cupboards for life. Be right back. All right. I do wonder what interesting ice cream recipes one could do, right? I think like a green tea ice cream would actually be quite good. You had to be sweetened a little bit with something, right? Possibly honey. I'm not sure, but I think that could be good. Okay, so we're gonna make a scope hold only a key and a value, right? So the key will be the key and the value will be the value, right? Which in Rust means we don't have to type that. But this has to be a scope value for that to work. What you're making? So we're making a self-contained solution to a scoping problem that has resulted in a Stack Overflow in a templating language that I have worked on recently. So this is related to something called anathema, which you can see more about there. That is what currently has a Stack Overflow. If you write a for loop that refers to itself in the for loop, right? That will cause a Stack Overflow, right? So now I'm introducing a solution to the scoping problem, which isn't a sustainable solution. So we're not gonna do this, but I'm gonna get this working first to show you what I want. What I really want. And okay, so we have our scope value, which can be deferred, which means it's pointing to another value, or it can be the value in question that we're interested in. So a scope value can be done by just using DMV. Those are convenience things. And then here we have a get function on scope, which means we have to add a function to the scope itself. Where is the scope? Where are you? Oh, right. That okay, so now scope has to become something else, right? So scope becomes a struct instead. I give it the follow. Scope. And the scope is gonna hold a key, which will be a static string slice. And it's going to hold a value, which is a scope value. So there's only one value per scope. This is going to be problematic if we go and look over inside the core where we have something like the map, right? Where we're supposed to resolve multiple values into into this, right? We're doing change bananas. Yeah, we are. Okay, so what was I doing? So we can get rid of that one now. So we need to import the scope. So let's add a little bit of a visual marker, right? Visual bookmark for scope, scope value, and scopes without the D. Okay, so let's implement the scope. Let's have a get function, key, option. So we're gonna end up building something sort of like a linked list in the end, which I'm not super chuffed about, but we'll see if we can think further than that. We might be able to come up with something, right? And we're just gonna return a value here, or no, we're gonna return a scope value here. So we're going to match on key equals to self.key. And if it's true, then we're going to return some self.value. If it's false, then we're going to return none, right? Not overly surprising, right? Do you use stud linked list often? Never. I never use that. Makes nuts. Hi, you Ben. Hot damn, that's warm. Okay. Right, so scoping a value means that we create a new scope with a key in the value, and then we're going to modify. We're going to self.inner.push the scope. Okay, so let's see what have I broken now, right? Well, that has a static, not a stirred lifetime. Right, debug. Technically, these scopes can be copied as well, right? If we want to. It's just 2 pointers in there, right? Actually, it's 4 pointers, but let's not worry about it, right? Okay. Yes, that doesn't work. Scope has no fee. Okay, we need to make that right. Val. What do I use? Value. Oh, you lazy sausage. Okay, well, let's call you value then, right? From it's yeah, that doesn't work. So now we have to fix this as well. Many things to fix. Okay, so we're gonna do a. Well, now the scope only contains a singular value, right? So this one doesn't quite work. So we have to start at the bottom without. So everything has to contain a whole new scope, right? And sadly, this doesn't work with the mutability that we have now when it comes to the actual thing, but we'll talk about that in a bit, right? So we start off with a scope where the key is key and the value is the key is other. That's at the bottom of the scope, right? And the value is hello. That's gonna be a scope value. Right, so that's our initial scope now, right? There's only this, okay? I need to work on my traits game. Traits. Traits are fine. Don't look. I looked. I'm an idiot. I looked. I hate that I looked. Okay. Why did I look? Don't look. All right, so what does the get function do? Borrow data escapes the method. What? Okay, fine. Let's read the error message then. Key escapes the method body here. Argument requires that one must outlive static. Where does one come in? Okay, so this guy. This is a nonsense. Unless, well, we do have static there, so I do not know what it's complaining about, but okay. Explain that lifetime adjust. Well, this thing has about any lifetime. This thing can have any lifetime. And what we're actually saying here is that this thing... So for this to work, we can do this, okay? Actually, we don't even need that. And all of a sudden, we've introduced a lifetime to just about everything. Right? But I don't want to do this. I don't want all this lifetime clustering up this place, right? So, but if we walk through this thing, right? This one didn't have a lifetime, okay? But the get function requires that we have a lifetime. There we go, don't need it here, right? The get function requires that we have a lifetime of static, right? If we take away this and this doesn't have to be static. This one we can get rid of. And then this is static because we don't care about any lifetimes here, right? So there we go, right? Get rid of all the lifetimes. There we go, right? So if we make this static, then it matches the get function here, right? If we take away static from here, it'll be a lot better, right? This will be better fixed, right? So the requirement for this string slice to be static... No, the requirement was for this string size to be static. So that string size, which we're passing into this function through here, also has to be static. But it makes more sense to get rid of static from here than not, right? I stumbled a bit, it happens. Okay, right, so we don't have to worry about that now. So we now have other. Let's see if we can get other out of there, right? Okay, so we get hello. Okay, so let's bring these other things in, right? So the next thing we're gonna have is the key that points to root. So we should now be able to do this, and we have the root key there. How graphical of you. Okay, and then finally we're gonna add the deferred key. So we add a new scope, and this one is a deferred value to a key. And now we are back to our, hopefully we are back to our Stack Overflow now, right? Ta-da! That's what we're looking for. But now we can fix the Stack Overflow. So we can stop this from being... How should we do this thing now? We're gonna skip the current. All right, let's just hack it. Nobody cares, right? Yes, this will be gross. We'll do this. Right, okay, let's pretend that we're not doing this. Enumerate. There we go, right? So if we end up with a deferred key, we're going to return self.innerGet, pass in the key, and we pass in the offset plus I, right? Horrible, and has still Stack Overflowed. Why? Well, luckily, we have the power of GDB in our pants, so we're going to fix this thing, right? So we're going to start with the first one. We're going to get the key. Once the key is deferred, we're going to hop in here again. So now, if we look at the offset should be 1. It's 0. I can't count. Yeah, we need to skip the... It needs to be I+1 then. Okay. There we go, right? Okay, fixed it. We have to skip self from there. So we could... Can't do anything of the sort, right? There we go, right? Okay, so... We've effectively fixed our Stack Overflow by scoping every single value at a separate level, right? And this is gross, right? This is a little bit weird to do it this way. Oh, sorry, ICS. Thank you for the cheer. I missed that. My apologies. That was 100 years ago, wasn't it? Hi to you as well, ICS Box. Sorry, I missed that, right? Maybe I was off getting tea. Who knows what I was doing? I don't even know what I was doing. Okay, so moving on to the next thing. So how do we make this work, right? Well, one of the requirements that we have when we're scoping is that this thing cannot be mutable. How do we do that then, right? How can we have scopes upon scopes where this one can't be mutable? Okay. And this is what I said is we can use this as kind of a gross linked list, right? So let's make a new scope RS file in here instead. And let's just put mod scope in there. And pub struct scope. And you're going to get a lifetime. Everyone gets a lifetime. Just do this to quiet the noise. Okay, ready? Really, Rust? Really? Okay, quieting the noise. So when we scope a value, we can have a parent and we can have the scope. But remember that in our world, we also have to have a state inside something, right? So scope always belong to a singular state. Hello, my back. How's your back? So let's have a trait called state that does nothing, and our let's add a context to this as well, right? And inside here, we're gonna have this trait. Use super trait, not supper trait. The trait state. Okay. Doing quite a shit, really. But that's not good. I think you just have to look at your nearest light switch for the answer, Rebel. Incidentally, I installed one of our light switches upside down, which is really annoying. So in a bedroom, they work the opposite way. Well, that might be worth talking to them about that, though. Actually, this isn't even sufficient, right? We have a combination of a state and scopes all belonging to the same thing, right? There is no standard for direction, I think. I think if you go and check the light switches in your house, Rebel, you're gonna find that they all operate in the same direction. Either that, or you should complain to someone. Maybe yourself. I don't know who installed them. Are you going to talk to a light switch? You could. You could try to. You have a mix, really? Sliding puzzle. You're a sliding puzzle. Okay, so we need something that represents a singular state. And one or more scopes. Some of the people are absolute explicative. I do not want to have to interact with. No, I mean that sounds like you should definitely change jobs. Then my bag. It's very weird to have switches working in different directions. That's not common. Sucks that the person I talk to the most is amazing. Why does that suck? It seems like the person you talk to the most being amazing is a good thing. It would be worse if the person you talk to the least is amazing. I know this amazing person. Yeah, I never talk to them. Okay, so we need something that contains scopes. So we have now invented scopes in plural. So this thing needs to have a current scope and a parent, which is an option of scopes. Are you confused yet? Because it happens. Sometimes, Rebel. Oh my, someone's looking to sleep on the sofa. Lemao. All right. Okay, current scope, parent scopes, right? So this is where we start building up this linked list, but it gives us temporary mutability when we're on the level with this thing, right? Yeah, or a stair switch, I think they call as well. But we're talking about your average switch now, aren't we? You guys just have to be pedantic about everything. We just had a conversation about this. Go to your room right now. And no dinner. Think about what you've done. Okay, so can we then have... We have a reference to that. So how do we build this up? So we could have a function for scoping a value. So this would return we have to start with a scope. We need a value as well, right? Let's bring the scope value in here. Okay, so we can take this scope as well. Ship. Does it have to do with your back? Okay, let's see. What are we missing here? So to scope a value, we need ownership of it. Why do we need the lifetime then? Why do we need this lifetime? Man, this tea has gone cold already. I don't know if you are aware, but I do care if my tea has gone cold. Okay, so the value itself has to be a reference. That's what it is, okay? Or the value itself has to have a reference, right? So for this to be correct, then this thing has to have a lifetime of A. That has to have a lifetime of A as well, right? This is only to be closer to what we actually have, right? A USB cup warmer? Maybe that isn't such a bad idea though, right? Maybe I need a USB cup warmer. Or a cat that will just wrap itself around my mug and stay there and keeping it warm. Cats are about 65, 70 degrees, right? I don't know anything about cats. Okay. So we have a scope value. So this now has to have a reference. Lifetime of... Hey, how you doing? Actually, this thing should have another lifetime. But we can probably stick with this lifetime for now. There we go, right? So we're gonna create a scope value inside scopes. To add a new value, we create a new scope. That means that this thing has to have a lifetime of A. And then we have the key, which will be the first thing we're gonna pass in here. Key. And value, which will be the value. So now we created a scope. Now we have to return a self where the current is the scope and the scopum, and the parent is some self. And this is where the linky poo comes in. Thank you for the follow. Ready? How can you imagine doing that at -40? I can see there's some logistics issue with that. -40. I would surely die at -40. I do feel your pain. Functions are not allowed this. Okay. No. You know what? I love you guys. Okay. You are wonderful. Damn it. Okay. We're almost there. Lifetime, we not live long enough. Damn. Right. Well, we just have to say that this thing has a lifetime of A and we should be good. There we go. $18 is warm as hell. I'm 25 is like my comfort temperature, right? 25 is nice. You know, it's gonna be cold if you go and jump in some water, but not too cold. And it's the perfect temperature where you're not bothered by the temperature. It's not too hot, not too cold. 25. Plus 35. Man, I've been sitting outside with my mobile phone in one place I lived in. I was sitting outside with my mobile phone, and it was like laying on the table. And when I picked it up to use it, it was just a warning triangle saying too warm. I couldn't even use my phone. I had to take it in and cool it off, right? Can't leave your phone outside, right? Plus 35, I can deal with that. That's not a problem. But listen, have we become so pedestrian, or have we become so mundane that we're actually talking about the weather now? Let's move on. Oh yeah, totally. That's true. The wind chill as well, right? Okay, so we have a scope, but how do we associate this with the state now? So that's the next problem. Oh, nice. But let's not talk about the weather. It's too boring. Let's talk about all the dangerous animals you have to dodge on your way to work instead. That's way more interesting. Do we have Germa in the chat? I want to be sure that it's not someone who's just spamming me on Discord. Are you a human in this chat? Before I accept any DMs from you. Hello, Azriel. Yeah, if Germa is not in this chat, I'm not gonna accept the DM. Nope. All right. Ignore. And probably ban. Or who's Germa? I feel like I've seen a Germa in here somewhere. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to Germa as long as they are a real person. All right, we're gonna play some Wordle. Yeah, but is that... Yeah, there was someone... I got a PM from someone named Germa, but I don't know if they're a bot or not. That's what's very confusing. I am asking, right? That what do you think I'm doing? I'm asking. What am I doing? Spell German. Are you a bot? All right, let's see. Are you a bot? Where are you? Why would we have a mutual server though? Surely that will work. Why not? I get like super sus when people are joining and don't say anything. Holy shit, they're a streamer with 1.4 million followers? What? Is this someone who had their account hacked? I don't know. Did the chat go bizarre during the stream? I don't know. There's a German on Twitch that's a crazy streamer. What does that mean? Okay, that seemed to be them. I don't know. Yeah, the word crazy could mean like they're like sick moves in this game. You're crazy, and it could be like, hi, I just ate my feet. Delusional. Not good crazy. They could be a Rust. They are not a Rust dev. They are someone who streamed house flippers most recently. On purpose. I don't know. Well, we'll just see what unfolds. Oh, in that case, we'll say hi to them. They faked being hacked last year, apparently. Ooh, that's scary. Hello, Neochroma. How you been? Am I inviting Chris into my life now? Not good, but now I'm better. Did you have a touch of COVID? Man, you guys know everything that goes on Twitch. I don't know anything. How's the other side? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this, right? Make a Rust challenge to allow them in? That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair. I got a touch of JS. Okay, so how do we do this then, right? This is the last part. So the structure that we're looking for is something that has a state. And one or more scopes. But this also has to be immutable. Right? That defies your upper limit tolerable. Yeah, I think yeah, I don't know what the conditions are, of course, right? It depends a lot, right? It depends a lot. So what do we have then? Now we could clone, since everything is a reference, right? We could clone these as we see fit. So do you guys want to do Wordle then? Okay, Wordle. Let's do a little bit of Wordle. My head is not in Wordle, which probably makes this more entertaining for you guys. Alright, we're supposed to start with Monad by Bean Juice. Monad. Monad by Bean Juice. Alright, that gave us nothing. And I find that to be tripe. Ooh, we got a T, an R, and an E. So what about roar? What about turkey? What about turkey? Would you like some turkey? What about Maybe there is no Okay. What about something ER? Right? What about tuner? No, it's not N. What about... What about tower? No, there's no O. Oh. What about... Tuber? I mean, we try with tuber because I think that's gonna get us pretty far. Okay, so there isn't an R at the end then, right? So that's better. Okay, so we have T. Maybe focus on Wordle. Yes. Hello, Astria. Could you explain the point of as ref? Struggling to understand the point of it, as you can just have a regular reference. Okay, we'll come back to that one, Astria. We'll come back to that one. Okay, it could be T. No, it can't be TR. It gotta be T something R. So something here. The R is here. The E is here, right? What about tires? No. What about tires? Okay, so T something RE something. A T-Rex. Damn it. Three. Should we try 3? Ah, very good. No, not very good. Damn it. It was very good. Through. Oh, phew, through. Meow. Okay, let's do connections. Okay, so poker, flew. Great, and log, fireplace things found around a fireplace. Okay. Spell, curse, hex, and charm. These are all magic nonsense. Bit of magic. Slice and dice and shred and crumble. Chips then. Honestly, okay. Alright, dice, slots, chips, and cards. Vegas, baby. Crumble, shred, slice, and melt. Cheese. Ways to prepare cheese. Alright, there we go. That was reasonably fast. Okay. Good work, everyone. All right, so we have a 0 that shouldn't be there. Our Wordle was a bit of a today, I think. How come I managed to run out of water, right? Yes, phone. Okay. Anyway, so how do we do this, right? Well, we can't really do anything without copying things, I guess. The state is always immutable. We can't pass things mutably and retain a mutable reference to it. That doesn't work. So I guess we could. How do we get the state to be there, right? Let's have a look at what we have now at the values. So we have an inner context that stores the state. Does anything else have the state in here? No. Okay, so how do we build up the scope then? Hello, Adjamis, how you going? How do we build up the scope? Have you guys built scopes before? It's super fun. it's like when you talk to a kid, have you eaten broccoli? It's super cool. And the kid knows, they're on to you. They're like, yeah, right. Why don't you start? Have some cauliflower, that's it. You know. Ooh. Oh, that's nice to hear, Alchemist. I like it, man. I like it when people have take joy in programming. Programming should be fun, right? It should be a joyful task, a chore or full of joy, if you will. It should bring you happiness, and that's obviously why we do programming, right? That, and some people do it for financial gain. They have what you call jobs, which is obviously good to have. I have not tried Imgui. ImGUI is an immediate mode C++ UI library, and it's like it's C++, which I don't use. It's immediate mode, which I don't use either, and it's not in the TUI in the terminal, right? So, what is jobs? Everything is fun in theory, but in practice, I don't know. Programming is fun. Python programming, tablet sound. Python programming can be fun. He lied. Python programming can be fun, but it is what you make of it. I wouldn't want to do it for a living, right? I feel your pain, right? I have dealt with enough Python in production to not want to do that again. This is so frustrating. It looks like we're gonna have to keep copying this thing. So we have a state and a scope. My ASREF question. What was the question again? Why was the question? Hang on, let me scroll. Would you explain the point of ASREF T? Struggling to understand the point of it if you can just have a regular reference. What's a so okay, let's go to the main functions. We can type in there, right? ASREF has an implementation for many types, right? So we can have S that is ASREF stir, right? Shit. All right, so that scared the shit out of me, but okay. No, it's nothing dangerous. The French, they want the bridge back. All right, the ferry crossing is too expensive. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so okay, here we have ASREF stir, right? And let's get into this thing, right? We have to have an impl here, okay? So what you can do now, right? We can have a string here, and we can call use it with S. Okay. We can also have a string slice here. And we can use this with that, right? Frameworks is maturing with a library called Pio3. Yeah, Pio3 is probably what I'll pick as well. Non-birding, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. That is really nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that, right? So, okay, Azrael, let's have a look. Something like a union type or a regular reference. If you want to take a string slice or a reference to a string, you have to take as ref, right? If not, then what do we put here if this code is supposed to work, right? What do we put here for this code to work? Now, obviously, here we could actually take a string slice, right? What did I do? All right. Here we could possibly take a string slice for this to work, right? But what if we want something that is as ref for a path, right? Now this code still compiles, but now we can also put a path buff in there, right? And we can use it with the path buff, right? That still works, right? If we're gonna make this code compile, what do we put here if we don't use as ref, right? We can't put a string slice, right? Because this thing cannot be a string slice. We can't put a reference to a string, right? Because then this guy doesn't work and this guy doesn't work. And we can't put a reference to a path buff because then none of this stuff works, right? Then only this works, okay? No, printline uses args, right? Printline uses different things, right? Printline looks more like a variadic function where you can print one thing or you can print many things, right? So this will work with printline, right? So it's acting like a variadic function here. Because this takes args under the hood. Oh, we can't get there. Whatever, right? Oh, I see. Yeah, in printline, it would be more akin to something that implements... Well, it depends on your formatting, right? But yeah, right. Yeah, I guess that's it, right? And the rest will be covered by this, I guess, right? You used to do cheap reference to reference conversion, which is a conversion like a from a reference to a string size, right? So you could implement as ref for your own type if you wanted to. So we can have our own struct here that holds. I wonder if can we do this thing? Maybe, and then this thing has a string, and then we implement as ref for lark. So we have to pass in the stir here, and then fix this and return self.s here, right? So now if we go back to this and we ditch this guy, we could in theory have our own lark here and then pass in a reference to our lark in there, because the lark implements as ref to stir. Is it a good book on type theory for beginners? I don't think type theory and beginners belong in the same sentence. I understand. For type structures and stuff, I guess you can read about algebraic data types, right? Can you do a generic? Yeah. I mean, we could just change this to T, where T implements as ref stir, and then this is a T instead. All right, that works just as well. Okay, let's see. What else do we got? We got things. As ref T. You could, but what are you gonna put here, right? You would have to include. Actually, this one might not work because we don't have. Yeah, no. Isn't that literally what's written here, right? You used to do cheap reference to reference conversion. It's used to convert a value to a reference value within generic code. And I think it has to be generic code. This trait is particularly useful when you want to write generic functions that can accept a variety of types, but can treat them as references to specific types. I think this is a better explanation, though. Although this sort of touches a bit on borrow as well, and why borrow and sref are different. But really, I mean, I think this thing demonstrates the whole thing, right? If you want to be able to pass in, so there are two. Let's take two common situations, right? I need to own a string, or I want to borrow a string, or I want to have a string sliced, right? Two different situations, right? And then here, then we can just have import into string, or arguably import to string, right? So now we can get a string here. So this one would work with use it owned s. It would work with a reference to s, which would cause an allocation. No, it doesn't. until we do that, right? That will cause an allocation, which this one wouldn't. This one wouldn't allocate because you're just borrowing the string slice, right? The same thing would work for this thing. Use it owned would work there as well. Again, cause allocation. This would not work because we don't actually implement a toString for this thing. So if you need to own a string because you're gonna manipulate it or something else needs to own it, you're gonna pass it through, then do that. If you just need to borrow it, then do that. There's not really anything more extravagant around it than that you need to think of, right? You think about it. Do I want to pay for do I have to pay for an allocation? Yes or no? If the answer is no, then use sref, right? If I have to own the value, meaning you possibly have to create the allocation, then use that one. But okay, right, let's pop this away and go back to this code and see if we can figure this out, right? So according to this code, we are getting a temporary inner context when we do this, which holds the state. But what about... Oh, and it has a parent that's an inner context. So arguably this state and this state inside here could be the same. It could be the same state. That is another reference. It's 2 pointer sizes on the stack, plus this, plus this. Now, I don't think that we're talking about scoping too many values that this thing would be a real problem. In other words, I don't think this is the bottleneck. So maybe we look at doing that then. But then what does popping mean? So this means that we store the state and the scope together. Okay. That could maybe work. So we're basically creating and getting references as we need them, and then throwing them out when we're done. But that increases the stack frame, the size of the memory on the stack, though. And so the alternative would be to make something confusing where we track which level we're at scope-wise and know which state to associate that with. But no, then that's just gonna bring us to the same place again. So I think this is possibly a working structure in that case, right? Glitch City, Azalea Town. So we could call this the inner context again. And this context does not own the state. What does the actual context have, right? The context just has the inner context with a bunch of convenience functions attached to it, right? Okay, well, let's continue down this path then. So we can have 0, 1 or many scopes by associating a scope with another scope, all belonging to one state. Actually, let's go with the struct context here for our public API. All right. His source hut has some kind of network issues. Okay. All right. So the So to create a new, we have to have a state. And that will be this state. But the scopes can be empty, so that has to be optional. Unless the scopes themselves can be empty. No, they cannot. Okay. No. All right, scopes is none. Whoops. Can we maybe have mutable access to the inner context in that case, and we can scope internally? That could maybe work. So we'll have a function to update the scope. And the scope is supposed to be, so right now we just call the scope a scope storage. Okay, let's see, where do we get the inner context from? So we get that when we call lookup. No, that gives us a context ref. That's what we cannot have and modify. This song, on the other hand, is familiar. I never got Tears of the Kingdom, though. I'm a little bit intrigued by it, but I don't know. I was playing, so I was playing VR yesterday. I was playing a game called Pistol Whip. And we kind of have like 2 living room, which sounds a lot fancier than what it is, right? And the second living room is also the VR room. We move the table aside and then we play VR in there. It's a small table, right? But the wife was sitting in there watching some TV show. So I had to be in like the main living room and play VR. And that has like the dining table and everything. It's a lot of stuff, right? So I created the boundary by sort of moving around the house a bit, thinking, wow, I got a lot of space. And I started playing this pistol whip game, and I literally pistol whipped something that was on the wall. I smashed it. It was a brush, and it's like a brush with hard teeth, and teeth were just flying everywhere from this thing, and I just stopped playing at that point. Isn't it VR a gimmick? Oh my god, no, it's so much fun. If you haven't played Super Hot VR, you haven't lived, okay? Super Hot VR is so damn fun. You feel like you're really living in an action scene, and you're feeling, even though there's like, obviously you're gonna get it done, right? But it just feels so cool to kind of like crouch behind a couple of barrels, right? Grab a gun mid-flight in the air, shooting 2 of these like red crystallized dudes, and then with the shotgun in your other hand, shooting the other 2 or the other one that's left, right? It just feels really cool. Usually people have 3 games they like, and that's all. You have a bunch of VR headsets at work? Nice. Does a Quest require anything more than just a PC? The Quest does not even require a PC. It's standalone, right? The Quest 3, which is why I got the Quest 3, right? The Quest 3 is completely standalone. You don't need any cables. You can play it with Steam Link, but you don't have to. There are games for it. So far, Super Hot and Pistol Whip is really fun, right? Did you buy VR before you became poor? No, I saved up for the VR headset. It was a Christmas present to my kid, and one day I'll let her play with it. No, it's the other way around. One day she let me play with it. Yeah, as much as Meta and Facebook is rubbish, the Quest is really fun. Okay, so lookup gives us the reference. That's fine. So before that, we could actually have mutability. Does this code compile if we make this thing mutable? Clearly not. But But that's right. I wish I could have shown you guys her excitement when she opened it. But I can't dox my kid and all that, right? But it was just pure delight. It was just out of this world. Please don't. We don't want to see your horrible child. Please don't. No, it's fine. Gonna do it. But why does changing this cause that problem? Do you know where I stole them? I stole them on my feet. I wear all my socks at the same time. Oh yeah, she's been on about VR for months, right? Oh yeah, Rebel, this is why you have Christmas, right? Forget family and food and all that BS, right? Christmas is to see your kid get super happy from getting stuff, right? That's what Christmas is all about. I don't get this. Why is this a problem now? This scope has always been mutable. This has nothing to do with the scope. This is bullshit. Hello, Ryan. How you going? I'm waiting. Well, I maybe it was before. I don't know. I don't know how to get out of this. Okay, so welcome to the internet. So the context has to be mutable. No, it doesn't. But it does for the new scope call here. And we can't have mutable context. That does not work. Okay, so that's why. Is that you, Santa? No, I just work here. We're gonna see Santa. Santa's coming. Okay, so this can't be mutable. We can't have mutable access to the scope, right? It does not work. But what if we can have mutable access before when we do this, right? Let's find. Oh, that happens in quite a few places, does it? Why don't you be a mall Santa? Why don't you be more English speaking? Sorry. Why it's called. Why would you perhaps possibly not like to be a Santa in a mall? Okay, get wrecked. All right, no, I jest, of course. I don't think being a mall Santa is a good idea, right? I don't think I'm mall Santa material, right? Oh yeah, totally use i3. I will get a new computer for my new job, and I don't know if I should try Hyperland or not, or continue with i3. Right? It depends on what you need from it, right? It might not work. Working with kids, a living nightmare. Yeah, I think I'd be alright if I was working with kids, but people don't pay people any money, right? For working with kids. They're like, the kids are our future. That's great. We're gonna invest nothing in their future, okay? As a bigoted old white man who now makes obscene amounts of money, I came from nothing. So the children today should have the same premise, alright? And maybe they can go into politics too. And when they earn their first paycheck from corruption, that's when they know the true value and they can continue rotting the education system. And no longer you ruined programming for me, right? Your stream has ruined programming. I look at your stream and I'm filled with contempt for programming. You have literally single-handedly destroyed programming, and then you mic drop and walk away. Yeah, it's bizarre how little we invest in kids, right? In good education and all this stuff. It's super weird. So creating a new scope is fine. The scope can then be muter bubbles. But I just wonder if we can do better. I have a photo of you in my punching bag for ruining my career. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I cringe leaderboard. I cringe leaderboard would be nice. I think they meant a cringe leaderboard would be nice, right? Roasted. All right, I'm roasting myself here a little bit. I'm trying to figure out if we're ever gonna call new scope in multiple locations. But we're not really doing that. We're only doing it in one place. Okay, in that case, it is what it is, right? Thing is that I can't blame his English, as I have a shitty English and dyslexia. English is written with uppercase E, by the way. since we're doing that. Nah, it's all good, man. Yeah. I honestly, I was just me being silly, right? Don't read anything into it, right? Don't read anything into it. Okay. I like it when... Do you guys ever watch Stragger? Right? Whenever someone makes a typo in his chat, he will enunciate the typo. English is a boomer language anyway. Spoken like a true boomer. Okay. So, all right, let's just continue this then, right? So we're just gonna keep making inner context inside this thing, right? So let's see, how do we scope a value? Do we ever get an inner context out of there? I didn't actually check that. No, I don't think the inner context is ever visible to the public. No, it isn't. So we're never operating on that one, right? You gotta be patient, Oglob, right? It'll happen sooner or later. We're like lemmings, you know? Okay, so we're gonna have a state, and we're gonna have scopes. All this is just references. Cheap off-brand references. Tesco value references. Straight out of Argos, little... What's the other one? Aldi references, right? Very cheap. Much reference. Very cheap. All right, so we're gonna make all this private. So we have a... okay, we could make that possible. So there is one place where we're scoping a lot of values, and I think that's where this might be an issue. Here we're supposed to possibly scope a lot of values. Unless we just store the map directly on there. But then we don't actually know anything about the state, so let's not do that. All right, we're just gonna do it. It means the lookup will become a little bit different as well, but you know, this will solve the problem. So let's just go for it, right? let's try to be true to the names. So everything is expression, and the scope holds a frame for the existence of self, and the expression for the value. So let's do that for the scopes. Right. Now you have an expression there. And this thing will be an expression as well. Scopes, on the other hand, have a frame and an expression. Right, so we know that the values themselves are associated with expressions, whereas the lifetime of all the scopes is just going to be for the frame, right? And then this thing will then become expression and the frame. Okay, shape. Okay, so then we have to have the expression and the frame here as well. And the state will definitely only live for the duration of the frame. That's also frame. And then scopes has a frame and expression, right? Okay. What? That needs to be a frame, and the rest is nothing, so we just care about the frame here. We don't care about the second lifetime. Time for the gym. Enjoy the gym. My wife dragged me to the gym yesterday. She came home and I was sitting there being miserable, as you do when your wife comes home. Fired from relationship. And she's like, you're going to the gym now. And I was like, I don't wanna. And she poked me in the gut and she move. No, but she said, yeah, I'm driving you to the gym because I've been so miserable. I've not been able to go to the gym for a while, and I get miserable when I don't. And so she dragged me to the gym, and she sat with me while I was working out as well, which was very nice. And I was looking at all the other jacked people at the gym, and I thought, you're all here alone, right? I got cheerleaders, okay? Well, cheerleader and singular, but that's all you need, right? I got my wife in my corner. But that was really, oh yeah, man, this woman is gold, right? Very valuable. So she drove me to the gym and she made me work out, right? And we went and checked out another gym. So I'm feeling a little bit optimistic about that. So I'm gonna go and try another gym after stream today. I just have to make sure that I eat plenty of food so I throw up when I'm there, right? Before I go. No, but I gotta eat plenty of food after the stream so I don't get hungry, right? And then I'll head to the gym the moment she comes home with the car, right? Very, very nice. Okay, so let's make a pub function new here where we pass in the state. And that means that inner chicken dinner. What do you want? You want a new inner context, new state. How beautiful, right? How many gyms have you tried? Only Beam, right? Was that an alcohol joke? Are you an alcoholic? I can't watch this stream. You're talking about alcohol now. Okay, so this will work. We can create a new context. Let's break everything and then some. Super state. Dang it. We need the state. Okay, you don't exist anymore, right? It's a painful realization. Jim Beam was an old friend. All right, let's start with the context. And everything's going to be immutable for now, right? Thank you for the follow. How do you want me to pronounce that? How are you supposed to win on the internet these days, right? How do I pronounce that? That's the closest. It's Polish. Brzniol. Is that even close? Brzniol. Sorry. I should just apologize. You are way too polite and way too kind. I'll take it. Thank you. Turn up, give me a follow, get insulted, and still being nice back, right? This person has class, all right? Context new, and we're going to pass in a reference to a state here, right? Let's have a struct called myState. It's almost like MySpace. So we'll have Tom in there, right? Tom is a unit. All right. So let's import state for MySpace. I'm going to call it MySpace now. Just because. All right. So then we're going to have MySpace. Actually, we're going to call default here. Just because it's longer. Hey, you know what? I got to entertain myself sometimes. You know, it's what you do, right? Fix it, fix it, fix it. There we go, right? What do you mean, why are you meowing? All right. So the wife comes home. How was your day? What did you do? I got cancelled from the internet. Why? I don't know. Must have been something I said. Did you disagree with an internet stranger? No, I know better. Okay, I know better. All right, so let's say that we want to scope multiple values, right? So we can do context.scope single. Let's make that happen. I don't know if I want this to be the thing. Yeah, I saw that, Ryan. It was mentioned. Was it 500 people are getting... No, hang on. I think, are those numbers right? Can you link to that, Ryan? Oh. Is there a redundancy or layouts, maybe? Playback. Ooh, I need this. Okay, we'll come back to this thing, right? Bloomberg. Someone is a bit too refined. 500% employees. About 35% of staff. Wait. So to stem losses after 2 rounds of layoff, they're laying off more people. But we looked at they weren't lacking in finance, were they? Oh, is that what you wanted? What do you need to... I don't understand, right? It's paywalled. Ah, boo. It's JavaScript wall. The cut Twitch could be announced this Wednesday, come with concerns over losses at Twitch. What losses? Financial losses? Personnel losses? What losses? After several top executives left the company in the span of a few months, a Twitch spokesperson declined to comment. Running a large-scale website supporting 1.8 billion hours of live video content a month is enormously expensive despite Twitch's reliance on Amazon's infrastructure. Company executives have said. In December, Twitch Chief Executive Officer Dan Clancy said the company would cease operations in South Korea where costs are prohibitively expensive, according to a blog post he wrote. Twitch has increased its focus on advertising in recent years, but how do you... Are they just going to remove the service from South Korea then? 9 years after Amazon's acquisition of the company, the business remains unprofitable, according to the people who asked not to be identified discussing private information. Really? In the final month of 2023, several top executives announced their departures, including Twitch Chief Product Officer, Chief Customer Officer, and Chief Content Officer. Twitch also lost its Chief Revenue Officer, who worked on Twitch from within Amazon's ads unit. It's always bittersweet when talented leaders move on to pursue new opportunities, a Twitch spokesperson said at the time. We're incredibly grateful for the contributions to Twitch and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure that's not what was said. The former... Oh, it's so cynical, right? The former employees all declined to comment. Since he took the position in March 2023, Clancy has been on a cross-country charm offensive to mend relations with the gaming celebrities who make a living streaming on Twitch. Many of them chafed at Twitch's original approach to ads, which the company reworked after criticism. Streamers have praised Clancy's desire to listen to their concerns after years of complaints that the service was out of touch with its users. So wait, is he one of the people who left then? No. The new chief has struggled to stem losses, however. Twitch undertook 2 rounds of layoff last year, cutting over 400 positions, part of wider job reductions at Amazon. The online retail giant initiated its biggest ever corporate job cuts in 2022, which expanded to 27,000 positions across the company. It continued in October with a new round of cuts to its music division. They had a music division? Which encompasses the company's audio streaming platform and digital storefront for songs. Okay. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Usually investor crap, please lower your expenses. Twitch turning into chatterbait losses. Read this. We are doing so much crap that leaders are leaving by themselves. You can calculate how much it costs Twitch for you to stream for a few hours, not calculating if they have discounts. Yeah, right. I looked at the Twitch revenue 2022 I looked at. And I thought that this was supposed to be decent. I mean, their revenue is going up, right? Twitch generated approximately 2.8 billion in revenue in 2022, right? If they then spent all of that on salary for 4 people, I don't know, right? So I don't know. I mean, looking at these numbers, they should be doing reasonably well, right? So this was a big leap. This was a big leap. That was a big leap. That was a big leap. This is smaller, right? So maybe that's what they're looking at. That's revenue, not benefits. No, that's what I'm saying. If they spend 2.8 billion, right? I don't know what the running costs are, right? But, I mean, they should just give all that to me. I'll come up with the logic for why later. $6% decrease in 2021. Yeah, there was definitely a drop in viewers. I used to have 9 billion viewers before I started streaming. But then I started streaming and now I have 3. So there's a difference there, of course, right? The problem with Amazon is that anything that does not show exponential growth is considered a failure. Fair enough. Thank you for the follow. Remember, companies spend a lot of money on other stuff that their product than the product to lower taxes. Most big techs are net loss. Yeah, we saw that with, like, was it Facebook tax UK 2020 maybe? or something ridiculous like that, right? Nah, listen, there's a outrageous UK tax bill, right? 28 million in tax in 2018 with a revenue of 1.65 billion, right? I think one year they even had a more ridiculous tax like that. I think if we go back to yeah, I don't know what it was, but they basically paid a pittance in tax in the UK. I don't remember exactly what the whole deal was, right? But that's what companies do, right? So if you have a company, right? Arguably, it's good to not have a lot of money in your company at the end of the year because you have to pay taxes on this thing, right? But I'm not gonna get into taxes and all that stuff, right? It's too boring. 3 million concurrent viewers. Remember companies spend, yeah, right. Those CIA who invested a huge building for renting desktops to other CIA before COVID, yeah. That's also why there's a lot of please come back to the office. Yeah, but like that should just, I mean, cut your losses, right? Don't force engineers and don't force people to come back into the office if you don't have to, right? No one wants that. Right? Okay, so we're gonna have a key, which is a string, and a value, which is gonna be a scope value. Now this has to have an expression here, right? All right, now you're not returning anything. You are. There we go. So now we just have to sculpt this up, right? Ow. Put 2.8 million views across 5,000 channels in the cost estimator for Amazon video streaming. It's 600 million per hour. You should buy the right to use the mod keyword from me for 99% of your revenue, so you don't have to pay taxes on that. I'll consider it. Viewers don't lie. You're not wrong. I currently have 2 viewers on YouTube. That's nice. But even so, right? But remember that Facebook was not making any money in the beginning, right? Facebook circa 2013 was a financial black hole, right? Facebook and Mechanical Keyboard had some commonalities in 2013, yeah? They want to pay less for engineers to not look ridiculous. They have to force you to work office, otherwise they won't work in the company. Yeah. It is a lot of ridiculousness along this stuff, right? But it would be really sad if Twitch is wrecked, right? If Twitch goes down, that will be sad. But then again, like how Google is probably gonna pick up most of that with YouTube, right? But the question is how would you? Well, then they have to fix the discoverability because YouTube is completely when it comes to that, right? You get nothing there. Scoping a single value is not going to be possible. Instead, we need some kind of scope handle thing, right? Yeah, it really is bad, right? Enjoy your lunch, mate. It's really bad when it comes to live viewers on live stream on YouTube, right? There's no discoverability, and it hasn't been for a long time, right? There's such a delay between stream and chat too. Yeah, totally. There really is, right? There really is. And that also ruins the experience a little bit. I mean, the whole point with live is that we can interact, right? You guys can yell at me and I can ignore you, right? That's the whole point of this. Otherwise, we might as well just record videos and move on, right? Yeah, I don't think the interaction is going to be anywhere near as good, right? I don't know what other companies. What's the other one? Kick is one. I have no idea what their interaction is like. I don't know what it's like streaming there. I haven't looked into it. From what I heard, is backed by a bunch of gambling stuff, and that's something I'm mildly allergic to. But yeah. Now, it's really expensive to encode video, and it costs a lot of bandwidth, right, to do this thing, right? I don't think this stream costs them a lot, right? We got like 10 viewers. No one's worried about that. But for large streamers where you have like 4 to 10,000 views, right? Like Pirate Software probably has like a lot of. There was another sub from Non-Burning. Sorry, Non-Burning, I missed that. There was a resub. There was a sub and a resub, right? I missed that. I'm very confused by that, but yeah, sorry. Anyway, yeah, the interaction is kind of the key with Twitch. I mean, that's why we use Twitch, right? Because I say that and then I look most of the time, right? But when I do, like when I'm hanging out in like Tempora stream, for instance, where I chat a bit or whatever, right? Then it's nice, right? Because it's like maybe 1 to 3 second latency around that, right? If you got like a 12-second latency, that is pretty much wrecked, yeah. And we don't really have an alternative to Twitch today, right? There is no alternative to Twitch. So if they could have their AWS bill at the merchant price, right? At the cost. Oh my god, I'm forgetting words here, right? That it's gonna cost AWS. If they just pass the cost on to Twitch, maybe that would help, right? But then, because companies and politics is idiotic, I don't even know if that's how it works though, but because a lot of stuff is idiotic, they wouldn't possibly do that, right? It's really, the problem is that you have to do this with them. There's a Docker image you can download if you want to do this, right? But you have to do this across, like you're gonna pay for hosting your own stream. That's gonna cost a lot of money, right? It's as simple as that. I don't know if you could host your stream on a $5 a month DO droplet, right? I don't think that would work. It would be nice if it would work, but I don't think it does work. I think that would be a no-no. But yeah, I don't know, right? This cannot work. We can't have a scope single here. What was it? We can find it. Like host your own stream Docker image GitHub. It's not these, but maybe some of these would also work. Oh man, are you gonna run this against Amazon after all? I think this one might be more to it, right? A Docker file installed in Nginx, RCMP module, and FFmpeg from source with default settings for HLS live streaming built on Alpine Linux. Has not been updated in a long time. What's the point of moving away from Twitch if you're gonna use AWS anyway, right? But yeah, there are ways of doing it though, right? But yeah, it might work, but each connection means an increase in bandwidth. I could imagine you hit the 1 terabyte per droplet pretty easy if you had a popular stream. If you have a popular stream, you can probably make the revenue back though, right? You have to have your own advert. No, I mean you have to do this with. You have to have like a patron or something, right? That's just how you do it, right? But if you look at like large streamers on Twitch, like Asmongold and the likes, right? They have a lot of other things, other revenue streams, right? So I think if Twitch disappears for these people, it's gonna suck for them. But I don't think they're gonna become street poor in 1 second, though. I still think some sort of distributed stream protocol might be useful with some centralized aggregator to direct people to distributed endpoints. That I could agree with, actually. I envisage that working would end up quite large delays as the distributed network fans out the packages. Well, I mean, if you can do something like just discoverability and then you have connections, but right now you have like this stream can be propagated out across the globe by streaming to edges and all that stuff, right? I don't think if you stream from a DO droplet, you're not going to have the same thing, right? So someone outside of Europe might be getting a lot of delays, right? Which would suck a lot, obviously. But yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Okay, so how do we get this stuff out, right? 2,000 to 3,000 views will be a challenge. But if you have 2,000 to 3,000 viewers, you probably have a pretty big YouTube channel, Patreon, whatever you have to keep that going. So I think you can probably afford the infrastructure if you're a successful streamer with 2,000 to 3,000 viewers, right? Tantan just released a reggae-like song about Rust. I haven't seen Tantan in a while. Maybe he doesn't watch the stream anymore. I think he focused mostly on YouTube though. Yeah, for traffic and latency pack, you'd have to do some load balancing and increase the CPU and all that, right? For the distributed network, if every view contributes to distributing the stream, but it would try to self-organize so that those with highest bandwidth are closest to the source, those with insufficient bandwidth it leaves. As long as it's not like a noticeable, right? I can be alright with like a 4-5 second latency. Like when I'm talking with Brooke Circa, for instance, because you already have the streamer reading the message and then talking, right? And then people are writing in the meantime, and then you go back to the chat and you read about it and then back. I think peer-to-peer wouldn't necessarily work. I think peer-to-peer, because there are people that has a really high downstream but a really low upstream, right? And things like mobile, people who watch on mobile data, for instance, that's just gonna become a complete train wreck if you try to do peer-to-peer with that, right? And because peer-to-peer would be sending it out to everyone. So if you have 100 viewers, you're gonna have, well, I don't know how you would do it, but it would be a hog on the bandwidth, right? But I don't know, right? I don't know what the story would be if Twitch disappears. I don't think it's going to disappear, but I don't know what it would be, right? Argument for peer-to-peer would be that most of us nowadays have way too much bandwidth to be worried about Twitch stream. That's a good point as well. So you have people in some locations where you have. So for me, it's not a problem, right? Everyone around me could carry this stream to no end, right? No issues there. But then you have people out there who are watching on mobile phones and stuff like that. They probably don't want to be part of any peer-to-peer, right? But if you had a way of basically dialing up and down your output, so me as a streamer stream out, and then everyone who's watching can dial in how much output they wanna contribute, right? But that's still gonna have latencies and issues. I don't know how you would balance that, right? Those with the most bandwidth, yeah. So how do you know which ones have the most bandwidth as well, right? If their output goes, they would then pass it on to the children below them, and yeah, they could definitely work like a pyramid scheme, right? Obey the pyramid. They could work like a pyramid, right? Where one person at the top streams down to 2 people, who streams down to 4 people, who streams down to, and so on and so forth, right? Obviously not entirely like that, right? I could probably stream with my bandwidth. I could probably carry the better part of this stream, right? But there's no mechanic for doing so, right? And Twitch doesn't even offer that, right? That kind of would have made sense. But then to save on bandwidth, right? I'm guessing that most streamers gonna have pretty decent bandwidth, so you could probably carry all of your viewers if you are under like 50 viewers or whatever, right? So and Twitch is full of small streamers, right? So they could carry themselves basically by doing that. Blockchain-based live streaming, the latency would be grim, which is where mobile phones might sit, for example, on the as long as you can query for the bandwidth, right? They're gonna offer client-side transcoding or something. They can upstream to OBS to include that, right? But I totally could carry this entire stream, right? Doesn't PeerTube do that? I think maybe, but I thought PeerTube was something that came and went, right? And I thought PeerTube never really sort of fixed live streaming. Well, good work, PeerTube. I don't know if they do live. And if these are the viewer numbers you get on PeerTube, I can understand that people aren't rushing there. There is no live here, is there? Though PeerTube only handles static videos, which is much easier. Yeah, static videos is not a problem. That's just data hosting, right? It's very different from the throughput, the bandwidth, right? That you get from streaming, right? They have streaming now, not that I could see. Can you link to that? Robobob. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Live streaming is harder because data is being generated on the fly. Yeah, absolutely. Nice one, Modprog. Nice one. Rumble? I don't know what Rumble is. How is Discord streaming? Discord is peer-to-peer as far as I know. I did or something similar. I did a stream on Discord when I built a keyboard, and there's a max viewer of 25 or something like that, right? So I don't know, right? If Twitch does go down, I hope someone picks it up, right? I hope someone creates a competing service and picks up the losses there, right? Because streaming has become such a big part of my life now. I don't know what I would do if I wasn't streaming, right? Everyone goes to Kick, but how is Kick sustaining itself, right? And helps fund the gambling industry. Yeah, and that's something I have a little bit of an aversion to, right? I don't want to go to Kick. I don't want to have any like gambling, anything associated with what I do, right? I'm very much against gambling. I won't work for gambling companies. I won't work for financial institutions. That's just how it is now. So streaming, if I'm gonna be, if I don't have a choice, then that's fine. I don't have a choice. But if I can help it, then I do, right? I think that will not work, Pag, right? I think that won't work. It would make a lot more sense if they had a larger revenue cut from the large streamers, right? So you're gonna have lots of small streamers that they just generate ad revenue for Twitch, right? So before you like affiliate and partner, you stream, you generate ad revenue, and that goes to Twitch, right? And you can stream for free, right? If you start charging the small streamers, you're basically destroying that. Whereas the large streamers, they can afford that, right? They can afford to cover that cost, right? Yeah, no, that's fair enough, Temporis, right? As I have worked in the gambling industry at one point in my life, and when you look at something called CPA, cost per acquisition, how much a user is worth in monetary value to you as a company depends on what you do, right? In the gambling industry, it's worth up to £400 just for you to sign up, even if you don't do anything. That's how ridiculous that is. Now, these are very old numbers. It's been many years since I worked in that space. Cloudflare does streaming too. What? Really? What's the cost of that? I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't know about Cloudflare. Wouldn't surprise me if Twitch starts limiting free users to 720p or something. That could be. The thing is, I don't think there's any benefit in Twitch destroying free user. I mean, what is a free user? I think you mean like people who aren't affiliate and partner, right? I don't think they are the biggest issue, right? Welcome to Discord. Oh, why is my watch suddenly locked itself again? Rubbish. Yeah, it is because of the layouts. Oh no, that was you, Olavo. Happy to hear that you're doing well. Ugh, Texas. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. So the thing is, I think there's like all the small streamers that Twitch has. They probably just there's small streams that comes and goes, right? And they are generating ad revenue, and they don't have a lot of viewers, right? So if you have 2 viewers, you're not costing it much, right? But if you have 10,000 viewers, right, now you're really incurring the cost, right? So it would make more sense to actually charge the big streamers, but that's not gonna go down well either, right? I don't know, right? If I had 4,000 viewers every day, I could probably afford to spring a couple of $100 a month to keep my stream out of like 720p, right? So they could do something like, if you have more than N viewers, then you have to pay if you want to get out of 720p. That would be a complete head move, right? No one would like that. But if that's what they have to do, right? You pay $1 per 1,000 minutes of delivered video. Is that 1,000 minutes of delivered video? But now we're not factoring in, or are we talking about Cloudflare here? Yeah, Cloudflare stream cost, right? So at what rates are we paying though? I'm surprised Twitch is fine with Asmongold streaming to 30,000 views on a channel that has. I'm sure there are ads enabled, Noctua. You can't disable ads on Twitch. There is. Believe me, I've looked. There's the one thing that I wish I could get rid of is the ads, right? Their revenue for me is basically negligible, right? I think we're talking about like $10 over 500 years in ad revenue. That's clearly inaccurate, but you know, it's to sort of put emphasis on that, right? So I don't think there is an Asmongold's channel without ads, right? Unless he makes every viewer into a sub. Asmongold is also someone who probably could afford to pay for their own bandwidth. You can't, right? He can say so, but it doesn't make it possible. Twitch, turn off ads. You can disable pre-rolls, and disabling pre-rolls means that I have to put on adverts for you. So the new people don't get adverts. So disabling pre-rolls only serves to every existing viewer in favor of getting new viewers in. Stream display ads is something different. There is no way that you can turn off. I've never seen this. There's no way you can turn off adverts in Twitch. No, you can't disable adverts. I am reasonably. I would say I'm like when this conversation started, I was sort of like, what? No, but no. Theo was talking about how he uses YouTube to gather Twitch viewers, and now Twitch is bad to give you new viewers, and how Twitch is bad to give you new viewers. I don't know. I mean, is that the reason why I have stagnated in terms of my viewership? Is that why my view count is pretty fixed? It's not because I'm a boring old man. It's because it's Twitch's fault that I'm less popular on Twitch. I like that. $1 per 10 minutes. Theo says the most new viewers come from YouTube. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people boost the stream through YouTube. I'm gonna make my YouTube videos once we're finished with this project. I have sitting in my editor bay. It's okay then live, okay? I have an unfinished keyboard build video, right? In YouTube, the more you make videos, the more potential leads, right? Yeah. Twitch is only one thumbnail and that's it, unless you're at the top. You get scraps. Not only that, right, but discoverability on YouTube sucks. So I don't know, you have to be successful at making YouTube videos before you can do that anyway, right? Yeah, I had one person join me yesterday who found me on YouTube because of Prime. I have a Rust question. Leo, this is not the stream for that. All right. I'm not sure I understand how to hook up read and write together. I got how read works. I'm just having a hard time understanding how to read directly into a sync without the intermediate buffer. Okay, so do you want to write into a read? Is that what you want? Let me read your message again, Leo. Hook up read and write together. Yeah, so I think for that you want copy. I think you want this. If I don't know if I understood you correctly, Leo, but I think this might be what you want, where you point a reader to a writer to a reader, right? So the reader contains hello and the writer contains nothing, and you do this and now the writer's gonna write hello into this one, right? I can hardly even find your Rust videos when I search YouTube for the name of your Rust user playlist. Oh my god, I need to fix all that, right? My YouTube is a hot mess. There's like in the midst of my YouTube videos, there's me playing out the wilds. Alright, I need to sort this out. Most languages provide a function for this specifically because most OSs provide this as a syscall. Yeah, and that would probably be the copy function, right? I'm gonna dump this in the chat. I think this... I might have misunderstood you, right? Theo records his videos live. His Twitch streams' only purpose is to record YouTube videos and get live reactions. That's kind of smart, though. YouTube algorithm is great for keeping you on YouTube, but sucks for finding stuff outside. It's usually recommendations to you. Man... We're gonna do it, right? We'll get the YouTube thing going. We'll get more than 2 viewers, right? I was really stoked about the viewership the last couple of days. It's been really good. And then today we're back to normal again, right? Yep. Well, no, it's kind of high for me, isn't it? You know, I don't know. I try to avoid the view thing as much as I can, right? Okay, listen, we were supposed to solve problems and not just chew the fat, right? I really miss when YouTube would only show you videos similar to the one you're currently watching. Yeah, it's really hard for me to discover new things on YouTube. You start looking for something. Now, all my YouTube videos are really gross fitness influencers, right? And when I say really gross fitness influencers, I'm talking about they're gross from the perspective of people using PEDs, right? They're pretending to be fitness influencers and talk about the fitness regime and everything, but so much of it is just PEDs, and it drives me crazy. 100% natty here, right? Really? No one was doubting that. Chips. All right. Just remember to create shorts with Sonic mobile game underneath. Really? I don't understand any of that. That's like a thing. Like, you gotta treat me like an old person, because I am. I don't understand how that works. I'm writing HTML to get a free Code Camp certification. Well, good on you for doing things. Just put a small clip from Twitch to YouTube Shorts. No one would watch that from my channel, Oglob. My clips are probably... I don't think they're funny, right? Genetics. Samsung is great guy. Right. trigger warning. Okay. What part of Sam Sulek is great? Okay. Is there anyone here who believes that guy is not on something? Okay. And I'm not talking about protein powder. So young people sit there, watch this guy swell up like a freaking mountain, right? Doing crazy partial reps and what have you, eating junk food, and be like, yeah, this is me being fit. No, that's you on countless amounts of drugs, okay? There's no part of that that is natty, okay? Dude might have really good genetics, right? But you look at someone like that guy, and then you look at someone like a natural fitness person, right? If you work off steroids, it will take you 5 years to get somewhere, hypothetically, right? That you can get to in a year or less with steroids. There's no way, right? And to be an influencer of that, right? They'd be like, oh, follow my regime. I can program for 36 hours a row. I drink carrot juice. I only eat raw cod. And oh yeah, I do copious amounts of amphetamine as well, right? But let's ignore that part, okay? Just drink carrot juice, eat some raw shitty fish, and you can program for 36 hours too, right? I'm a great influence. Oh my God, I am so furious about all the fitness influencers. Why are they called fitness influencers, right? If I make a YouTube video and I get paid by whoever made this piece of shit, right? And I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm using this thing and it's amazing, blah, blah. You're gonna see like the paid fucking bullshit in the corner, right? But if you do copious amounts of performance enhancing drugs, you don't have to put a disclaimer out there. You don't have to say anything, right? You just choose not to go out and admit to it, right? Instead, you're gonna keep doing things, avoid the subject or whatever, right? And just, no, man, it pisses me off to no end, right? How are we calling these people what are they influencing you to do, right? They're influencing you to, if you want to look like that guy, you're gonna have amazing genetics, be okay with a shorter life expectancy, and take performance enhancing drugs, right? Don't forget the last step. Man, this thing, it triggers me, right? I get so livid when I see young people looking at this guy like, wow, what a good influence you are, right? What a good influencer you are. Go down to your like local whatever it is where people who live on the streets do drugs, right? And get some advice from them, right? You might as well do that, right? Go down and be like, all right, how do I succeed in life? Well, you know, I started with this paper bag and some glue, okay? Influencer my ass. My God, this thing drives me crazy. Dwayne Johnson claiming he sleeps 3 hours and trains. Dwayne Johnson is not natty, okay? And the moment you start doing PEDs, there is no natty for you, okay? There is no, you can't do drugs for 1 year, train up until you look like Dwayne Johnson, stop doing drugs and go, no, I'm natty, right? No, you're not, okay? You altered your body with steroids, testosterone, tren, whatever the shit you do, right? Whatever poisonous bullshit you put in your body to look a certain way, right? No. Can I get long hair like you by drinking a carrot juice? I mean, you can buy a wig, save the money and buy a wig instead of the carrot juice. Influences me to like bunnies, but liking bunnies isn't bad. Bunnies are adorable. Don't have bunnies in your home though, right? They will destroy everything, but like them from afar in a picture, that's fine. What do you say to the allegations that you get young influencer programmer hooked on Rust? And incredibly unfounded allegations, Modprog. It's a disgrace perpetrated by Big Macro, okay, to paint me in a bad light. Now do more Rust. Danish chocolate is the recipe for long hair. Now, if they were giving me money, I would chill for them like a bitch, okay? I would definitely do. If they gave me money or their own product, I'd be shilling that shit for days, man. I'd be like, go to Denmark, buy this crap. They don't know who I am. They're not gonna do that, so we're not gonna chill for them, right? But hot damn, man, when I see these like this disproportionate things, right? You got this actual natty people, like people who work out, people who do things without, yes, cheating, okay? Without cheating, they are doing a tremendous amount of work, right? And they spend a lot of time taking care of themselves, working out, doing all this stuff, right? And then you see some young 20-something who can't be fucking ass, right? Takes a shortcut and they're on top of the list, right? And these are the people you're supposed to be influenced by? No way, man. No way. Eat unhealthy, do a bit of sports outside is my life philosophy, and don't sleep enough. And I think that's a good life philosophy, but you know, whatever, right? Sorry, I don't normally curse, right? When I do, I censor myself, right? But some topics makes me livid, right? Speaking of young Rusters, do you think trying to move from Java to Rust, Golang for the future is reasonable? Training for 2 years. I don't even think I've been training for 2 years, but I don't remember when I started working out, right? I gotta tell you though, right? I think definitely you can move to Java, from Java to Rust to Golang if you want to, right? That's perfectly fine, right? It depends on what you want to do, right? But if we go back to like working out, right? I'm a skinny person, okay? I don't have a six-pack, right? Or anything like that. I don't even have visible pecs, okay? And so I have to use implants, right? But I started working out on the treadmill, right? I just started walking one day. I was like, oh, I've got a treadmill that my sister-in-law hates and left in our house, right? I came home one day and it's like, there's a big treadmill that I'm like, oh my God. So I started using the treadmill, and then we bought some free weights, right? Some dumbbells, and I started using those. And in my genius, in a moment of genius, right? Stroke of genius, I started using my dumbbells on the treadmill, which is incredibly stupid, okay? And somewhat dangerous, but that's kind of how it started for me, right? And then we bought some more dumbbells, and then we bought a bar and a bench, and then that wasn't enough. So we started going to the gym instead. We is not me and my many personalities. We is me and my wife, right? So we started going to the gym instead. And to me, going to the gym is self-medicating, right? I get incredibly miserable if I don't go to the gym. This has nothing to do with looking ripped. I'm way past my prime. It has nothing to do with any of these things. It's so much endorphin release, right? When you work out, if you hit the spot, so to speak, you're going to have a tremendous amount of endorphin release. You're going to clear your mind. You're going to have a sense of well-being. It's just generally really, really feel good, right? It is to the degree that I feel like every time I go to the gym and I start, I feel like I could be here for hours, right? I've never, because I get tired and bored, but you know, double biceps, right? No, but I work out. I do weightlifting. I don't have any goal. I don't know what numbers there are on my workouts. I've changed my regime because I have physiotherapy as well, so half my workout is that, right? The only thing that's relevant is that I go to the gym and I work out, I get tired, right? I exhaust myself at the gym, right? That's the only important thing, okay? I think from that perspective, I would make a fucking better fitness influencer than Sam motherfucking Sulek, right? I have nothing against the guy, okay? The guy's probably really nice out there. I have to say, that guy's way bigger than me and younger. He'll kill me if he sees me, right? But that aside, right? I don't think we should call these people influencers, okay? Like their video, watch their video, but do not be influenced. But don't sit there and go, this guy's getting away with it. Maybe I can too, right? Go look at the messed up damage this stuff can do to your body, right? And the whole thing is a balancing act as well. You look at any of these people who talk about PEDs, and you find out that you can't just go and get some PEDs and be done with it. No, there's like constant medical attention to yourself. You're gonna have to balance your value. You're gonna inject a bunch of chemicals into your system, and then you're gonna, when that cycle is over, you're gonna inject more chemicals, different chemicals, to balance how fucked up you get from that, right? If you think that is worth doing that, man, you need to reevaluate what's important for you in life. Now, important for someone like Sam is probably to look jacked, to be big, right? And tell you what, girls don't like that, right? Girls do not like dudes that look like meat mountains, okay? That are just simmering with muscles, okay? There's a small percentage of women, right, who are into that, right? they have a muscle fetish. They want the dude to look like a walking mountain, right? But if you look at your average Hollywood whatever, they don't look like that, do they? No, it's complete bullshit, right? Absolute bullshit. He gets enough thirsty comments on the shirt. We don't need to increase that. Working out is always great. I highly recommend try at least once a heavy cardio, fighting sports like training, Muay Thai, etc. I was doing kickboxing when I was a kid. It was not for me. It feels good to burn off some stress. That is exactly it, right? It feels good to burn off some stress. It feels good to relax. It feels good to push yourself. It feels good to drain yourself. And afterwards, you have this amazing feeling in your body that you've done something, right? You don't get any endorphins by streaming. Not as much as I get from working out, right? And I don't like people filming in the gym, right? I think people filming in the gym is super bad, okay? There's some controversy around that. People, yeah, of course you can film in the gym. There's nothing wrong with filming in the gym, and I want to record my progress and all that. That's fine, okay? But what do you think it feels like for someone who has never set foot in the gym in their entire life? They've just had a hamburger for New Year's and decide now it's time. I'm gonna lose a few pounds, right? I'm gonna do this thing. I'm gonna feel better about myself. Walk into the gym, and there's a couple of meat mountains standing around screaming at their own reflection in the mirror. On the other side, there's a dude with a phone doing a selfie, right? Filming everything in the gym along with that, right? You're gonna feel pretty shit, right? You're not gonna feel like, yeah, you know what? I want to be part of whatever you're doing, right? Can you film me, right? I want that. No. You want to at least get into it, get into the swing of it, and you don't want some fucker walking around with their phone, filming themselves and everything else, right? The last thing you do when you go to the gym is want someone to use you as an how not to do it example, right? It's up there with fuckers talking to you while you're working out, right? Okay, I want to save my breath for the workout. I don't want to have a conversation with you, okay? I just want to work out, do my thing. I put my headphones in. I don't even have music half the time, right? I just don't want anyone to come out and talk to me, right? No, absolutely not, right? Clipped and shipped. Change the title to Old Man Does Ranting While Listening to Cute Music. Is the music cute? Do you feel like the music is cute? Phone ban at gyms. I would be going there if they have some proper music instead. Yeah, no. You need your phone. You need your phone. And you know what? I have filmed myself in the gym, right? But I do this when there's no one there. And I do it to check my form. I am very, very cautious with how I place my phone and what I do. And the moment I hear the door, I go and take my phone down and turn it off, right? I would never stand there and film. But you look at any fitness video, you got lots of people walking around in the background. They didn't want to be there. They don't want that. All the fitness influencers, they're going to be like, yeah, of course you should be allowed to film in the gym. That's their revenue, right? That's where they get their money from. If you take the camera out of the gym, then they're all going to have to buy home gyms. And that shit's expensive, man. Now, oh man, there was like worst thing was one of the dudes, right? So there's this guy called Athlean, right? Guy's been doing YouTube content for a long time, showing you how to do exercise and all that stuff. And one of the things that I liked about the guy was he talks about being a physiotherapist at some point, and he talks about the importance of doing right exercise when you're old, because I'm not young, right? So when you get a bit older, you have to take a little bit more care. When you're 20 something, right? You can go grab the heaviest thing in the gym that you can find and then lift it with your back, and you're gonna limp for half a minute and then you'll be fine again, right? If I walk in through the doors incorrectly, I'll be bedridden for a week, right? So this guy talks about this. Go do the gym thing, do important things, throw some face pulls in there, right? It's pretty good. Then he does a video where he talks about these YouTubers have influenced me and I respect these YouTubers and all that. And he starts talking about fucking Joe Rogan. I'm like, what are you talking about, right? It's like, oh, yeah, I like Joe Rogan. And if you like Joe Rogan, that's on you. I don't care. But it's like, oh, I like Joe Rogan. I like Mr. Beast. And I'm like, you're just naming like big YouTube, big content creators. Why are you doing this? What does this have to do with workout, right? I get it, right? I get it. The dude only has, what, 12 million subscribers and he needs some more, right? But there are good fitness influencers out there. There are good people who train natty. There are good people who actually try to have some science to back it up. Honestly, all the science is bullshit. If you try to make sense of fitness science, you're gonna explode, right? You could be like, oh, you should do low rep, high volume. No, wait, high rep, low. You should do all weight standing on your head. You should wear your underwear on your arm when you work out. Only drink water that's passed through a rat. Only hug llamas. What am I doing now, right? Let's just go to the gym and work out and don't fuck up your joints. You'll be fine, right? It just drives me crazy, right? Jeff Nippard is good for that. Jeff Nippard claims to be natty, and I believe him, right? He did a good video talking about steroids. He did a good video showing you the gains from steroids, right? The video was a bit scary, right? Because the video makes it look like take steroids for a couple of months and I'll be as jacked as I want to be, right? But it obviously in reality is not going to be that. But Jeff Nippard, I got respect for that guy, right? He does all right. He has done a lot of videos. He tries to back his stuff up with science, and he does not promote steroids. And I believe him when he says that he's natty as well, right? So absolutely. Get a biology PhD at that point. Yeah, I don't believe half the stuff that's out there, right? The only thing I trust when I work out is how my body feels. Okay. My code is backed by a compiler. I don't need science. I got Jesus in my corner. Who do you got? Scratch that. There's no Jesus in my corner. He left. Also, bouldering is really nice if you don't have a specific plan, just want to get some intense exercise. Yeah. I actually think that could be quite fun too, right? Speaking of which, I'm gonna take my kid indoor climbing soon. Once the weather improves a little bit. I understand the irony of that, but that's more about accessibility to vehicle. I got the JVM in my corner. all right. Look, I've been ranting and rambling about the bullshit that is out there, okay? And I'm not really a cynical person, really, but you know. Yeah, natty. So natty is a term for someone who doesn't do steroids, and I don't think that you can claim natty under the guise of being a fitness influencer if you have ever done steroids, right? And if you want to know what the difference between taking a protein powder shake and doing steroids in terms of like, oh, but isn't creatine like performance enhancing? Isn't caffeine performance enhancing? Everything in moderation, right? Maybe you have a situation in your life where you medically is given testosterone or whatever, right? Or steroids of some kind, right? There are many types of steroids. There's steroids that you rub on your skin because you have a rash, right? It's very different from injecting chemicals into your body, right? Vastly different to inject chemicals that alters your body so drastically. Right? I think only a facetious person would try to make that argument, pretend that there is no big difference, right? I think you're an idiot if you reason that there is no difference between drinking caffeine in coffee and taking steroids, right? You're a lunatic and you need to stop it, right? Didn't you claim that you're a chill person yesterday too? Yeah, eventually it'd be true, wouldn't it, right? Yeah, but yesterday was the only time in, I think, 4 years of streaming that I have, almost 4 years of streaming, that I've actually snapped at someone, right? Before that, there was one person that refused to listen to what I said. They kept asking a question, and I kept giving them the answer, what they should do, and they just kept asking the same question over and over again, and I asked them very politely but a little bit rash with, what part of what I'm saying do you not understand? Why aren't you listening to what I'm saying? But there you go. No, don't go look at that, right? It was a different thing, right? Don't go look at that. Let's be honest, most girls on steroids grow better beard than 80% of men. Fair enough, yeah. I'm not proud that I lost my cool, right? I'm not happy. I bet it was lost in translation. That's possible. That's possible. But I'm also just a human, right? And if this is not justifying snapping at people, right? No one should snap at anyone, right? But I have to remind people that I am a human, right? And I too have shit days, all right? And if I have a shit day and someone keeps pushing my buttons, then I'm less likely to be able to accept bullshit, right? But anyway, I'm over it. I hope you're over it. I hope they're over it. It's not a thing we need to dwell on, right? I try, Monchi. Why is that the question everyone asks now? Are you human?
Are you human?
Have you bought your human contract yet? I'm totes my boats a bunny, right? If I was a bunny, I would be content, right? My bunnies just lay around all day, eat food, eat snacks, and then just jump around, do little somersaults or whatever they do, right? Super chill. The moment I wake up in the morning, they just run to sit outside the door. So when I open the door, they're standing there looking at me and then waiting for me to go down, get snacks, give snacks to one bunny, and then have to go back up again because the other bunny don't want to go down the stairs. And I gave snacks to the other bunny, but I have to hurry because when the first bunny is done, it's going to run upstairs and steal the snacks from the other bunny, right? It's a very political situation there, right? There's a limit to how polite anyone can be. You're a good AI, you can do it, right? Yeah, there is that, right? But I mean, I don't expect people to accept everything I do, right? It's not like I'm not an exception to any rules, right? Like people are definitely allowed to be pissed off with me getting pissed off at them. That is completely valid, right? But that doesn't mean that I won't get pissed off every now and then, right? It happens. Anyway, and relax. Maybe we should have some chamomile tea instead of all that heavy metal tea I've been drinking. Okay, so scoping a single value, what does that mean? That means that we're going to produce the new inner context, but we can't do that, right? We can't do... well, this would have to return a new context. Let's just get a scope then, shall we? Oh, we can get a mutable reference to scopes, can't we? No, because this one is immutable. Maybe we can make this public, and then from here, we can do this, right? What's he doing now? What's all this bullshit text is writing? Oh, well, I'm sorry. Sometimes you just gotta program, okay? Code is back. I'm gonna go back there as well. My chat eclipse at work while you're working. All right, yes. Rust and Vim. Oh, right. Sorry, I read eclipse as like, is there a solar eclipse? That I understand it's eclipse. How can you work in eclipse? Surely it hasn't started yet, right? Sick burn, mate. Enjoy your work though, right? And sorry for mangling your name earlier, right? I'm sure it's all good. I said. All right, we only have one viewer on YouTube. How's my YouTube career going? Come visit Cat Peasant the Swole and witness the fitness. Oh, I like that though. Witness the fitness, right? Witness the fitness. Keck dubs to all, man. Keck dubs. All right, let's make this mutable. So then this one will return inner. So this will give us an inner context, which will have ownership of that we can deal with. Although this is in and of itself is kind of stupid that we're doing this. YouTube is for lurkers. I got some YouTube chats going on. Oh, that sounds beautiful. That sounds absolutely beautiful. To be fair, I don't use much of the LSP stuff, right? At least they pay Western money. Very good. Very good. Yeah, it's all about the Benjamins, man. So this would have to be a frame and expression. And then this thing has to have a lifetime of frame. Man, this is going to be beautiful. I'll tell you what, though. Come on. You got this. You can do it. Should I do like motivational things for you guys? Or would you be into that, right? Like I could do that. We could do that. Like, just do it thing, right? I don't have a green screen, but I can have a green screen instead. But it'd be like, just do it, man. Just do it. Do you feel motivated? I'm into motivational stuff. I'm wondering if there's like a book that I've. Oh my god! Double Trouble. welcome to the YouTube world. It's very different, isn't it? Right? It's very different over there, isn't it? See, I can't mention you guys by name because some of you don't have the same name on YouTube as you do on Twitch, right? So I'm a little bit cautious, right? Okay, inner context is gonna have another inner context, isn't it? Right? So we'll have a state that's gonna be self.inner.state, and it's gonna have scopes, which is gonna be self.inner.scopes. Shape. Yes. Okay, we're not ready for that yet. Make something. Okay. Damn it, why? Oh, right, sorry. Well, then you have to have a lifetime of a frame, otherwise we're going to be completely snookered. Oh, no, wait. We're supposed to get an owned inner context. Can the inner context have a parent that is... Wait. What? Weirder when I have both audio playing. How much of a latency is there for you though, right? That was lewd. Everything is. We did, Enrico, and it was a complete train wreck. You missed it. You would have loved it. But it's your word tomorrow, Enrico. Not much. That's impressive, Temporis. I kind of like that. Yeah, 6 tries. And the last one, man, it was a showstopper, I tell you what. Okay, so we're supposed to call inner for this thing to do something. We're not gonna have make something. I think that seems a little bit. Actually, we are. We're gonna have this thing return self. That is true. Okay, so what is this thing complaining about now, right? Because we added copy and clone here. Man, sometimes I forget. All right, I forget. There we go. There we go, right? Can I put the kettle on now? Can we reward ourselves with a little bit of tea and a little bit of pee? I mean, not for consuming, but I need to go to the bathroom soon. I don't know why I say that. I don't think we have to say that on stream, do we? Everybody peas. Mushy peas. Not that kind of peas. Okay, so we're gonna the flow is gonna be first calling inner, then calling make something, right? So this will be new scope. There might be, you had to make it worse. There might be a level, and you know, I'm not gonna kink shame anyone, but I think we were gonna avoid that topic here, right? Pirate Software is playing out the wilds. Oh, cool. Oh, my viewership just went down again. Thanks a lot, Temporis. Oh, you have 10 viewers. Alright, okay, so sabotage. DLC, yeah, I haven't finished it yet, right? Brittle Hollow is my arch nemesis. Okay, so are we doing the right thing there? So we're gonna get the inner context so we can now scope the values that we want to scope, right? So let's scope like we never scoped before, right? Public function scope. We're gonna have a mutable reference to self. We're gonna have a key. We're gonna have a value, which is a scope value. Okay, and then we have to match on self-to-scopes. If it's none, then self-to-scopes is going to be made shape. This isn't going to work. It really does, doesn't it? Oh, the frustration. The frustration with this. It's the thing is, we can't do this. We need to work with the scope directly. So first we have to make a new inner, then we have to make a new scope. And then we have to assign the scope, right? So the scope itself sets the values. What's in here? Okay, so this is owned. That's at least something. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go and get some water shortly. Yeah, it does. Okay, so we need a scope. That's what we need. So scopes themselves can own a scope. So here is where we can scope the value. But we have to have a reference to the scope though. Okay, so scoping, this is super weird now. Scoping is going to return a scope. Thank you for the follow. So if we do this, man, my voice is going away. All right, so we need to create a new scope here. So we're just gonna do a scope from these values, right? And then, oh man, there's like the level of nonsense. I was gonna say a level of abstraction, more level of nonsense, right? So do we even have a scope? No, but we can import a scope. Okay, so we're just gonna set the key and the value for this thing. The key has to be static, otherwise that ain't gonna work. That's fine. Value is value, right? So scope's gonna have a key and a value. So far, so good. Okay, well then we'll make this thing public. We don't care. Do I sing? Not if I want to keep any viewers after Temporis just unloaded everyone over to Pirate Software. I'm kidding, of course. No, I don't sing. It's against TOS. What's my native language? Yes. I just speak 300 languages. If you don't believe me, you are wise. Okay, so this gives us a new scope. And then now we're going to store the scope. Rust is as native as we're gonna get, right? Okay, we need to name this something. And it still needs mutable access to south. And it's gonna have a reference to a scope. And that's gonna be a frame. So self.scopes, we're going to match on self.scopes. Now, this is where things are differing a little bit here. If we have none, then, oh, shit, we can't, can we? I don't think scopes are actually owned. No, they're all references. Oh, okay. But an owned scope can belong to scopes in plural. So then we can do... We can do that. No, but that's the wrong thing again. Now come back here, E. Oh man, I really, really, really want the tea. So that's the level of my singing. So parent can come from self. So parent becomes self.parent. Nope, doesn't. Self.scopes. And current becomes scopes. Oh, no, that's a scope right there, right? Which we can generate from here. Oh, shit. Am I completely out of it? Yes, yes, I am. Scope. Key and value. And then the current is the scope. And that's what we return. Damn it. Okay, that works, right? It's a little bit confusing what we're doing here. I don't think anyone's keeping up with this anymore. I'm like, what are we doing here? Welcome to my stream. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know who you are. Why are you even here? This bottle is empty. Oh, what have I done with my life? No, we don't do that. All right, so we're going to write a scope, but we're not going to write a scope. We're going to write a scopes. Do you want some kind of lifetime here, maybe? And the same thing goes for you. Yeah. You're not wrong, Yak. Well, I'm gonna show you these things shortly, right? I have some demos. I can show some demos. I wish I have a cool, more interactive demo than the one I have. The one I have is pretty shit. All right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make this thing work. Then I'm gonna go put the kettle on and top up my water bottle with some fizzy water. Then I'm gonna sit down and do a demo and show you guys how absolutely much fun you can have in the terminal with your pants on, right? Because let me tell you about those X-rated terminal apps, man. Whew, that ANSI graphics, man, all rated. Okay, so this thing is supposed to write a scope to self. And self to scopes is what? We can find out by just hopping over here. It's an option of references to scopes, right? So this one produces the scopes that we're then gonna use here. We could also do this with a closure if we hate ourselves, but we don't, because we love ourselves. And if we don't, we should learn to love ourselves. It's very important. Then if scopes is empty, then self.scopes is going to be some scopes, right? If it's some, well, heck, what? We're already passing self scopes in here to parent. So we're just going to say that self.scopes is equal to some scopes. I mean, why overcomplicate things? Because we can. Gotta put them on first. Hey, man. Whatever floats your goat. Dogs don't have pants. This is true in most cases, right? And I choose to imagine that this is the case because animals and clothes don't go well together, right? Okay, let's create a context and scope of value, and I'm gonna tell you about this nonsense that we're dealing with now, right? This is what we're supposed to scope, all right? So we got ourselves a context. This is the beginning of the application, right? As far as the runtime is concerned, which we haven't talked about yet, the MySpace will be the root state that we're passing in. As a matter of fact, we're going to import state for unit, okay? Just because we can. All right, we got ourselves a state, we got ourselves a context. Now we want to be able to write values into the context. We want to be able to scope values, and we're going to start off by scoping these root values, right? So let's get ourselves some states to write to. So we'll do context dot scopes. Is that a thing? No. Scope. Is that a thing? No. Oh, bungle this. All right, yeah, no, we need the inner one, right? We need inner. So it's going to be context dot shape. I don't remember. Inner. Ah, so we're going to call inner to get the inner. Gotcha. Okay. 2 arguments. Why? There's no reason. Okay. Why? I thought we made this public. We did not. Okay, public it is. Back to it. Okay, so now we have the thing that we can scope values to. We are now ready to scope. Exclamation mark. Okay, and then we need to have a scope to write to. But we're going to circumvent that. So we're just going to create a scope. So inner dot scope. And then we're going to pass in the values. So the first thing we're going to pass in is the other. Apparently it's the root of things, right? So other has a scope value. Hello. Hello. Okay, fix it. Really? Didn't I add functions for this? Apparently I did not. Okay, let's impl scope value. We're going to have a function called D for deferred that is going to take a key, which is going to be having a lifetime of expression. And it's going to be a string size. And it's going to return. Oh. Where did my terminal go? Terminal? Where are you? Come back. I love you. Oh, there you are. Okay. Self. Key. Easy, right? But now we're supposed to make a value. So we're going to call this thing V. And that's a value. Sorry, val, because I was apparently a bit lazy. Val. Val, how do you do? Okay. I don't know. Scope value has a function called B, not B, V. Okay. Deferred needs a static. Oh, right. You need to be static. Although technically it could be expr. All right. We don't have to be confused about that, right? What do you have against closures? Nothing until they consume your entire application. So when you have something like Larky over here, right? And then in here, you're going to have another closure. And then subsequently, you're going to have another closure, right? That's what I got against closures, right? The thing that they force upon you. And now we have to do inner.scope, the scope. No, assign scope. Ta-da! Okay, so now we should be able to drop inner. We don't actually have to call drop inner, okay? Drop inner is going to be on its own, right? We just have to do context.get other. That should give us a value back. We don't even have a get function. Who wrote this? Huh? Who wrote this piece of love? All right, so that one seemed to have been mixed in with this one. So let's fix that up, right? New scope. Yeah, new scope. Okay, so I forgot to do that. So we're done scoping. So now we have to say that context is equal to inner.new context, right? No, I don't think so. It's gonna be context.new context, passing the inner in instead. Now we're cooking, right? Okay, and then we just have to add a get function here that takes a reference to self and a key and returns an option or a scope value. It shouldn't really return a scope value as far as we're concerned when we're done, right? But it does, right? Passing functions isn't too bad, but when you have something that, let's say, do you want to mutate things through a closure and you want to mutate something else together with it in a closure, you end up with all these closures, right? It'll be a closure of closures, right? A cloud of closures. So self.inner.get a key, then the inner one has to have a get function too. Option, scope value, and self.scopes get key. Well, we're gonna do this. Scopes is equal to self.scope, otherwise it's gonna be a pain to debug. Scopes, val, then val. All right. Ow, you fiddlestick. Okay, now we need expression in here. No method name called get on scopes. Well, then we're gonna have to add ourselves a little method name to scopes. Bet. Ah, it propagates, doesn't it? Okay. Oh yeah, question marks. Totes cool. So when we have to ask the current scope. So self.current.get key. All right. Well, we're not done yet. VD. Oh, okay, fine. We're gonna import this thing. No, we're not. Why bother, right? All right, if it's false, then we need to ask the parent self.parent.get key. Ta-da! Ta-da! Okay, so here's our value. So finally, we can print out our value. They're supposed to be called top, but whatever, we just print this out. None? Why? Okay, the debugging starts now. We have scoped something to other with the value of now. And we're passing the scope in here to scopes that we're returning. Then we're assigning this scope to our inner context. And then we are creating a new context based on the inner context and we're calling get. All right, debug time. Step into get. Step into inner get. Get some scopes. Okay, that was empty. So self.scopes is nothing. Okay, how did we get there? Oh man. So scopes is gonna be coming from self.scopes, which is some. Which is none. Wait, how did you... No. Why did that say some? There's some funky memory nonsense there. Okay, so we have an inner context with a get function that we can't call for some reason. Alright, let's follow the... Let's make sure that we have... hello. Let's start off by getting our inner. That returns an inner context with our own scopes. And then we pass in that inner to this guy to make a new context with that. Okay, so far so good. Getting a dog. Man, getting a dog is very important though, right? It's dog-driven development, right? DDD. You might have heard of it, right? Martin Fowler and the dog-driven development, right? Okay, so when we create an inner, we should have nothing in our scope here. That is none. That is correct, okay? Then we scope this value. So this scope should have an inner. Well, let's rerun this thing. So we create a new scope here. So this scopes has a current. And then we're gonna assign this scope. So scopes is some scopes, right? Let's dereference that, right? Where we have the other key in there. Yeah, so now we set that to self for our inner. Then we're assigning this to our context. So our context inner now. Well, it can't deal with the state, but we can look at the scope. Why? Why are you empty The question mark is a short form for writing this code out. Let x equals match value, some value, there's a value, none, return none. Whoops. This whole block can be replaced with let x equals val question mark, right? So the question mark basically outputs this. So this is hinging on your function returning an option, right? Which is why we can't use it in a main function, right? But I'm more surprised that this context doesn't seem to have anything in the inner. So when we're assigning this thing, we're saying the scopes is equal to some scopes, right? So we definitely have scopes. And when we do this thing, we're gonna assign this inner. Whoa. Slow down there. And when we call get, so this is our new, oh my god. All right. Okay, we have to take ownership of you. And that means we have to move you in. And ta-da! There's our value. Whew, what a journey to get a value. Have you ever been this excited about the words hello? I know I haven't. All right. Guys, I brought Vim of the Week back. All right. There's some new Vim tricks up here. They're not exactly exciting, but I remember that VGV is one of those things I forget exists. So I want to highlight that. So if I select a whole block of text like this, and then I move away and do something else, VGV, bam, select again, right? Move away and bam, select again. And then O can jump the cursor between the different ends of the selection, right? There we go. This stream has now been educational. Okay, so we've scoped other, and now we're gonna do some more scoping. More scoping. We're actually gonna scope two values, right? As you should be, right? Code compiling it is so cool. So when we call assign, ship, that's wrong. Bling. It's fine. How are you today? Okay, so we have I would like to be able to scope multiple values with inner, but we can't. So we make a new scope and we set that as the current. Although nothing. I'm selling these fine leather jackets via Discord. Wait, is that you, cat peasant? Nah, that can't be you. Okay, so we have to move things now. So we can scope multiple values. No, I don't know why I thought that. I don't worry about it, man. I'm a confused elderly person. It's fine. I would like to scope multiple values though. But these are references. So scoping from within scopes has to take self. Although it does. So parent becomes self. So we should be able to just call scope value again. Where do we actually call scope value? Nowhere? We just call scope. Welcome back, Crispy. How are you doing? Do we use this function at all? No, we don't use this function at all. Do we have immutable access to scopes at all? We do not. So inner scope gives us back scopes, which we scope with a value, and then we could do that, and then the scope dot scope value, key and scope value v root. Does this work? This doesn't return anything, does it? It returns south fiddlesticks. So that would become a new scope, and then it's not even mutable, right? Okay, so can we get rid of that? Can we copy it? Can we use key here? And that works. It does work. Oh, right. Yes, sorry. I do that sometimes. Sometimes when I write some nonsense, I will do this just because I don't know what to put there, and then do away with these things. I thought it was the question mark operator. No, that code would not compile, right? Chrono Trigger. Morning, Julio. Bom dia to you. What's the best way to learn Rust? Just start programming and accept that the language is going to drive you crazy. And I think you'll have a good time. Yeah, the book is really good to start with, right? Yeah, it was a bit of a hand-wavy answer from me there, wasn't it? Oh man, can we do this with a mutable? We can't though, because we're gonna move south. Like, we couldn't take a mutable reference to self, and then no, that would just be beans and bananas, wouldn't it? Did you read K&R like everyone else, Crispy? Okay, so scope value get beans and bananas. that could be the title of a Rust book. Writing Rust with beans and bananas. Or just beans and bananas. No context, right? Just beans and bananas. Picture of beans and bananas on the title, right? On the cover. No one will understand what it means. What does it mean? It means beans. Beans means beans. Have we lost our marbles enough yet? Yes. Yes. Okay, so now we need to scope another value. And now we're gonna scope a key to a key. So we have to do this thing to scope. And what are we gonna scope? We're gonna scope key to key. So we should be able to get key again. And we do. And if we scope key to other, we get root. So this one's pointing to root now. And this one is pointing to... Well, it's pointing to root again. I wanted to point to hello. How do we point this thing to hello? we point this thing to key to other. Right, it's going to the wrong value anyway. Bollocks. Why is this thing not getting the scope value? All right, well then, how do we find out? Wait a second. Ready to scope? We went done scoping. Done scoping has to happen first. Okay, there's no way I'm gonna mess this up, right? So can we get hello now? And then we get the third others, right? And when we get to the third value, we're gonna follow it, right? We're gonna follow it to we can't follow it no more. Okay, so let's pop over here. We're gonna get the value. And this is the important part, right? This is where we have to do this correctly. Thank you for the follow, A25690756. Yes, my uncle's got the same name. What is your opinion on writing functions that have branching? However, you always know which branch will be taken during compile times. You could make two functions out of it, but you can also keep it as one, so it's more confined in a way. Writing functions that have branching. There's nothing wrong with branching in a function, right? Please tell me this is not one of those don't use else statement things again, right? I already been ranting about workout on a Rust stream. We can't do more things, right? Can't be crying about more stuff. No, I'm kidding, Roberto, right? I'm just having a go. There is nothing wrong with branching in your code, right? If you are aware of branching and the impact it has on your CPU executing instructions and the likes, then you already have an answer, right? So as with everything, it depends on what you're doing, right? Do you care about branching code if you got a very limited amount of memory and CPU power? Then maybe you do. Do you care about branching code in your Python web framework? Probably not, right? Legibility and maintenance is super important of code, right? So do not make dumb decisions that gives you a negligible amount of performance at the cost of basically making your code unreadable, right? But there are things like branchless code, right? There's a whole video on it, right? If you want like branchless C++, right? Or branch shells if you can't write. Okay, branchless C++. There's a video in here somewhere that you can go and watch. Maybe, I don't know which one. This dude used to stream on Twitch, didn't he? Damn it, I forgot the name now. But they used to stream on Twitch. And they are the Cherno, that's the one, right? That's the one, right? But just go and look at this thing, right? This probably has some kind of branchless nonsense, right? If you're interested in these things, right? But yeah. When demo? We'll see. We're almost there, right? We just have to resolve the deferred values. But when we resolve the deferred value, we cannot look at the parents, right? So in the earlier code I wrote to demonstrate what this is doing and explain why we can't do it, right? We had a really? Did I delete the code? No, there it is, right? We did this, right? So we kind of did this kind of sort of possibly maybe entirely bananas thing where we recursively went into the get one, but we skipped the top part of this thing. We skipped what we already passed, so we would only dereference from underneath us, right? And we're gonna do the same thing here, right? So when we call get, we have to now follow this thing to inner and to scopes. And when we get here, we're gonna match on this thing, right? We're gonna match on self.current value. It's not current value, you muppet. It's just current. Scope value val. That's our value. If it's deferred, no, man, it's scope value. Deferred, and that's a key here. Right? Then from here on out, we'll do self.parent get key. So we can basically scope a value to ourselves, but it's never gonna work, right? I do. It might come as a surprise, but I've been programming Python for decades. I am well versed within the art of Python. Ship. Current. Oh yeah, now we have to check the key. No, we don't. Oh no, we have to check the value. Hello, Mad Gatting. Oh wow, thank you for enjoying it. I completely forgot about those videos. I didn't think anyone actually watched them anymore. That's super nice of you to say. Hello. All right, so here we're gonna get to the nitty gritty of this stuff, right? So as soon as I can get out of visual mode, right? Okay, so we can scope this key to other. We should now be able to scope another value. Yes, please. Okay, let me just text my kid. Yes, of course. We are having lasagna. I get into these really idiotic things. I start singing like a jingle or something stupid. And I just go and repeat this thing, and all of a sudden the rest of my family will start singing these dumb jingles and get really annoyed with them. I was thinking mostly so you have some leftovers. Oh man, my wife is being so wonderful. I was thinking about making lasagna today, mostly so that you have some leftovers. The child can eat them tomorrow, and you can make your super spicy chili for yourself if you want to. Oh man, she looks after my nonsense. Okay, how good is that? Okay, so we should be able to scope key to key to key to key, and we should still get the other, which is hello. Even though we do all of this, this should still say scope value hello. If it does, we're done. We're done. Okay. Well, I had to travel. I was gonna say I had to travel the globe, but I had to travel Europe to find her, though, right? And I found her in a pub. I was hanging out with a friend. I found her in a pub. We started talking. We just stood there talking for hours. She wouldn't let me buy her a drink, though. It's just like, nah, like in my world, when someone wants to buy me a drink, they want something, and I'm like, oh, just enjoying the conversation, right? But you know, if I have to spend money, it's fine, right? Yeah, so we're like hanging out in this pub, talking for several hours. I think we stood like talking for 3 hours, and she had to leave with her friends, and she gave me her phone number, but she gave me the wrong phone number. Anyway. Does she ever braid my hair? She's done it once because she wanted to, and my kid has done it a few times as well. I'm not super into it though, right? But she does it before she goes to the gym, and I do like the man bun thing, and I can understand why she does it though, right? Because when you lay down on the bench and you have the man bun thing in the way, it's not comfortable. Yeah, so I did think she was getting me the phone off, right? I think she did on purpose first, but you know, like a stalker. Actually, I called my friend Nisha, right? And I said, Nisha, And she's like, why do you keep calling me? And I said, shut up about that now. Listen to this. Now, I called my friend Nisha and I said, listen, I met this girl. She's absolutely fantastic. I think she gave me the wrong phone number and I don't know if she did it on purpose. It's like super weird if I do try to get in touch with her. I mean, worst case scenario, she's gonna be like, no, I'm not interested. I thought you'd catch the hint, right? But it felt like we had such a good connection, right? And she's like, no, you're fine. It's not, because like, what's the stalker level on this thing? She said, no, you're fine. Do it, man. But the thing is, I looked at the phone number and then I tried to swap. I was stuck on a road in the woods and a cow was blocking my way. And rather than trying to assault the cow with my ninja skills, the cow was there, the ninja skills were not. And I asked the cow politely to move, but it was stood there for a while, blocking the whole road. We couldn't move past it, right? So I stood there and I looked at my phone and I thought, what if she just punched a digit wrong, right? And I looked at my mate's phone, which was the phone that she punched in the number on, right? And I thought, you know what? She could have swapped some digits around, right? Or rather, instead of pressing 3, she might have pressed 6, kind of thing, right? And I tried some different permutations, and I texted her. I was like, hi, sorry, I don't know if you remember this. I talked to you, if this is the right person. I talked to you at this pub, and I felt like we had a great time, and I want to talk to you again. I don't know if this is the right number. The original number didn't work. It gives her an out as well if she doesn't want to talk with me, right? But she did reply. It says, yes, that was me, and then we had a good laugh about that. Imagine if I hadn't done that, or how different my life would have been. I got a wife, I got a kid, I got a house, everything. How incredibly different my life would have been if I would not have pursued her, right? But that is if a woman says like, no, I'm not interested, then that no means no, okay? Accidental phone number, that's one thing. But if she goes, no, I'm not interested, and you'd be like, but I have a good time, okay? That is not an incentive to pursue it, okay? You could have turned into a cat lady, right? Yeah, I mean, I got the implants as well, all right? The cat lady implants. I definitely wouldn't have tried texting different permutations. No, I think, so normally I wouldn't, right? If this was a fling or whatever, but I connected so well with this person that I really, really wanted to make sure that I didn't lose out on something, right? Cow for the win. Yeah, no, it was good. And then she agreed to go on a date with me, and then she left me standing in the rain for 40 minutes. And then she texted, and then I texted her saying like, hi, I've been standing here for like 40 minutes. And she replied, oh, sorry, I can't go out with you today. I thought so she did send me a text message about that, but I never saw the text message, right? So to this day, it's a running joke though, right? She claims to have sent me a text message and I don't believe her, but I keep pretending like I don't. Say, yeah, you just left me standing in the rain, right? Yeah, I know, sort of how it's done. There's a post about it on the Discord, right? So yeah, no, it was good though, right? It was good. But then she couldn't go out with me, and I just went back to my friend's house and go, well, this is shit. But then she got in touch with me and said, okay, we can go out now. I was like, all right, cool. So but she contacted me and said it wasn't like first a phone off and then like, yeah, let's go on a date and then not turn up, right? It was she did reschedule a date, right? And I met her and we went for a walk by the beach and all of that. I said some really cheesy stuff, right? I'm not gonna share that with you guys. There is no amount of subs in the world, but I thought it was really smooth. I was not. It was super cheesy, but it's funny, right? I pretended to be this profound, intelligent person, and she goes like, have you tried Rust? I was like, what's that? And she's like, okay, I'm gonna go and make myself a cup of tea and top on my water, and then we're gonna implement this thing. All right, I'll be right back. right. I is back. Let's see, what did I miss? What did I miss now? There we go. Welcome to the Discord. Those of you who are new. Okay. Now, I didn't know there's so many of you that actually use SourceHut, right? Have you guys checked out Codeberg? I think Codeberg looks more interesting than SourceHut. Maybe different things though, right? Maybe different things. Okay, so this is working now. We can scope values. This is probably going to be a little bit slower than what we have, but it's going to be correct, which is better than what we have. But you can see how this kind of works like a linked list though, right? Hello, Booty. So you can see how it kind of works like a linked list. Then what we're doing is we're just reassigning a value and we're then reparenting stuff, right? So this is stuff that can all be stored on the stack though, right? It breaks updating. Oof. Oh, isn't Charm the go-to thing? Forms in the terminal. We can do that. Easy peasy. How is this a business model? What do they do? Can we just copy this but in Rust and then make a business? What do you guys think? Okay, so some of you want a demo before I continue with this thing, right? So welcome to this stream. If you don't know what I'm doing here, I'm working on a terminal user interface, and specifically this has a template language which allows you to describe your user interfaces using a template. To show you an example of such a template, we can take the input template, right? Which is having a vertical stack where we are expanding all of this stuff to fit inside the remaining space once we've done this layout. We're just going to put a border around something. We're going to inflate that thing as well. Then we're going to have another vertical stack inside there, and we're going to just loop through a bunch of text messages and show the text messages, right? And then here we have an input, or this thing is represent the input. And then what was done was my teaser. I'll be right back. In the middle of demo. Okay, where were we? Right. Okay, so we have this, all these widgets, right? This language is white space aware, and we're doing this to keep the amount of text as to a minimum, right? If we put curly brackets around all of this stuff, it would just double in size. But anyway, so you have a widget, and none of these widgets have any. Okay, this one has an attribute. So you have a widget, you have an attribute, and you can have some text, right? Is this the right one? Let's go into temp and clone the main branch, right? Because I am currently working on this thing, right? So all this does is simulates an input, right? So I can type, arguably, and when I hit enter, we're gonna push the text here, right? We're gonna push some input to an output, right? Right. So let's go back and look at what this thing actually looks like, right? Whoops. And let's see that in temp. Our input. Okay. So we can see this vertical stack, which is wrapping everything, right? Which is why we have these on 2 lines, right? If I change this to be a horizontal stack and I change the size of this border to be a fixed width, right? To be a width of 10. Now, it would move this input to the left side of this. Why am I telling you this thing? There you go, right? Now it's on the left, right? And we have proper word wrapping as well, which you can't see because I don't type actual words. All right. So proper word wrapping, you can redesign without having to rebuild, okay? Let's move this to the other side. Let's move this to the other side of everything. Saving that, I'm not going to cargo run this thing. Instead, I'm just going to go to target, grab the input, and all of a sudden, this thing is on the other side, right? Want to change something like the foreground color of this thing, right? We're going to make it red for no reason. Rerun it, it's red. It's read, right? So this is a very simple language, right? That only have the widgets, and just like you would in HTML, you just compose things, right? Now I did show someone the other day how we can actually make reusable widgets, right? Something that I hadn't really thought about, but you can certainly do that, right? And if we want to look at the Rust code for this thing, where am I? Wrong. There we go, right? Let's split that. Let's go into temp instead. If we look at the input, the Rust code for this thing, we can zoom this in a little bit. So we just look at this thing. Let's start with the basic one, right? So the basic one is, well, it's very basic, isn't it? Let's run the basic. Do we have the basic compiled? Cargo run example basic. Oh, right. Sorry, I broke the basic one to establish the bug, right? There we go, right? So this very basic example here, we can look at this thing first, right? And let's open up the basic, the template, right? So the template is just a vertical stack with a text element. How many times do I love UT? All right, we have a for loop in there just to show that we have a for loop. We can have conditionals in here just to show that we have if statements as well, right? And you can make more complex if statements, right? And 1 is equal to 1, right? I don't know why you would do that, but you can if you wanted to, right? You can also write, you can also mix things inside your text, right? So here it says 3 times, but we can do 3 multiplied by 10 here, right? So if you rerun this thing, it's going to do 0, 1, 20, 30, right? So you know, obviously all this stuff works, right? Do you have dynamic layouts that depend on the size? I know what you mean. We have a resize event, but let's just go with no for now. That's a thing I'm aware of, but we're gonna go with no for now, right? So what I'm guessing that Brulov is talking about is when you resize something. So we still don't even have proper redraw yet, right? But when you resize something, it should do a different layout for, so you can do things like change between vertical and horizontal, and you know, hide elements and all that stuff, right? It's definitely something that's planned. And the main reason for that is if you don't have enough screen real estate to show something, you might want to decide which ones you show, or you might want to swap to a tabbing layout or anything like that, right? But this code is very, very simple. Is multi-line within if statements enclosed with curly brackets? No, we don't have multi-line curly brackets yet, but we do have multi-line of these, I think. I think this should be okay. No, this one is not okay. However, I do believe that this one might be. No, that one is not okay either. No, it's something that we had at some point. We are going to have it again. There are going to be multi-line for some of these things, but right now it doesn't work. There's going to be multi-line for maps, for instance. So one of the things I'm working on now is that we can have local declaration of values. And of course, if you have to write your map on one line, that's going to be annoying. So we're going to allow for multi-line values here, right? That should work. But let's go back to this thing, right? To get around it, put multi-line in a function calls. We haven't implemented the function calls yet, so don't do that. Let's talk about what we actually have though instead. And right now, this is all the Rust code you need to do this, right? You create a runtime, or rather you have a runtime and you have templates. So this is just a string, right? We're just reading this into a string. Then we create a template where we pass in the string that is the template. And then we pass in a state. Right now, we're just passing a unit in. We don't have any state we care about, right? We compile the template and we pass the output to the runtime. And then we tell the runtime to run. So that's really it, right? You create a template, you create a runtime, you tell the runtime to run. In a small application, this is very basic. This is not a problem in a small application, right? You can imagine how you could, well, I mean, this doesn't do anything, right? It's a very, very small thing, right? But then you get into the world of large applications, right? And this is where things get more complicated. So for large applications, we have something called a view. So you can create a view that can be the recipient of events. So anything that should receive events has to be a view. You can think of views kind of similar to components maybe in other frameworks, or sort of an MVC kind of layout, right? Where the view is the controller more than the view logic, right? And you can have multiple templates inside a view, and you can call multiple views inside of views and all this stuff. I'm going to show you views shortly, right? This is like the bare minimum, right? You just create some templates and start a runtime, right? And then you just have to define your template, how it's supposed to look, right? And this is a single pass template language, which is made to mimic the behavior of something like Flutter or Swift UI. I say mimic, but it's a single pass with a constraint in, size out kind of thing, right? If we take a more complicated example, like the input that we have, this one, because here we're actually dealing with state, right? Dealing with state, not that. It's not, because you don't have to create a bunch of widgets and assign a bunch of logic to that. Instead, you write the logic to a view, what is supposed to happen on events, right? And you might have one or more widgets underneath the view, right? So if we were to look at the code for this thing, we can open up the templates, or can we not? All right. We open up the templates, so you can see the templates here, the V stack, which puts these in a vertical stack, right? Expand, which takes all the available space to this guy after it's done the layout for this thing, right? So with expand, we can do things like put a border there. We can put some text here. This be a footer. And we're going to lay out all of this stuff before we get there, right? Now, we can make this thing look a little bit better, right? We can put an 8 stack with a horrible background of... We can even use hexadecimal values for background. Red, green, and blue, right? That's our background. Okay. What a beautiful background that is. Super cool, right? Let's tone this down a little bit instead, right? And then, okay, so this one doesn't sort of do, it just stops there. So we can make it go all the way by just adding a spacer there. And all of a sudden we're saying use all the available space. But unlike this expander guy up here, right, this thing would be used in conjunction with other spaces as well, right? So this means that you could effectively just centralize the text by putting a spacer on the other side. And there you go. Now this is in the center. It's very, very easy to manipulate and do these things, right? You don't even have to rebuild that. At one point, we're going to add hot reloadable flags to the templates. So when you change the text, it will automatically reload the template, right? So expand, you can think of expand as fill. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, you can actually tell expand to fill, right? Dr. Fill. And in doing so, we're calling Dr. Fill everywhere, right? This is hidden inside the fill, right? It's hard to see the fill. Should add a space there and it looks a little bit better, right? So it would just draw that everywhere. Everywhere. Right. Of course, we can make this text have a different color. So if we set the foreground to magenta, I should have picked a word I could spell. This is easier to see now, right? Yes. So let's go and look at the Rust code for this thing, right? For the input. And before I continue, let me just kick this up, right? Let me just pop this open and show you. So if you want to go and look at this thing, if you want to play around with this thing, you can just grab the main branch, okay? Do not use the one on Crates.io. That is super old, okay? And there's a guide here for getting started, which literally has sort of copy and paste of what you can do right now. This guide's going to be updated as soon as I've solved the bug and introduce locals, right? Actually, we're going to do all the variables first, right? But you can just go through the guide. You can see the widgets. You can take something like the expand widgets here. And this explains how it works, right? And because it's text, we don't even need screenshots. Isn't that wonderful, right? Talks about the factor, talks about the fill, how you can use the fill thing and all of that, right? So it's all there. And you should show the documentation. Why is that kappa? We're showing the documentation. What do you want? And then you have the text as well, and you have like all around about widgets and all that stuff, right? But if we look at this thing, we looked at the layout of the code here. Let's look at the Rust code for actually doing the input, right? And before we do that, I want to highlight this code so I can tell you what code to ignore, okay? The only thing we're gonna do to make this thing react to events, right, is first we're gonna declare some kind of struct that represents a state, right? And then we're going to have another struct that represents a view. And then we're going to implement view for the view. And one of the things that we're going to add is the event handling, right? That's going to take a mutable reference itself, an event, child knows, and return an event, right? And we're going to return the event here, right? And then we're going to swap this out, right? To take a view, right? That's the only difference that we're going to do, right? But there's a lot more code because we're filling out all of these. So let me quit out of here, do a rebase. No. Reset. There we go, right? And let's open up the input, okay? So if we start from here, okay, everything is the same. We start the runtime. We pass in the root view now instead of the unit. Everything else is the same. And here we create an instance of the root view, right? This is all annotated with comments as well. So once you loaded a template and associate that template with a view, you compile the templates and you're off to the races. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. We don't need to see this code anymore, right? We're well familiar with that. So let's look at the other stuff, right? Let's talk about the state for a second, right? We have an input and an output. The input is a string. The output is a collection of strings, right? Which is when I hit enter, we're going to take the input and move it to the output, right? Okay. We're going to take the input and move it to the output. That's all we have here. This just represents the data that's available in the template, right? Then we have our root view. And the only thing the root view does, it retains state. State can be internal or external, right? You can pass the state from one view to another through the template, right? Or you can own the state. If you own the state, you can mutate it. If you don't, Well, obviously you can't, right? And we only have to implement this function from the view. The view does not require that you implement any functions, okay? The view can be completely functionless. This will be fine, right? The view has a few functions already, okay? We have the event and the state. So we're going to dump these back in here, right? Then you have a tick. A tick happens on every frame, right? And this runs at 30 frames per second by default, but you have full control of that in the runtime. You can set this to run at 120 frames per second. I don't know why you would, but you can if you want to. Don't do that, but you can if you want to, but don't do that. All right. We have focus and blur is what happens when views receive on focus or on blur, which has to do with tab indexes. And we're not going to talk about that now, right? Can you have a view that owns the state and the others that gets a read-only state? Absolutely. That is absolutely what you can have. And I'm going to show that very shortly. So let's talk about event handling. This is like the biggest code that we have here, right? Every time that we get a key press event, we get a character. We're going to push the character to the input. Remember that you can think of the input as just a string, right? So this push function is the push function of a string, right? This is a string here. If we go to the top, we'll have a string. Wow, my God, it's a lot here, wasn't it? My God, how many functions do you need? There we go. It's a string in here, right? So we're just pushing a character onto the string. We don't have to worry about the state value part here. The state value that wraps the type only says that we can be notified by changes to this thing, right? In a reactive fashion, right? Then we have a backspace, which we just pop this thing again. It's just what a string does. And when we press enter, we're going to take the input, right? We drain the string and we push it to the output, right? So basically we just take the input and push it to the output. That's all we do. That's how we keep adding things to the list, right? You don't have to worry about any of that from the Rust side. And when you're on the front end, you don't have to worry about any of it from the Rust side, from the backend side, right? So that's it, right? That's how we get the strings to appear in a list, right? It's very, very simple, right? And because we have all these templates, so we could, if we wanted to, in some kind of silly fashion, right? We can also add, we can just reuse the input. The input here is what points to the input here, right? This input here is available as the input here. If I give this a new value, right, called Bob, and make it a U size, right? And we say every time there's an event, we're gonna say that self.state.bob, right, plus equals to 1, right? Every time there's any kind of event that we care about, or any kind of event, we're just gonna increment Bob now. Okay, now we just have to make Bob available to us. So here we're gonna have Bob. Bob's gonna start off as 0, right? That's all we have to do for this thing to now work and have a Bob in it, right? I'm not using the Bob, so let's use the Bob. Let's put a Bob down here. Text Bob. Let's do the H stack thing again, right? So we're gonna put a H stack here with a spacer on one side, put Bob on the other side. So we're gonna have Bob in the middle, and we're gonna have a spacer, and then we're just gonna say Bob is Bob, right? So we write this as a string literal, and then we write this thing, and we can just add a full stop afterwards if we want to, right? All right, Bob is Bob. Every time I type, Bob's gonna increment, and we can just use this wherever we want to, right? We can, not that there's a reason to, but we could, if we wanted to, just stick a border up here and the text and the input up here, right? There's no reason why you would, but you can't. You can't. Oh my God. All right. You can do this as many times as you want to, right? Again, there's no real reason why you should, but you can, right? But just moving these things, right? Because every time there's a change to the input, all of these nodes are going to be notified. We're going to rebuild the node, but only the nodes that needs it, right? When we change the input, this thing has no effect and no impact on string allocations or anything like that, right? If state value is some kind of variant, it would be a list under hood. Yes, but that would require me to rewrite a lot, so I am not interested in doing that. I also don't think that it's as intuitive as actually calling these strings and lists, right? Now, lists are a little bit particular, but in the majority of cases, you just want this type, right? You just want this type or this type, and you just have to wrap the state value around it, right? A JS framework for the console? You can look at it like that. Oh, I see. I'll answer your question about, yeah, I have no idea. I'm not keeping up with that, right? So anyway, right. So it's very, very easy to deal with this stuff, right? Very easy to just modify the templates, put whatever values you want in there, right? So the documentation for these things are going to be available here, right? If you want to see the ones that we have right now, okay? So what else is there to say about this thing, right? Well, maybe some practical use cases for anathema later on, right? We're going to rebuild Witchbox, which is the thing that used to sit up here, right? Log viewers, games, anything that can run on a server, dashboards if you're so inclined. There really is a lot of things. Terminal chat clients, right? Because this is highly customizable, right? So every single application that you build with this thing, if you want to do your users a favor, you ship the templates with your application, right? Because the applications are loaded at runtime. They're not compiled into the binary. This means that I can give you my chat client with my config, with my templates, so you can decide how it looks like, right? Basically, everyone who's into rising the Linux can draw benefit from this, right? Because you can not just change a few colors here and there, but you can literally design the whole thing, right? Imagine if your TMUX status bar was just a template, right? It was just an H stack. So if you wanted to, right? If we look at the basic one for now, let's imagine that the oh no, I want to run the basic one. That's what I want to do, right? Let's imagine that you are building a TMUX something rather, and we're gonna make this into our status bar, right? So I'm gonna put I'm just gonna put an expand at the top here with nothing in it, and then at the bottom we're gonna put the H stack that will represent our bar, right? And then you can put whatever you want in here, right? Maybe you want to have a text showing CPU count, right? And then that's your CPU count. Okay. Now we would have to have a CPU count value, right? But that would be available from your state, right? So you have your CPU count. Maybe you want to put a border, and we just want to set one side of the border, right? So we're just going to set the right side of the border, and then we're going to have mem usage, right? And then mem free or whatever, right? Whatever nonsensical thing you do, right? The point is that you can now do this thing. I put the border on the wrong side. That should be left, right? But you see how ridiculously simple that is to change, right? If you want this thing to be a specific color based on something rather, I don't know, right? But you can set the foreground to maybe red because you're running low on memory, right? So you're gonna set, well, now we're just setting the border to red. That wasn't very smart, was it, right? But we can set the text to red because we're running out of this thing, right? And maybe we want to make it italic as well, right? Because why not, right? I'm gonna remove the border. The border looks stupid, right? Oh, let's just add a spacer here, and here, right? So we just sort of put everything in the center, right? And okay, let me take you somewhere further with all this nonsense, right? So let's go back to the input version instead, right? Let's modify the input instead, and we're gonna do the same thing, right? So we have the V stack. We're gonna put an expand at the top of this thing, and then we're gonna have our H stack in here. And we were supposed to be, so this is our status bar now, right? Status bar, right? Let's have num CPUs, right? Num CPUs is now the count of Bob, right? So when we run this thing, the more we type, the more CPUs we get, right? Which it doesn't quite work like that, though, does it, right? But you know, it would be nice if it did, right? And let's add another spacer here. Let's add some text. Let's do the foreground of yellow instead, right? And then over here we're gonna have mem free. That would be represented by mem free, which can be Bob in this case because that's all we have, right? And there we go, right? But because you're a little bit fancier, right? Let's say that you want to have a WeChat plugin here, right? So you want to have WeChat. So we're gonna put a border here. All right, first of all, I'm going to move everything down a little bit here because we're now going to do a position top 1 in above all of these. I don't actually know if this is going to work. Oops. Right, yeah, so mem3 has kind of gone a little bit lopsided because it's not under the position, right? But okay, let's see. Did we get like 2? We got many CPUs there, right? Okay, that's why. That's why, right? Okay, so imagine that you do this, and then here we're gonna have some kind of let's do a WeChat quick chat, right? Or let's just call it quick chat for whatever reason, right? And we're gonna make this thing look a little bit stupid, right? So we're gonna say the sides are left and bottom, right? And then here we're gonna have our input, and then we'll have a span with just a space, and the inverse is true. I think that might do it, right? So now we have this like quick chat thing where we can type, which is going to alternate or sort of modify all this stuff. We don't want that, right? So let's just fix this thing, right? You become 2, I think. And then the border has a width of 30, maybe, right? Oh, I lost everything. I lost everything. Where did it go? And then it just moved, right? But you can sort of see what you can do with this thing, right? Probably the top 2 wasn't a good choice, was it? Right? I want this to look a little bit more centered. There, okay, that looks better, right? That looks better, right? Now we're using a lot of space for this thing, but and it's gonna do that. I tried to just do W to quit, right? But if the text is annoying when it wraps, we can deal with that, right? By simply saying that our text has a word wrap of no wrap, no overflow, maybe. That's not overflowing. Is it just wrap, maybe? Yeah, there we go, right? So now, I don't know where it says Q there. But yeah. Why does it just say Q there? Anyway, the point is, can you control the value input? Let's say maximize it to 20 characters. Totally. That's just stopping the input in here, right? So we can say if self.whoops. Let's full screen this. If self.state.input.len is less than 20. That's it. That's all you have to do. So now we have, let's get rid of all this stuff so we just look at the input. That's the only thing we want to see here, right? Text, input. That's it. Doesn't matter how much I type, we're at the end. You can't type anymore. It's very, very simple to do that, right? Very simple to do that. So anything you want to build, right? Anything you want to build that you want your users to be able to customize, right? You just ship the template with your program, right? And the level of customizability is obviously subject to what we can express with the layout, but it's pretty damn good, right? It's pretty damn good how far you can take this. If you want, right? There are more features coming, right? We're gonna have local declaration of variables, so you can say something like local x is 1. And the reason we want things like that is because we don't have ternary operators, we don't have control flow inside attributes, right? So you can now say that local is equal to 1, and then if some value, then x is equal to red. Okay, let's do this thing. X is equal to blue. If some value, then x is equal to red, and then text is going to have a background of some value, right? Now, this will not compile on this branch, right? This will just flip out because we don't actually have any of this stuff, right? But the gist of it, right? The gist of it is there. So this will allow you to have if statements in there. You can have for loops as well, right? For x in 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna put this in some kind of stack, right? So input, and then we're just gonna put an x there. Makes no sense, but why not? Well, we can't do that because I didn't have the locals yet. But there you go, right? It's pretty liberal in what you can do, right? We also have function calls planned, so there will be functions for date formatting and things like that. It will be a built-in functions, right? So if you iterate over something that contains a bunch of dates, you could do something like format date input and then I don't know y dd, right? Something like that. So this will parse today and generate a call syntax, but that's where it ends, right? So it just stops the program. And what really happens under the hood is we get a panic, right? And that's because we have the old screen turned on. If we turn the old screen off, we're gonna see the panic, right? It's an explicit panic in the value expressions because we don't evaluate function calls yet, right? But for function calls, arguably all we need is a table that you can write your own functions into. So you'll be able to have your own defined functions with your code, right? To allow your users more control over the templates, right? Okay, so someone asked about having multiple views, right? So let me do a git reset here. No, stop trying to rebase. There we go, right? What are you working on? Custom language TUI? Yes. All of the above, right? Is the templating also a way to consider plugins if I want to distribute a graphing template? So we haven't really talked about that too much, right? But this came up in conversation the other day. I very easily created a project, defined a view, associated a template, and then you could very easily include that with the template that we already have. So arguably, yes, it is easy to do, right? You could totally provide third-party libraries for this stuff, right? That should not be a real problem, right? So the widgets under the hood, things like we see here, these things, it should be very little reason for you to write these things yourself, because these are more complex when it comes to the implementation, right? They have to implement a widget trait, you have to do a bunch of things. But rather, instead of implementing this complex input UI, right, this complex input widget, all you do is put a text element on the screen and the text output is what you want to represent as your input, right? Like we've done in this thing, right? Like we do here, right? There's no reason for a text input. This whole thing can be represented by this. So if all you need, right, is this, then why bother with a text widget, right? An input widget, okay? All right. So let's go and git reset this thing again, and let's go and look at the multiple views example, right? So there is an example for multi-view, right? Which looks very, very boring. Okay. Let me quit out of there and dedicate more space to this, right? So if we look at the example for multi-view and we're going to look at the template, which are the more relevant things, templates for multi-view, we can start with the root template. There's actually 3 templates here. Okay. We have that guy. And we're gonna edit the, is it items maybe in plural? Yeah. And then one more. And that would be item in singular, right? Okay, so these are 3 completely separate templates, right? And you can kind of figure out from looking at this syntax how all that works, right? And I believe it was Crispy who asked about, can you pass external state to a template, right? And you can. The @ symbol means load a template or load a view by this name. And a view has events and state and all that stuff, right? Except the item list doesn't actually have any state, right? If we go and look at the item, it can, because we can combine external and internal state, right? But the item view doesn't actually have to have state here. So if we go and look at the view for items, well, we don't even define a view for the item, right? We just add a unit as the view because we don't have to deal with internal state. We don't have to deal with events. Why bother? Just pass a unit, right? So item list is associated with this name, right? This is the name of it. So if I call this thing something else, right? Stuff. then all I have to do is call this stuff. Okay. This means that we have no attributes. We don't need that. We can get rid of that if we want to. Right? This still works. And from our root view, our root state, we're passing in items. Okay. And then if we go down to our items template, the thing that this thing produces, right? We're going to say for every item in items, if we change this to plorp, then we have to change this to plorp. And it just works, right? So then inside here, we're calling another view, right? This is obviously a very contrived example, right? We're just showing the different views, right? And all we do here is referring to the index on the item. And if we look at the item here on the right-hand side, please, there you go. If we look at an item, all an item has is an index, right? So we're just referring to the item index here. It's all very, very simple how this works. And then here we're passing an external state. So if you think about how this is kind of unfolding, the root template has the items. The item view passes the items through one by one to the item view, and the item view just refers to the item. So if you want to, you can mix internal and external state. Item could have a writable internal state as well, right? And it's all very, very simple the way it's laid out. And if we look at the code now, we're going to go down to the bottom, right? We start from here. All we do here, read in 3 different strings, right? One representing each template. We create a new set of templates. If I go over here and I open up the basic one, they're going to look very similar, right? We load the template, we load the templates here, right? Instead of a unit, we pass in an actual root view. That's because we have the items on the root view, right? And here, we're done with the templates. Here, we're adding views. There's 2 things to pay attention to here, right? One, we're adding a singular view for items, okay? That we call stuff. There can only be one of them, which is what we do with add view, right? Then we have items. We can produce multiple items in a collection, right? When we iterate over a for loop, we're going to create a view of type item. So for that, we actually want to pass, we want to create a prototype. So we're describing that the item view, which has the item view associated with, sorry, the item template associated with it, is created by calling the new function. So if this syntax looks a little bit awkward, you can think of it, this thing is just another way of writing this, right? We're just passing a pointer to the new function, right? That just creates itself. So we just tell the runtime how you can create a view of type item, right? We can only have one of these, so we don't have to tell the runtime anything. We just give it a view, right? And this is useful if you want to bootstrap things before you start the application, right? Here, we're saying, well, you figured out the runtime kind of thing, right? Then we do the same thing. We compile a template and we start the runtime, right? And we do the unwrap thing. So again, this thing, nothing particularly interesting to see there. We have an item view. We don't do any event handling for this thing. So technically, we don't actually need this thing. But here, we could add our own state if we wanted to. All right. So we can add some kind of item state here. Struct item state that we can put some values into. Let's have a value that is a state value of a bool, for instance. And then we can just implement the state function here so we can return this thing. And we're going to return a reference to self.state. There is no self.state, so we're going to add that here. State is item state. And when we create a new one of these, we're going to say the state is item state, where the value is true, and we're going to do an into on that one, right? That's okay. That's it. We just added state to every singular item, right? So if we go back to our template where we render our item, so we can say index, this is, and then val, right? Oh, bollocks. Have I not added like removed the debug requirements from the state for this release? Let's do that. Right, that has been removed for the next one, right? So here we have access to the state. We could write this state if we wanted to, right? So I don't know what we would do, what we would write to it, but we could if we wanted to, right? We can pass events to this thing and all this stuff, right? So, okay, so let me get, I think I've answered all the questions around this stuff. Get reset, my favorite. As a matter of fact, you know what we're going to do? We're going to exit all of these. How do you quit Vim again? There we go. And then we're going to delete anathema because I don't want that in there, right? Hello, Priven. Did I close the thing? Yeah, I did, right? Never gets old. They don't know how to quit Vim, right? So it's really quite a arguably a sort of a pleasant thing to work with, right? I think, right? So I'm obviously developing this thing around what I perceive as good usability and all this thing, and people are gonna have different opinions, right? I agree with them, but then we'd all be wrong. But no, so yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with this thing, right? But right now, this is a bug, right? So if we were to run a for loop here, this thing, so if we do for A in A, which is referring to self, and then text is A, this is a Stack Overflow now, right? Because this A is referring to this A, is referring to this A, is referring to this A, and this A is referring to this A, is referring to this A. You see the problem, right? There's an incorrect level. We're not going up a level for our scoping when we should do, right? Which is what we've just been solving with this thing, right? So here, I am doing this ridiculous thing where I keep scoping the key to key to key to key to key to key all the way, right? All the way to Sunday, right? And then we have this other scope here at the very top that scopes key to other. So we're just going to resolve all the way until we get to other, right? And we can see that this is a value saying hello. And if we look at what other is, it's a value saying hello, right? So all in all, we just have to translate this code into the other code, right? And hopefully they'll work, right? MySpace agrees. So we should do another done scoping and ready to scope after this value, like so, and it should still just work, right? So we've created a scope here, and then we're doing a whole new scope where all we do is scoping key to key, right? Which is ridiculous. Why would you, right? But you know, I guess you can have multiple views changing. Absolutely, right? You can have state values from a parent passed into a view, and when you modify, it will update that view, right? So you should never have to worry about the visibility of anything as long as it's scoped to it, right? So it's all a little bit confusing, but it is there, right? Hello, Lilia. How you going? Or he hashtag low to you too, right? Okay, so this scoping should now solve a problem. So now we have to translate this stuff over to this stuff here, right? So let's quit out of here. Let's do a get status to see what we have. Where am I? Okay, look, it's all good. It's not a problem if I accidentally delete this code, right? I'm fine with it, right? We have this, we have oodles of this code. I think that was just in the wrong directory. That's all right. I'm good. Put in the input left and chat. Oh, sorry, mod program. I'm super slow at reading that chat, right? Yeah, so this is what I want to do. A git diff to see what's going on. We have quite a few things here. These are non-issues. We're compiling declarations. And okay, so this is local declarations, okay? So that code is for what it's worth kind of done, right? Let's make sure that we're in the right project. We're using the right, yeah, we do. So I should be able to write local x is equal to hello world, and then text x, right? And run this, and there you go, hello world, right? We've declared a local variable, right? If I do local x is equal to x, this is where it's supposed to scope, right? This is where it's supposed to do what we've done over here, right? It will scope this value to this value, right? But instead, it's scoping the value to self, which means hello Stack Overflow. Or not. Why do you work now? I don't understand this. Who wrote this? This isn't supposed to work. It's supposed to be a Stack Overflow. Damn it. But yeah. I think we might have an IDX value in here. Yeah. I'm surprised that this is working. It's not supposed to be working. But anyway, we're rewriting all the scoping stuff, right? So that's pretty good. Pretty exciting. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. This thing was failing earlier, but it doesn't. Okay, local x is equal to blorpo. Right, so this will behave as you expect it to, right? Or at least, let me rephrase that, right? Because people's expectations of what happens with variable declarations are very different, right? For instance, once we introduce globals, they will be hoisted to the top, right? So globals is going to be something as well. So if we write global x is equal to lol, then this value will be hoisted up to here, right? The difficult part is going to come when we do this. Global x is equal to x, right? Because now we're referring to blorpo for a global value. Now, all we're going to do in that case is we're going to make some copies of it, right? But here we can give these things values as well, right? Numbers. You can do... I don't know what do you want to do, but you can do a bunch of things with these, right? And then all of a sudden it becomes a bool. Man, the lecture and the parser has been the most fun writing in this project. Okay, before I chew my lip off because it's getting dry, let's do a little bit of programming on this thing, right? Let's do a little bit of programming over here. Yeah, that works, but it doesn't do anything. Text X. It's fine, right? Okay, so let's start moving the scoping stuff in there, which is going to be pretty grim. So let's start by doing a patch here. Which branch are we on? We're on the feature assignment. So we're going to do an add-p here. We're adding visibility. Yeah, that's cool. We have declaration. So assignment is not done yet. Only declaration. Assignment requires some changes that I'm not entirely convinced of yet. I was hoping that I could pass this to the pret parser, but I can't. So we'll see. All right. Yeah, so we want the declaration. We want the expression declaration. So we can compile this thing. And compiling declaration is just pushing the declaration instruction. That one's fine. That's our visibility that we added. That's another declaration definition inside the expression. And these are the expressions that live in the tree. The nodes that you see on the screen are made from these expressions, right? So this describes how you create nodes. They're going to change names eventually, but right now they just happen to be called expressions, right? So these are going to be responsible for the output that we see on the screen, right? Okay, so parse expression declaration becomes a declaration. Yeah, that's fine. That's the optimizer where this is going through. There's no optimization to there. And the visibility, that's another declaration there. Parse declaration is a state for the parser. To it we just call parse declaration. It is very little changes is being added here just to add declaration to the language, right? From the parser and the lexer, this thing is super nice to work with, right? Very, very little code changes, as you can see here, to add declarations. Update the comment, there's another step there. This doesn't quite work as we need the ident for the binary expression. If the next token is an equal sign, then parse assignment instead. Yeah, I don't know. So the reason why we can't do that, we have an ident, but we can't really pass an assignment here because also this is wrong. Because an assignment can, let's edit this thing, right? This is wrong. This does not quite work. If, and then also note that assignment is an expression, not just an ident, right? Because you can write your assignment as map key equal to val, right? You can't write that for a declaration, right? You can only say local map equal to some map, right? But for assignment, you can assign into something else, which obviously adds complexity, right? Okay, so what do we do here? We got a lot of comments here, but that's not a problem because this is about the parsing of the assignment, right? We should definitely have some tests turning up soon. There we go. So testing the declaration. This parses out a declaration expression. We have evaluation into value expressions, which is the local and global expressions that we create here, right? We can probably compress these into one, but we do have to keep track on globals, right? Because globals have to be hoisted, but they have to be evaluated before they're hoisted, which is a little bit confusing. I don't actually know if we're gonna do that. Maybe we just allow globals at the top instead of doing hoisting, because we have to know the value they're pointing to. And to do that, we would have to know which local value we're referring to, right? As a matter of fact, if the value is anything other than static, we're in trouble, right? Okay, so 2 tests looking good. We have some assignment with some actual values in there as well, with some more elaborate expressions, right? Local and globals in there. So I think we're gonna write this up. Do we have something for the global stuff, right? So this is part of this work. No, it isn't. What did I just say? Oh man. Okay, yes, globals. Globals should not be allowed. Globals should be required, right? Should be required to be in the top level, in the top of the template, right? So the reason why we even have globals is because you might want to define a theme, right? So you might want to write something where you have a global theme, right? Which is a map where you define your main color to be red and your accent color to be blue and blip blops to be 123, right? So you can refer to these throughout the templates, right? Okay. No idea what that is. So yeah, so global serves a purpose for that stuff, right? So you can define your global templates and globals in your templates, and this should be accessible outside of the view as well, right? And globals should be truly global as well, right? There is a hierarchy to them, though, right? So if you start off with a global, if global A equals to 1, and then in some view down the Y, right? Other view. And then inside other view, you also specify global A is equal to 2. That means that inside this view, every A will refer to 2. Every A will be 2, and outside of this thing, right? Perpendicular to this thing or orthogonal to this thing and above this thing, A is going to be 1. Inside this thing and going further down the tree, it's going to be 2, right? This is not like overly surprising, but it's there, right? And you can, this is a bit of a debate, so I'm going to bring this up again, right? You could write config variables in here, like API key is some magic secret, right? And the answer to the question then is, of course, why would you do that? You have things like toml and ini and blah, blah, blah. But if you're writing a very small application, there is no reason to bring in an additional dependency, right? You can just write it in there. If it's only one value, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter. Right? Because these values should be accessible outside of the template. Once we compile the template, right? Once you compile the template, which is done here, you should be able to do something like API key is equal to a template.get, and what are we getting? We're getting a string, and it's called API key, right? And then we unwrap because we're that chill, right? So you should be able to do something like that, right? Anyway, that's not relevant. We don't have to get into that conversation now, but I am going to do that. Okay, so then error handling here. Sure, we should do that. Beautiful panics. Okay, so we're going to edit that one. And we're going to get rid of that one. And we're adding some more tests there. You know what? I see another one I want to change. No, I don't. All right. So continue with the storage and storage there for... that's what that is, right? You could maybe do that. Like there's nothing wrong with like patching in a few you probably shouldn't, but it's small, who cares, variables in there, right? If you are going to have things like API keys and it's going to be a sufficiently large program, then maybe you want to write some actual config something or other, right? But there is a nicety of just having the templates to deal with, right? So you, the user of an application, only have to deal with editing in one place, right? Not multiple places. But anyway, that's up to how people want to do things, right? Here's the take function. Remove this lark. Okay. If you say so. Visibility, display implementation, boxing some values. I'm sure this is fine. Visibility brought in. Assignment instructions commented out. That makes sense because we're not going to execute the assignment instruction just yet. Hello, DC. How are you? All right. So then we have our string init value again. This is taking a reference to context. Yeah, we're going to change all of this stuff now, right? So this is going to be a... We're going to commit this code because this is about the local assignment or local declaration of variables, right? Even if the scope is wrong, so we're committing an awful lot of code here that has to do with the scope as well. But even though the scope is wrong, and so this is how it should work, right? And this is how it works as well, right? We are gonna fix a lot of this stuff now, right? Hello, Savage Banana Soup. Creating a new storage there. That's about the for loop. This is fine. All this is gonna be fine. And a lot of this is gonna be rewritten now. So we're just gonna push on with this. Not convinced about this thing. This is probably the reason why we had a bug, right? Do a git diff with last week. It'd be very impressive, Roberto, if someone could actually answer that question, right? What do you need to fix, right? In any other way than fix what is broken. Beautiful. All right, so what does this thing do, right? Declaration. I can probably run through a demo of this stuff again in a little bit, right? Fakers, there's nothing wrong with letting your brain rest for a little bit, right? Okay? Sometimes we kind of have to go, all right, you know what, brain? I'm going to give you a little bit of downtime. I'm going to flake out for a bit, watch this other nerd for a while, And I gave myself 15 50 minutes to watch. And then I'm gonna go back to work, right? My OSD is pinging me about your cam mirrored, but I went back to Alexa. It says all good. My cam isn't mirrored though, right? Like you can read the text, can't you? 9. 15. Vale. Well, in that case, Fakest, you have done some work. That is not bad. It's alright, Savage Banana. So there's a reason why we have terms like camera left and camera right, okay? So this is my left hand, but it appears on the right side of the screen, right? It's the E on the chair? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a joke, right? This is not a Herman Miller chair, right? I'm not that big a streamer. This is a IKEA chair that wants to, it's a chair with big dreams, okay? All right. Okay, so this is evaluating this thing. No, the reason we can't find A here is because it's inside self-storage. What is this thing pertaining to? Check if the expression is a declaration or assignment and evaluate. If not, do the next step. Okay. Why are we talking about A here? This makes no sense, but this is hackery. So we're gonna do an edit here. Oh, I just wrote yeah. Okay. Anyway, we'll continue. These are just renaming things. A good old panic. There's fine. Okay. So git branch. This is gonna be the assignment. So we're gonna push this thing, and now we're gonna do another. Huh? Oh, I forgot to commit, right? Local declaration plus bugs. So, and yeah, don't do that though, right? That's a bit immoral. It's a bit immoral, all right? Okay, so now that we're not raging and ranting about things, now we're gonna switch to a new branch, right? So we're gonna do a bug fix, and we're gonna bug fix scoping here, okay? So we're not actually gonna continue that branch, the declaration branch. We're gonna make a new one from there. But yeah, Rust Foundation. I don't think so. My colleague on my squad did. Ooh, that's a little bit of a move, isn't it? A little bit of a move. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to implement new scopes, right? So let's look inside the value. I don't know if I have the brain space to actually do this thing, right? Shit, I need to eat some food as well. How long have I been streaming for? 6 hours. Okay, well, we keep going. We can keep going, right? Let's keep going until we're no longer going. Without the music, thank you. Okay, so we have all these scopes here, and now we need to bring this scoping part in there. But this scoping is not written in exactly the same way as... let's get rid of the compiler, right? And the views for now. This scoping here is not written in the same way as this scoping is, so we're gonna have to do some translation. Okay, this is rubbish, 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 and rubbish. But my space with Tom is not rubbish, okay? So how do we do this thing then, right? We're gonna start off with the context. So this one, it's not gonna be too much of diverging here, right? So let's find the context here. Context has an inner context. We even kept the names, right? So what can we do with the context? We can make a new one, okay? That where we pass in the state. I think we call that root here instead. So far, so good. And the inner context contains the state. It does. I think I messed up. We can only have one state in this new version. And that can't work. That doesn't work because you have to be able to look up nested states in views. In your current job, salespeople are estimating all the things. How does that work? That is just crazy. Imagine you're going to a doctor, right? Or you're going to a surgeon and you're gonna have a procedure. And you'd be like, okay, so we're gonna remove my appendix now. And the surgeon goes, yes. Okay, I estimate that this takes 5 minutes, including recovery. It doesn't make any sense that someone else is estimating how long it will take for you to do a job. I don't see why it's okay to watch anime during work, but not work during work for a different company. I don't know, man. All right, let's. Exactly how much anime do you watch, Roberto? Let's just go down that route and let's get some answers now, shall we? Okay, so the inner content. So we need to fix this thing before we go further, right? So let's hop into our main again, and we need to enable adding new states to things, right? So what we could do is specifically refer to this as new, right? So here we're passing in a dynamic state from here, right? But maybe we do something like with state that takes a state. Actually, it's going to be very similar to this thing, but we before we do that, we need to have a reference to self, right? And that's going to return self. But we don't have anything more than one inner context. Whereas here, the inner context has a state, and we can have multiple inner contexts, right? So we're going to go one more level, all right? So we're going to have state and scopes, and then we need to have a parent here, which is an option of a inner context with the same light. Do you guys feel like debugging this code for me in a couple of weeks' time, right? Hello, Phoenix, how you doing? Pretty much. You watch pretty much. When we make a new one of these, the parent will be empty. And now we have to connect the dots here a little bit. So when we call with state here, we need to take our current inner context. All right, so we're going to do self inner is going to be an inner context new with a state. All right. We can make this thing mutable, right? And then the parent will be some self.inner and then self inner like that, right? Okay. No, it can't be moving that, right? Okay. There's no way this is not gonna go wrong. Okay, and then for this thing to work, you need to have a lifetime of frame. Okay. All right, since we don't actually do anything with this, let's take this let's knock this in out of the park. I don't know what I'm going with this, right? Get self key stir and for MySpace. We're gonna return the state of my MySpace is amazing. Okay. And then here, we're going to have the same get function. The power of a single unit. An absolute unit, right? The pronunciation is out of your mind. Show me the way to the next whiskey bar. How? Don't ask why. All right. So what do we do from here then. So once we call get, well, this has to return an option, obviously. I'm going to match on the key. And if the key is unit, then that's what you get. Thank you for the follow. Anything else? Well, then you gotta get a none here, right? And Clippy can sit down and shut up, because this is how we're gonna do it, okay? And then you are gonna move into here. And this is gonna be MySpace. Excellent, right? Damn you, option. Right, so we just need to change the signature of the function now, right? Including this. And there we go, right? Not even close. What a busy day it's been, hasn't it? Are you guys having a good day, right? Are you guys having a busy day? Busy with busyness. Okay, so now when we do our get, we also have to look at the state. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna change this to the same thing. We're gonna call this state here and state here, right? Otherwise, it won't make any sense, because we're gonna have two levels of state, right? Our scope is gonna be something like MySpace, then scope val, unit, scope val, right? So when we ask for get here, right, we're going to start up here and then move there. But we're not allowed to look for scope values from here to here, right? This is a cutoff point. Anything that is scoped here for a state can only look for state values in here. Sit down and shut up. Stop. It's too much. Shut up. Stop. Stop. All right. Okay. So we're only allowed to look at scoped state values that belong to that thing. It works. Happy to hear it, Scott. Okay, so what did I say now? Scoping? Yes, okay, right. So that's the point. So when we have a state and we scope values, those scoped values can only belong to that state. They cannot belong to any other state, right? Sounds like Siobhan. Is that how you pronounce it? Like Siobhan? My housemate had a girlfriend named Siobhan, and we kept calling her Siobhan because, I don't know, we were stupid. How you doing? I'm off to Siobhan. For anyone who wondered, Siobhan is how you write Siobhan. It is not Siobhan. Cinnabon. Oh, man. Okay. All right. So what was I talking about, right? Okay. So this thing works now for here, right? So we're scoping the key all the way to hello, right? But we don't want to scope the key to hello, so we're gonna do away with all of this stuff, right? So we start off with MySpace, okay? Let's get rid of this nonsense and this nonsense, and subsequently this nonsense and this nonsense as well, right? Now we print nothing. So we start off with ship. There it is. Okay. So we're gonna scope other two. We can do other can become a deferred value instead. To units. Okay. So we have to do all of this now. So let's take this out. So all we are doing now, hello, take things out. All right, ruin that. So we're done scoping. So when we do a context.get, and we're gonna get other. Now we're gonna go and get other. We're just gonna point to other here. We're just gonna find a deferred value to unit, which should look up the unit inside this state here, right? I don't think there's such a thing as nonsense-free programming, right? It would create a world for which in which I could not exist, right? Okay. Show the pain, show the pain. All right. And then we have our value. Here's our value. It's a pretty value. This will not do anything. It will just return none. Because when we go to get, we're going to do an inner get. And this is referring to, so who owns the state? Oh, sorry, who has the state? It's the inner context that has the state, right? Are we ever calling inner? Yeah. And that does this. Okay, so we're fine here. So let's see what happens when we call get then. So we do get on the inner one. So this is one that owns the state. So where's the get function? So we're gonna look inside. Well, this is now wrong. All right, we're gonna start by looking at Utopia. Oh man, I have a Utopia right in my brain. I don't know. Someone tried to teach me Rust in Greek, but I just remember scoliosis. So we do a scope get here, and what is this value? That should be deferred. Let's make sure that I actually did a deferred value here, right? Yeah, to unit. So when I get other, I should be getting a unit. So match the current key. If it's deferred, we're gonna get it from the parent. But that's not true. If it's deferred, we should get it from the state. So in reality, here we're just going to return self current value then. So we move this up the chain. There it is. How's it going, day loop? So here we have to match on this thing. Or we can just debug here. We should be looking at a deferred value here. It is. It's pointing to a unit, right? So let's match on the value. If the value is a scope value, val, then we're going to return. Well, then we're going to do this, right? Don't care about that. Deferred, not deref. Hello, Dirt. How you doing? What are you guys talking about? I am suspicious of this conversation now. Okay, so if we have a deferred value, that has to point into the state. So all we're gonna do is call self.state.get key to which we are getting a string back. So this thing has to map to a scope value val. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Right, so this thing is now fine to do that with. Mismatch type? No, it isn't. It's a scope value. What do you want from me, Rust? I hate it when the compiler is wrong. Option. Option. There we go, right? Damn it! You're none. You're not supposed to be none. Okay, so we're gonna start here. We have a deferred value that points to unit. And let's have a look at the... Oh, right. It's called state. Oh, you muppet. Let's change unit to state. And now we should get this sentence. And if we do, we're well on our way to becoming master programmers. Time to get moving. No, time for you to leave me alone, watch. Stop guilting me into things. I've taken 5 steps today, according to this watch. Maybe I shouldn't leave it laying around. Okay, the state of MySpace is amazing. Okay, so if we create a new one, if we create a new scope, but now I want to create a new one with a new state. So how do we do that? We call with state. Wait, what does that do? Can we not do that? No, we have to, right? With state, and we're gonna pass in our beautiful units here. Okay, and then we do inner, and we're gonna sculpt this key to other. So key points to other points to this state. So this is very important, that this thing refers to MySpace and not the power of a single unit. So when we get the key here, all right, no, we got that, right? So we do this thing. This has to refer to MySpace. Yes, it does. Whew. Right. So the reason this is important is because we scoped this value to state, but both states has the same name fields, right? Both of them respond to the state. So if we change this to state, this should get the unit. Damn it. No, it gets none. That's even worse. Right, forget you. This is getting none, even though we have a new context with inner, which holds the new state. All right, let's debug. Apparently not. Try that again. Thank you. Get key. Oh, right. Okay, so it's gonna try to get the scope key and then go, right? We should probably get the state key first, right? So if let sum val equals to self dot state dot get key, then something magical will happen. We'll return a scope value val sum. Damn it, still wrong. What's the key? Oh, the key's other. Okay, right. That explains why that doesn't work, right? So keys pointed to other. We just needed to point to state. Wait, if key points to other... No, we're getting states here. that should definitely go to the state, right? Yeah. ¿Qué pasa? Now, why are you being difficult? All right, this is just like parenting. Oh no, because we're doing this first. Idiot! Ta-da! The power of a single unit, right? What am I making? So I'm solving the scoping problem, right? So when you write code, whoops, this is what I'm working on, right? When you are scoping values, can we get out of there, right? You might write something like for x in y, and then inside here you say for x in x. So this x value is scoped to an instance in this x value, right? And what if you do this, right? And then we do some inner thing, right? We need to refer to different versions of x here, right? And if we do this, then this x value, or this x value is equal to this, which is a lookup of this, right? So this should then become 1, right? But this might be a more complex nonsense right in there. So it's not as simple as just doing a replace of things, right? So I'm just solving the scoping of things right now, and inside our main function, we're starting off with a basic state that we called MySpace, because I don't know, right? We create a context. So in here, at this point, we should be able to just ask the context for a value, right? And if we return here, then that's all we're gonna see. So we're gonna ask for state, and this should just say the state of MySpace is amazing. Now, if we get rid of this return and we do the same thing after we added the unit, where is the unit? Where is the unit? Here's the unit. Oh, semicolon. What a scam. And now we get the power of a single unit, even though we're asking for different... we're asking for the same thing, but they're referring to different states, right? So here's the first state. Here's the second state. So the values are going to point to different things, right? So now when we ask for the state value, we get the unit state instead. So here we have a key that points to other, and other points to state. But this is the important thing. This other that points to a state belongs to a point in time where MySpace was the state and not this guy. So even though the scoping here happens after this thing still have to look at the MySpace. So this value here, when we get the key, has to go from key to other to state, and then into state, right? So this thing should talk about MySpace, right? It talks about none, which is kind of wrong, isn't it? So this one goes to the third value called other, which exists in here, right? In this case, it does. This doesn't really have to happen, but I don't know inner keyword in Rust. There's no such thing as an inner keyword in Rust. It's just a naming convention, right? So let's say that you have your own string wrapper. So it's okay to call this thing the string, right? It's the inner value that we're wrapping, right? But this could have been called S or floppy or oblong sandwich. I don't know. You can call it whatever you want, right? Don't worry about it. It's all good, man. It's a conscious choice to derail, right? Consciously derailing we are, okay? I gotta go and prep myself with some food and do some exercise, right? So we are gonna raid, and who should we raid? Do you guys want to suggest some raids? Christoph, you suggest? Well, don't mind if I do. Let's raid Christoph. Okay, let's do that. You guys have the best suggestions, right? We raided the Molroy yesterday, right? Now we're gonna raid Zig instead, right? Again, it's been a really good stream. Thank you all for hanging out. We're solving the scope issue, which is really nice, which means tomorrow, when we stream, we might not have to do bug fixing. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.